Mm-hmm. Hey, happy Saturday, everyone! I'm Veronica, this is Lychee, and we're going to be your casters for today in these very fascinating matches. We're going to be starting off with Mad Penguins versus Comeback, which is going to be really exciting, Lychee. I think it's going to be so great to watch. And I'd just like to remind everyone, just as we're getting started here, of the information that Posh was so kind to start us off with yesterday, too. We have a collab going on with Sunny Kim 23. There are 2 S-tier skins being given away and 1 A-tier skin. And you are able to enter by checking more information on the page and following Sunny Kim 23 and following the Nello Mello page.
Yes, really excited today, Veronica, for day 2. And like you mentioned, we have that awesome giveaway that everybody here can participate in as a viewer. So be sure to check out the page, like Veronica said, Nello Mello's page, and participate. In addition, there's also a loyal viewers giveaway. So the top 10 loyal viewers with the highest points will also get an Identity 5 goodies bag, which sounds very exciting. Every interaction and comment today can earn you loyalty points, so be sure to stay active. Be sure to, interact with the chat and with the other viewers that are watching here, and shout out for your favorite team that you're rooting for today. There's also, the NM Coins program as well. So that's another way that you can interact and earn points, earn coins as well, to be used to purchase special rewards like fan signs from casters, and there's even a grand prize of VIP front row seats to the IVA November Grand Finals Tournament. So a lot of very exciting things in store.
We're gonna have a great time today, and I'm so excited to be here with you all, and I'm sure Lychee feels the same. The chat's always exciting because you get to interact with other viewers and you get to root on your favorite teams. Just so much goes on in there. There's so much fun in communication, you know. We make our call-outs, you can make your call-outs. It's just so fun all together. And this is just going to be great today, you know, Mad Penguins versus Comeback. Very interesting to see them, you know, some familiar faces and some unfamiliar faces who are completely new. And we're going to hop right in here and we're going to go over the tournament brackets. So today we are going to be seeing all of these interesting matchups here, and it's going to be really great.
Yeah, I'm super excited today. Starting off with Mad Penguins versus Comeback, and then next up we'll have FH versus TNG, and then going into the lower bracket there for the third game of the day. So a lot of exciting matches in store for us from a lot of teams that we have and haven't seen before in this year's IVA. Really excited to see what they'll bring out for us today.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it's always exhilarating to watch all these different teams go head to head. And we're going to see an overview here of the Mad Penguins lineup, which is going to be, like, everyone's going to perform and everyone's going to do so great. We have Moro on the side of the Hunter, and we have these wonderful survivors who are so good at what they do. You know, everyone in this tournament is just so good at what they do. You've really got to have a lot of skill to get into a tournament like IVA, and it's going to be so exciting to go over this gameplay.
Yes, it's really amazing to see these players compete in so many tournaments and just take it to the next level with everyone they compete in. And now here on CB side, we have a couple of familiar names here, including GodJ on the Hunter side, as well as plenty of survivors here. We have Cerebus, Little CBRS, LIRMNT, 72S, Gukos, and Alex here on the survivor side. So really excited to see what these two teams are going to bring out for us today.
It's going to be really great to watch. We're going to get started with it soon, and I am so excited to see what's going to go on here.
Yes, definitely. And be sure to, you know, like we said earlier, let us know in the chat who you're rooting for today, who you're excited to see, cheering for both new and familiar players who will be joining us today. So be sure to let it be known in the chat and interact and get those coins and points.
Absolutely. And you know what, Lychee? I'll ask you. Who are you rooting for particularly with this first matchup today? Are you a fan of Mad Penguins right now, or are you looking more on the side of Comeback?
Oh, that's such a tough question here. I will admit, I'm pretty excited to see how Mad Penguins comes out today, what kind of survivors and hunters they'll bring in here today, because from yesterday's tournament, we saw that actually a lot of the survivors, especially, and the hunters as well, have been changing their lineups for this new meta here. So they've just been upping their game, being able to stick to the changes in the meta and bring out new characters. So I'm excited to see what Mad Penguins is able to put out today from both sides. We have seen them in some previous tournaments before, but I'm looking to see them really elevate their game here. That's what I'm hoping to see.
Yeah, I'm on the side of Comeback now. You know, everyone needs someone in their corner. And we're going to go right into the band picks here. We are starting on the Moonlit River Park, and we are starting with Moru playing on the side of Mad Penguins for Hunter, with CB on the Survivor side. We're going to get right into these band picks here. We're going to have some Survivor bands, and that Priestess comes out first. You know, she is such a pest on Moonlit. Who do you think will be selected in her absence?
That's a good question, Veronica. So, I mean, the survivors have a lot of different choices here, I think, depending on if they decide to go more traditional. There's always characters like Seer and Forward who could be picked up first, but if they decide to try to replace her with supporting characters, you know, some teams have been pulling out dancers and postman within the first two priority picks. So that's definitely also a possibility here on this map. Even Acrobat, you know, is a really strong character on this map due to all of his strong jump points with his bombs. So we'll have to see what kind of strategy the survivors can go with here. If they want to try to be stable, they could also attempt to go for an embalmer. It is quite a large map. I think there's lots of options.
many, and we're going to lock in that seer and forward first, just as you said. You know, sometimes the seer's not banned, but he somehow doesn't come into play, but he's going to come into play here. In a first round, you really want those strong meta characters like the forward and the seer, and they'll just be so fun to watch here on Moonlit. You know, that forward support is just always so good to watch, and those owls can really prolong a kite. The acrobat is going to be banned too, just as you said. You know, so strong on this map. You really want to get that jester, that jack of all trades. You want him off the field, you know, to not have to deal with all of the things that he can do.
Yes, definitely. An entomologist now coming in as the third pick from CB's side. So that's quite exciting. Entomologist is a character that can do really well in kiting for herself as well as supporting her teammates here. So with the additional support of the forward and the seer, that could really boost their survivor team comp here. And the mercenary here coming in as the last ban from the hunter side, just taking away the option of that really strong, stable rescuer there for the survivors. He can definitely cross really large distances, and on a map like Moonlit can be very strong there. If you're missing a merc, sometimes it can be hard for the rescuer to cross from one side of the map to the other, so definitely can see why Moru decided to eliminate that option there for the survivors.
To play as the last selection here. You know, a lot of characters that could be picked, but we're going to see Coordinator come in from 72S. That's a very interesting pick. I'm sure that one's going to be really fun to watch. You know, you have that flare gun to utilize. That can really prolong a kite. A lot of the time she is used more as a kiter than a rescuer, especially with the forward on the field. So that'll be very interesting to see. I wonder, you know, in what way she'll be utilized here by 72S on the side of CB.
Yeah. Really excited to see the coordinator come into play here. I think, you know, we do have quite a lot of stunners and harassers on the survivor side here, so I'm curious to see if Moru might consider bringing excitement as his trait. But we'll have to see first what they decide to do for their hunter pick here. I'm just thinking ahead to the traits as well. But like you said, coordinator is such a variable with her gun. She can, if she's able to save that gun until late game as well, it can really turn the game around sometimes. Or if they do decide to use it in early game, it can prolong the first kite for a long time to allow the tempo to be on the survivor side, or aid teammates to have a rebound kite. So it can be used in a variety of different ways, and being one of the longer stuns in the game, along with forwards football, it allows the survivors to play from a really aggressive standpoint. But look at that, the Bonbon being selected by Moru in the end. That's quite exciting.
You know, every time I see Mad Penguins, I think Penguin, I think Bonbon, so I love seeing them come out into play because it just makes me feel so correct, and it's always so fascinating. So we are going to see that Bonbon come into play, which is going to be really, really interesting. You know, can utilize those bombs to get that quick down. How do you think Bonbon will be able to shape up against this team comp here?
So Bonbon does have the ability to deal chip damage. He's not only a single hit hunter, so I think that could be advantageous for Moru because we do have the seer here who can block a hit for himself or his teammates, as well as the entomologist who, with her speed, can do a really good job of not letting traditional hunters catch up to her. So I think, you know, with the Bonbon here, Moru can attempt to counter those characters. I think that having some characters like forward and coordinator do help the survivors though in being able to pull off rescues, because as we know, Bonbon is such a strong camper, and a lot of times that can turn things around.
And we're going to head right in here, and we're going to see the spawn picks. You know, you always want to get those people on the stops. You want to be able to get that coaster. So that's going to be your instinct. And Moru selects a space kind of right by the bridge there, right near the coordinator, which is very interesting.
Right. I'm actually a little bit surprised to see Seer go for that bridge cipher spawn there. A lot of times we consider that to be a little bit of a dangerous spawn. So we will see if Moru decides to go for the Seer there due to that spawn location. But a couple different choices for sure.
You know, that coordinator can be really strong with that gun if the kiter is very, very skilled. But in that same vein, you know, you want to be careful. You want to make sure that you don't utilize that thing too early. And we are going to hop right into the match here. First match of the day. I'm Veronica, this is Lychee, and we are going to get you right started. So Moru is approaching that spawn, just as you mentioned, you know, that dangerous spawn. And, you know, any good player transitions away from there pretty quick.
Yes, for sure. We see that Seer is already looping his way around the bridge and will be kiting around the two-story and second stop roller coaster area. We see that Cerebus actually has brought the roller coaster over to the second stop already, which may allow Seer to utilize that as a part of his kiting strategy as well. And at this point, you know, the owl is ready for whenever he decides to use that. So we'll see how this chase progresses here.
We're just looping around this pallet area here. That owl can be a little bit dangerous if it's got with the bomb. Oh, and takes a main body hit from the bonbon there. So going to transition over to the stop here. And the coaster is there and is able to use the coaster to transition across the map, Lychee.
Right, just gaining so much distance from the bonbon by using that roller coaster. That was really good coordination from the forward, the forward there and the Seer, but the teleport coming into play now, so Moru decides might as well change target and close in on another survivor there, so has caught sight of the entomologist here, and the bees have already been hit, so she does have to rely on her raw kiting skill against this bonbon here. These bombs here, one of them already chipping the entomologist and another one here from the bonbon, so really accurate bombs by Moru so far. The Seer's owl has to come into play to block that another hit, Veronica.
Yes! Going to terror shock off of the coaster from Moru on the entomologist here. Really, really fascinating gameplay to watch. You know, that owl was utilized and then narrowly even moved to dodge hitting that and taking that hit cooldown. Just really able to predict what's coming from these survivors. And 4 ciphers remaining still.
Yeah, Moru there showing how skilled they are with those chain bombs as the bonbon, being able to place down one bomb and then the next bomb at the very, very last minute in order to chip entomologist to half health. And really good job on the timing as well in order to basically negate the effect of the Seer owl to prevent entomologist from pulling away even further right there. But we do see the forward is positioning himself in place for a potential rescue. We'll have to see if he decides to go for a rescue or not, because the chair is approaching half, maybe going for a rescue before chair takeoff there, although Moru is pressuring quite far out. So we'll see. He is returning back to the chair now, though. We'll see if the forward decides to rescue or not at this point, because there is also the option to stall and sacrifice the survivor as well.
Absolutely, you know, with a lot of ciphers remaining at this point. Utilizes the teleport to get on the other side of the forward, but the forward just uses that ball in order to dash over because there was no pallet in the way, and gets a free rescue off because of that play, which is very fascinating. And the bees are back online for this entomologist to make it all the way over here. Going up the coaster area, you know, the coaster could be here, but unfortunately it's not after the mishap with the down earlier. And we're just going to see a chase around this coaster. You want to build as much distance as you can against this bonbon here. And Moru's bonbon is really a beast, you know, it's really hard to get out of this chase here, and the down on the entomologist with the remote bomb.
Oh wow, that was just a really surprising sequence of events there. Moru there with a little bit of a premature teleport allowed the forward to just utilize the football and give the entomologist a second life, at least bring out that tie turner time to buy time for their teammates to decode. And we see now they only have 2 ciphers remaining, 3 survivors with full health on the map. So if the next survivor is able to pull off a pretty decent kite, the survivors might be able to try to go for a tie here as well. But Bonbon here now closing in on the coordinator, who does have a gun left here, Veronica.
Be utilized. You know, we have the teleport in play, which means that there is excitement, and now 1 chip away from a down. So Moru's bombs so far have been really accurate, you know, and another accurate bomb that does right away take down that coordinator. Still going to be utilized, so if rescued off of chair has that item to work with, and 1 cipher remaining now, so they could potentially get this primed and come for this coordinator right away as soon as it's ready. But maybe positioning more early as the forward is coming in, you know, just to get ready, just to prepare. You want to be there in time. The situation last time, you know, you want to be careful with what you do. Those bombs, just the patrolling was really good. And a main body hit, which means that Mori's going to have to chase back the way over to that chair. Or actually teleports over to where the Seer is trying to find that cipher, Lychee.
Oh my goodness, yes. So the cipher there was around 90%, I believe, but unfortunately not able to be primed before Moru made that teleport over to the Seer. So very aggressive teleport to try to buy more time to flip this game around here. Seer is at half health and Moru does have that remote control bomb to try to take the Seer down But we do see the other two survivors there. Looks like they're booking it for the cipher there. Moru there luckily was able to spot them and chase them away. So he is going to have to commit to camping this cipher here, I think, if he made that decision to teleport. We'll see if the survivors can try to heal up between the two of them, or maybe just start another cipher and try to pull the Bonbon away from this one, depending on what they decide to do for their next step here.
Absolutely, Lychee. You know, there are so many ways that this can go. That cipher is so close to finished. I can feel their pain with wanting to be able to head back over there and just get it done. But they might be better off starting another cipher. Moro is patrolling the area with these other ciphers in it in order to stay safe. You don't want to get them to be able to get anything primed. And the Seer's in this area hiding, who Moro kind of knows is here, doesn't know exactly where he is, but manages to spot him out now in line of sight and is using those bombs yet again to potentially get another down.
Yes, and we do see that he is closing in on the Seer there, but the last bomb was not able to land that chip on the Seer here. So we'll see how much time Seer can buy. The other two have healed up already, and down Seer goes. So Moro is going to have another chance to camp. This could be an advantage for him to at least get another survivor on chair, waste one of the survivor lives, but potentially be able to hopefully try to turn this around if he's able to cut off the rescuer. I do see the coordinator coming over though, and she does have a gun left, so should be able to pull off this rescue if nothing goes wrong forward there on the prime cipher as well. Now I think Bonbon just needs to try to get that Seer down without attack recovery, but if he's not able to do it soon enough, avoiding the gun by the coordinator there.
Man!
My goodness.
Right behind
Seer
that
down
pole.
by the remote.
Oh! And the cipher is popped!
Down by the chip.
Down by the chip and in a good position there after, that gun miss, and now the coordinator has nothing to work with and has to hopefully kite Moru just long enough for everyone else to get an exit gate open, which may be possible, maybe not. We want to see what's going to happen here. Really interesting gameplay all around. That was such an action-filled pop and sequence of events.
Yes, and we do see the coordinator getting down here on this side. Meanwhile, forward's gate is about half open and Moru does have teleport left. So let's see how quickly he can get them on the chair and whether or not Moru will decide to make that teleport decision or not here. And he does. He makes that teleport to the gate, but the gate is already open and the forward is going to be able to escape. Meanwhile, we do see Seer there who is running towards the coordinator's direction there.
Might just go right in for this rescue in order to try and, get more players on the field. And if there is it happens to be enough time, may get there, may not. It could end up with a potential 3-man somehow just on their side after this wonderful play of, just doing their best and really pushing for it.
Yes, I think it was a smart decision for the Seer to, be halfway through in case Moru did make an early teleport. But now we do see that two survivors are kind of on the chase here, on the run here from Moru. And they are able to down the coordinator fairly quickly. And now Seer's the one in danger, actually, is going to have to make a run for it. I think that, Moru's going to have to try to get the Seer down quickly or else have to run back to the coordinator, because as the hunter you do want to make sure you secure at least a tie for your team, but is able to get the Seer down. Will he be able to make it back to the coordinator? But looks like just playing it safe, getting the Seer on the chair first. The coordinator's gate is actually not open yet, so they would actually have to run pretty far to get around to the open gate. And we'll see if Moru is able to make a foot race here. But it looks like coordinator might actually be hanging around the dungeon side as well to try to kite this out until Seer's chair flies off. That is another option.
Yeah, going to hide around this dungeon area here, but Moru's just got excellent game sense and knows exactly what's going on. Suspects maybe hanging around the dungeon, maybe not headed over to that gate. So trying to take the long way, trying to loop around this tent here to see what can be done. Could potentially make it to the dungeon if those bombs can be avoided and Moru just not get close enough to get a main body hit. And it looks like it could be potentially gearing up to a draw situation, Lychee. Going right in, just need to make sure that the dungeon opens in time and is able to loop back over. Oh, and Moru manages to land that hit.
Oh, and actually picks up the survivor just in time before they're able to crawl to the dungeon. So it looks like this is going to be a clutch 3-kill situation for this Bonbon here. I have to say congratulations to MP's Hunter Maru for being able to turn this around. It was a really exciting game there, but that end game I think is where they really managed to use to down the coordinator in time to be able to make that teleport, but then come back as well. So on the survivor side, I think when you have 3 survivors left in the game at endgame, you know, you really do have to make that choice. Do you take that gamble and have both of your survivors that are still standing be at the exit gate, or do you have one come back and make that rescue while the other one escapes? And in this case, you know, I think there wasn't anything wrong with the survivors necessarily letting the seer come back to rescue the coordinator, but that was in the end what gave Moru the chance to be able to down both in a very exciting 3 elimination here.
Absolutely, just riveting gameplay from both sides. That endgame was really something, Lychee. You know, it's a back and forth and back and forth. You got that shoot with the gun that happened to miss, the chip down, the pop that managed to go off without a hitch, and then it was looking like a 3K for the survivors, and then it was a 3K for Moru in the end.
Yes, so a lot of back and forth there, but I would say still a very commendable job on both sides. The survivors managed to pull it off in a situation where they were all at half health and managed to heal up and divide Moru's attention. But in the end, Moru was also the one who was able to come back from that and take back that advantage at the end game. So the detention also coming in there from the Bonbon at the end. We know that not all Bonbon players decide to bring detention, but sometimes that does come into play as well in being able to add additional pressure to the survivors and turn some things around. So really exciting game to start us off here today, and I'm excited to see what the rest of the matches have in store for us.
Absolutely. We have this 3-1 in the first round, which means that, you know, CB's going to have to really pull out some stops with their Hunter here in order to kind of even the playing field for round 2. It'll be really wonderful to watch and just absolutely wonderful from both sides. Really, really exciting match to start off the day with.
Yes, I am excited to see the flip side as well, what MP survivors can do against CB's Hunter. So we'll have to find out. But in the meantime, I think we'll be taking a short break very soon. So be sure to stay tuned because we will be coming back with more exciting matches after.
Stay silent when you hear this sound. The static particles begin to vibrate with the sound waves, indicating they have acquired energy. It may be a tiny amount, yet it's enough to straighten out my thoughts. But the energy can also be huge. As the setting sun shone upon the final rest, I saw a musical note glimmering in gold and dancing in the air, just as they expected. The movement spread my life energy and pushed me up a pedestal until I could smell the aroma of talent in the air. The aroma was me, but it slowly faded with time. Once it faded, it cast me into the abyss, where the light from my eyes extinguished. The light shines through my fingers and onto the white keys as I continue writing, hoping the melody points me in a direction. In the reflection, I see what should have happened. He glows golden, just like they first expected. Stay silent and hear this sound. The static particles begin to vibrate with the sound waves, indicating they have acquired energy. It may be a tiny amount. Great energy forces a change in the tide and pushes the world to absurdity. do you believe?
And welcome right back. We're going to launch into our second half of the first round here. Lychee, I'm so excited after what we just saw before it. This is going to be really great.
Yes, I'm really excited to jump into this next match here between MP here and CB. We saw the score in round 1 was 3 elimination for MP's Hunter and 1 escape for CB's Survivor, just for those who are just joining us now. And now next up on Moonlit River Park, we'll be seeing the survivors of MP go. So I'm really excited to see how this will play out here. But before we get into all the exciting aspects of the match here, don't forget that you do have the chance to participate in the giveaway. So if you haven't heard about that yet, there is going to be a giveaway in collaboration with Sunny Kim 23, and you can visit Nello Mello's page for more details. So just be sure to check that out if you haven't yet. And remember to participate in the chat and just interact, because you will have the chance to also participate in the NM Coins program for additional prizes, which sounds really exciting.
Absolutely does. You know, I would do it myself if I can, but I'm one person, I can't do all of it. So I would appreciate if you all could do it on my behalf, and I'm sure you feel the same, Lychee. You know, just cheer it on. I'm sure that match was really exciting and a lot of fun stuff to comment on there. And we're really excited to offer you the next match, which we're sure will be about the same. Yeah, MP is going to be on the Survivor side here, and we're still on the Moonlit River Park. So always a fun map to watch. You know, you watch those interesting coaster plays, and I do wonder if there will be another play like in the last matchup, because that was insane.
Yeah, we did see the Survivor utilize the roller coaster quite early in that match as well, utilizing that pretty common strategy where whoever's at first stop, if they don't get chased, they can utilize that roller coaster, bring it over to the second stop for their teammate who's kiting. So really nice play there from the Survivor side, and I'm excited to see how they'll utilize that in the next match here. It's definitely, you know, an added variable on this map for sure, for both sides.
Angela's saying teamwork makes the dream work, and I find that you see a lot of that in terms of the beauty of the tournament here. You know, everyone's so talented, and they're really good at working together with their teams and collaborating with everyone. And it's truly just very wonderful to watch, and it's going to continue to be so exciting. And you know what? We're doing great so far. We got that Mad Penguins. You know, you were predicting that they were going to do so good, and you were so right. And so did Comeback, and it was really, really fascinating to watch. And I'm so excited to continue. I keep saying it, but I really do mean it. I'm so excited about it.
Yes, me too. You know, all the matches from day 1, as well as our exciting start to day 2, have been really a treat for us viewers here. But we'll have to see if Comeback is able to make a comeback in the second half of this match here. Definitely still quite early, so not too late to turn it around for sure. This is a really good chance for their Hunter to come in with some aggressive plays and try to turn this around. But we do see here, God J on the Hunter side, a name that many of us are very familiar with, has participated in so many tournaments, has a lot of veteran experience. So if anybody can turn this around for Comeback, I do believe that God J is the man here.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's exactly what we meant by familiar faces and unfamiliar faces. God J is like a household name. If you haven't seen God J's wax artist by now, I would be surprised and assume you've been living under a rock, Lychee. This is going to be great. I wonder if we're going to see a seer band to start us off, or we're going to see another priestess band. There are a lot of possibilities here. It depends on who God J is going to bring out. Could be that telltale wax artist that he always has, or could maybe be that soul weaver that he has on backup, who, a lot of places to dash around here on this map.
Yeah, for sure. That's one thing I love about Gaje is that he's been able to keep up his skill with his previous hunters, like Soul Weaver, like you mentioned, but also pick up new hunters to be able to fit the meta, like the Wax Artist, which you mentioned. And definitely not a bad map for Wax Artist, having so much open space here. But we'll take a look here at the bans and picks so far. So we have Priestess here being banned from the Hunter side, similar to last time. And on the Survivor side, as the picks, we have the Forward here, like last time, but also this time we have the Acrobat coming into play. So Forward and Acrobat being picked, and next up, Seer being banned as well. So definitely banning some pretty strong support characters, but also leaving the Survivors a lot of options here.
There are so many strong survivors in this meta, and the Toy Merchant comes out. Actually, Matchmast, I was thinking about replacements for Priestess, and Toy Merchant does come to mind on this map. She only has 2 catapults, but if you put them in the right places, you can really make them count in kites. That bridge is really hard to transition from, one of the spawn points with the Cypher. If you put a catapult there, it does offer you just a little bit of leeway and wiggle room in being able to prolong your kite. And there are some excellent spots, on top of those coaster spots that can really get you quite far from the hunter and cause them to have to walk a little bit more than they definitely like to.
Yes, and we were just discussing, one of Gaje's signature hunters is the Wax Artist, and I think Wax Artist does have a little bit of difficulty sometimes catching up to survivors that can pull a lot of distance, like that Toy Merchant. So could be a very strategic move here on the Survivor side to pull out that Toy Merchant indeed. And now coming in here with the Barmaid ban, we do have to remember that Gaje also has a Dream Witch in his hunter pool here, who he's pulled out in past tournaments as well. And looking at the bans here, Priestess, Seer, Barmaid, those are all characters that can counter the counter the Dream Witch to an extent as well. So, just another option there for Gaje to consider. And we do see the Female Dancer, though, coming in here from MP side. So Female Dancer has definitely been up there in the meta nowadays, being able to support her teammates as well as potentially set up some good ways to support herself. But, Gaje coming in here with the Hermit. Now that's something that's really exciting and, relatively new here for us to see.
Yeah, we're going to see Hermit come into play. Oh, that's going to be really exciting. I'm literally we're going to, all of these, with Hermit, it might be actually difficult for the lineup in order to, make good plays against him. You really want to get that distance, but he can get that distance as well. He has that teleport function. The Cypher machine progress will be really slow, especially on a big map like this. And the survivors are going to have to really work together to support each other. With that polarity feature that he has, whereupon he can make the team take damage collectively, along with the way that they collectively do their ciphers together, you're really looking at a situation where they have to coordinate more than they even do already. There's a lot to be done here, Lychee. This is going to be really exciting to see here with the Hermit from Gaje.
I am super excited for this. But now coming in here to the spawn selections, so we do see that Toy Merchant appears to be looking at the first stop there, Acrobat on the last stop, which is a pretty classic spawn point for the Acrobat to choose. And then the Female Dancer going into the 2-story ghost house here with Forward there on the Cypher Bridge, and Gaje's Hermit spawning the same place as the Hunter did last time, there near the second stop. So this will be quite interesting here. Hermit's a hunter, that can do so much, apply a lot of Cypher pressure, and while having options to help with his chase at the same time, does have the option to try to stun the survivors a little bit as well during the chase. Also has options to traverse a lot of distance in some ways. So definitely a hunter that has a lot going on, but if anybody can pull this off, I think Gaje does have a really strong opportunity here.
Yeah, and we're going to start right off, right into the gameplay. This is going to be great, going right from Anomaly here, transitioning over just to get that Female Dancer. And these slow boxes, they're a pain for the Wax Artist, and they might not be as much of a pain for the Hermit with those stuns. Gets a spin right into that pallet there, and is going to try and mind game this pallet against Gaje. has a separate polarity from the other teammates, so that creates an interesting situation with that, but not yet ready to be changed, so there's not much that they can do to help. And takes the first hit now, going to transition up and away, and that dancer has that ability that allows her to get a little bit faster when she jumps from high spots, so that might do her well here as Gajay continues the chase.
Yep, and we did see that Gajay brought insolence as well, and currently looks like already has a level 1 presence there. Female dancer there already has damage being taken, and look at that, Hermit just being able to traverse such a large distance across the map in such a short time there. We do see that Anomaly was able to already get off the roller coaster and speed to the other side there, but Hermit being so quickly using the skill to hide the red light there as well to try to catch up, but unfortunately ran into the wall situation there. Female dancer utilizing the slow box there though was able to buy a little bit of time, but my goodness there, Veronica, that first, the blink coming into play now, and female dancer goes down.
So my goodness, and with 5 ciphers remaining, but kind of unsurprising despite how much they've decoded them, the Hermit really prevents you from cipher rushing, and also was able to get so much distance down. And the interesting thing too is if Gajay chooses to continue to camp this chair fully, the Hermit does have that ability that can stun people and prevent them from rescuing, which could create a very interesting situation at the chair here. There's a lot more mind gaming than there is with some other hunters, but leave it to Gajay. Place the wax artist who proposes the same kind of sticky situation for a rescuer coming in.
Yes, and we do see the acrobat is actually coming in here, potentially trying to go in for the rescue. Does use a bomb there just to close in on the chair, and was actually able to get female dancer off before half there. So this does activate tie turner for female dancer and give her a little bit of time to run away and allow teammates to decode. With a hunter like Hermit where they spread out the cipher progress a lot, the survivors really need all the time they can get in order to speed up, in order to buy time for themselves and get those ciphers done. So we will see how much time female dancer can bring out here, because we do see that actually it's been a while since the tie turner has ended already, but Gajay coming in there with that stun there, so was able to apply additional damage on female dancer, yet still has to wait another time to be able to actually take her down here.
My goodness, there were so many plays there. I felt like just so much going on. And Terror Shock off of the coaster after all of that. The flywheel into the pallet, the stun on the Hermit, the coaster usage, the swap of the polarity in order to prolong this female dancer's kite. There is so much going on right now, Lychee. And 2 ciphers remaining on the playing field to be done. Change that polarity earlier, and doing it again, just wants to prevent these ciphers from being completed. Wants to spread out the progress as much as possible in order to prolong this game. The issue, however, is that no one is able to come in to rescue. So, it's very likely that they're going to have to sell this female dancer on the chair and take 3 men standing at the end game.
Right. We do see that the other survivors are making an attempt to heal. Toy Merchant did get healed up there and does have a tie turner left, but the survivor there in the vicinity is actually the acrobat, and they decided to just let the female dancer be sacrificed there. So we should see the Hermit go on to the next chase. Looks like forward is the survivor closest in vicinity, but does still have a full football left. So, but the blink coming into play now and taking down the forward here.
Wow! So much fun gameplay from Gajay to watch today, just using those stunts and really getting across the field. And that was a beautiful blink that just managed to get that forward right down and placed on the chair. So now the only person who can rescue safely at this point in time is the Toy Merchant. You can utilize that polarity on the side of the acrobat, but it is a little bit risky. If you come in with that much damage, you do want to be safe about it, even if it could possibly go all right. But is actually going to come in here, utilizing that red firebomb in order to get rid of some of those abilities, which means they're back in play, which means there can be a stun on the chair here that will prevent this rescue from going off right away. Just going to repeatedly stop this and stop it and stop it. You want to have that forward right on elimination, which is exactly what Gajay does.
Yes. And the acrobat unfortunately goes down very quickly here as well, and is put back on the chair there. No tie turner for the survivors anymore, unfortunately. But like you said, that series of stuns really allowed Gajay to prolong the camping there, so that forward's chair went past half. So not only does he have the acrobat on chair now, although it's a different survivor, switching targets here, the forward is going to be on the elimination as soon as he goes on the next chair. So definitely being able to pull that into his favor there. Really excellent camping there by Gajay.
Now patrolling the field, watching everyone on this map, just thinking, well, these survivors are injured. They're probably not going to go for the chair right away. So it might take a little bit too long for them to get there, which means I'm safe to leave. But kind of, patrolling back, seeing if he should head back, looking to see if there are any catapults here, looking to see where the survivors are, and getting in position to teleport all the way across the map again, right to this chair. The rescue goes off, but Gajay is right here to stop them from getting away too far, Lychee.
Yes, Gajay on the hunt here for the acrobat, trying to just nail down another elimination. Meanwhile, the other survivors, we'll see if they can try to heal up while their health is, at least the forward there maybe. But we do see that Gajay is actually switching targets again, potentially. Just going to try to change targets to add additional map pressure and target whichever survivors he can find here. Looks like the forward, though, is actually going to be the next one up, being chased here and closing in. Gajay there, coming in with the stuns, the polarity change there, and eventually downing the forward here and putting forward on the chair once again. So really taking control of this map. The survivors have one cipher remaining, which actually they're working on two different ciphers here, both with quite a bit of progress. But it will be really hard for them to try to kite this out against Gajay, who does have Blink back up again to aid in his kite, in his chase as well.
Absolutely, and basically has teleport as well with how well he aims those balls to get around. But we're going to see him approach the toy merchant here, who does manage to get away with that catapult and is now going to fly away. The polarity has been changed so that if one of them takes damage, they don't go around right away, which means that potentially a cipher could be primed in time to have two survivors up for endgame. But is going to stun, going to try and change that polarity, but it does not work, which means that the hit is taken and they are both still up, but going to use this teleport to get even closer. And so much going on, and just so much, and the blink is used, which really adds on and gets that toy merchant right down, who can now be, and they actually choose to surrender. Wow, Lychee!
Wow, so that's going to be a 4 elimination on Gajay's side. We saw there in the end, both survivors being the same polarity caused them to both go down with that last hit, taking the same amount of damage there. And no choice there in the end. Nobody left to rescue or decode that cipher, once they both go down. So really, we just saw a lot of dominating gameplay by Gajay here, bringing out the Hermit and showing how strong the Hermit can be in this kind of tournament setup here. We did see a really interesting gameplay from the survivor side as well. The female dancer actually, in the beginning, really managed to pull off quite a bit of time with that first kite, but eventually Gajay was able to come back from that, just slow down the cipher progress as much as possible and utilize the arsenal of tricks that the Hermit does have in hand to both slow down the cipher progress, apply pressure, be able to catch up and chase, and also that series of stuns utilized in the camp. So much there going on in that match, but, turn this into a comeback here. So they actually are able to take this first round here with a 6-3 score.
Yeah, just absolutely riveting to watch. So much going on. You never know what to expect. That surrender at the end really came at me out of nowhere. I was so shocked. And you were so right. If anyone's going to bring this back, it's going to be Gajay. And that Hermit play was just so fascinating to begin with. And everything that went on was so fast-paced and so wonderful. But we're going to catch a break in a few seconds. And we hope everyone's enjoying this as much as we are so far. We are just so excited. It's so great. Gonna have to, try and reel back in and calm down after all of that excitement.
Stay silent when you hear this sound. The static particles begin to vibrate with the sound waves, indicating they have acquired energy. It may be a tiny amount, yet it's enough to straighten out my thoughts. But the energy can also be huge. As the setting sun shone upon the final rest, I saw a musical note glimmering in gold and dancing in the air, just as they expected. The movement spread my life energy and pushed me up a pedestal until I could smell the aroma of talent in the air. The aroma was me, but it slowly faded with time. Once it faded, it cast me into the abyss, where the light from my eyes extinguished. The light shines through my fingers and onto the white keys as I continue writing, hoping the melody points me in a direction. In the reflection, I see what should have happened. He glows golden, just like they first expected. Stay silent when you hear this sound. The static particles begin to vibrate with the sound waves, indicating they have acquired energy. It may be a tiny amount. Great energy forces a change in the tide and pushes the world to absurdity. Do you believe?
And we are right back, and we're gonna hop into round 2 soon, which is just so exciting, especially after everything we just watched. It's gonna be absolutely wonderful. You know, everything was so exciting. That Hermit play was so crazy. I do wonder if he'll get banned, or if Gajay will be able to pull him out again. You know, you want to deal with that Hermit, you want to deal with that Wax Artist, you want to deal with that Soul Weaver. There are a lot of things to worry about here.
That's definitely true, Veronica. We just saw such a dominating match there by Gajay, and you know, that's the strength of these tournament hunters here, is that you have to be able to have such a deep character pool and just being able to adapt to whatever the survivors decide to pick. So Gajay there, he's a master of so many different hunters, and being able to pull that Hermit out shows that he's been able to adapt to not only what the survivors chose, but also the ongoing meta as well, and continue to learn those new characters while, like I said before, keeping up his skill with the old characters. So really impressive, and really shows how skilled of a hunter he is to be able to master so many hunters and bring them out on a tournament level.
You know, it's just so great, and we're probably going to see some fascinating gameplay from Moro here too. It's just everything going on is so great, and I hope to see the same level of excitement in chat. You know, I saw some people like just, you know, so frightened of how good Hermit was in the right hands. You know, you play against him from an amateur and you can kind of get your footing, but when it's Gajay doing it in the tournament, it's an entirely different playing field, Lychee.
Yeah, for sure. And I think, you know, for survivors, even when you have that communication with so much going on, having to adjust to whatever the hunter is doing, you know, a lot of times you end up in a reactive position trying to figure out how to switch your polarity, when it's possible to meet and heal up, or how to divide and conquer your cipher progress when it's so being spread out there. So definitely so much of it relies on the survivor teamwork there. And even at the high tier level, we can see that really good Hermit can put so much pressure on their survivors in that way.
Absolutely, and we're going to be able to get right back into it here. We are on the Red Church, which is going to be really fascinating to see. You know, that's a map that can be strong for the Hunter and for the Survivor side. Mad Penguins is going to play on our Survivor side again. We're going to see CB, Gajay still in the playing field, so we could learn our answer to our query very, very soon. Are we going to see that Hermit banned, Lychee? It's a very great question, and I am so excited to see it answered.
Yeah, I definitely am curious to see what they'll decide to go with. But first, we have these bands coming in here with the Priestess and the female dancer there. So I think, you know, recognizing that MP has a really skilled female dancer on their team, deciding to eliminate that variable in a map like Church where she can really set up those boxes in a central location to support her teammates. But we do see, like you mentioned here, Veronica, the Hermit being respected here and being banned, so MP deciding to eliminate that variable in this match.
Start off with the Prospector and the Mercenary here, which is very interesting to start out with. That female dancer ban is totally unsurprising. I don't know if anyone else noticed, chat, but when we looked at the stats, she had a 108 second kite, I think it was, which was so much longer than anyone else's. Really great to see. That entomologist is also going to be banned here. You know, on Church can really be such a pest with those bees, you know, blocking off, supporting. The map is kind of the perfect size to get over and support your teammates without getting rid of, you know, too much juice on them.
Yeah, and it's definitely a map where she has a lot of points where she can use the bees to block doorways or certain really vital points, choke points there in the map. So can definitely see why Gajay decided to ban those characters that all three of them honestly have such strong support around the central Church area. But on the Survivor side here, we now have the Acrobat coming into play. So another very versatile character here. Actually, all three of these characters, you know, pretty strong here for the Survivors so far, and in a way where they can counter a lot of different hunters. Mercenary there being the universal rescuer, Acrobat being a well-rounded kiter, rescuer, decoder, whichever position he needs to fill, and Prospector there, we see him played being quite a lot recently, actually, often being used to support the teammate after they get off the rocket chair, if he's not the first kiter. So we'll have to see how MP is able to pull this off on their side.
We're going to see a postman ban come in from Gajay here. So, you know, no postman. You don't want those letters. You don't want that dog on the field. You want him to stay benched. And that means we're in for possibly another very interesting fourth slot pick here. But there are still some meta characters that are very open. You know, like the Forward is available to be used. The Seer is shockingly available to be used. They could swing for one of these very solid survivors that is very reliable. Or again, like we saw in the first match, actually, with the female dancer and the coordinator coming in at the last second, we could end up seeing an interesting situation whereupon we actually have a fourth character who is a bit of an out of nowhere pick. But actually we go for the Patient here, who is a very strong, solid survivor and will be an interesting and very, very good addition to this team comp here. Very balanced, but, you know, a lot of things going on, a lot of kite. And Gajay coming in with the Wax Artist here. This will be absolutely wonderful to watch, Lychee. How do you think about this team comp against the Wax Artist? It seems like they prepared for this.
Yeah, definitely. I do think, you know, the Wax Artist does sometimes have trouble with the Patient there just because he can hook through certain points on the map there and also gain a lot of distance, and sometimes can be vulnerable to harassers as well. But at the same time, Wax Artist does have a lot of camping mechanisms, I would say. You know, as he gets stronger and gains more presence, he does have a good chance at gaining an advantage through the camp. We do have the Mercenary, though, who is able to generally rescue pretty reliably, and the Acrobat, who can also disable the Hunter's skills. So I think the Survivors there, like you said, they did prepare themselves, maybe for a variety of options, but I think they definitely would have considered Wax Artist there while picking what characters they play.
Absolutely, and it's potentially looking like a one-tied situation from the Mercenary. I'm just taking a peek over at the builds here, you know, just to let chat know because they can't see them as well. We have what seems to be 1 broken windows, 2 flywheel, and 1 tide turner. So that'll be very, very interesting to watch here. You know, an interesting choice for the comp, and will be very good against the Wax Artist, I think, to utilize that flywheel and the broken windows to make that distance, Lychee.
Yes, for sure. We do know, like, the wax artist does have some mechanisms to counter the flywheel, but at the same time, you still have to try to bait that out if you're just going for the regular hit there. But now going into the spawn points here, we do have prospectors spawning in the middle of the church there, potentially able to provide support to the teammates. Meanwhile, we do have the patient there at the red carpet, Merc at middle broken, the acrobat at shack, and Gotje there is going to spawn in that middle section between the graveyard and the back gate there. So could potentially go for any of the survivors in that row. We'll have to see how this plays out.
Yeah, this will be really wonderful to see. We got LC on the Prospector, we got Zero on the Patient there, we got Anomaly on the Acrobat, and we got Shuni on the Mercenary. And of course, as we've said a million times, we got Gajay on the Wax Artist. This is going to be great. We're going to hop right in soon. You know, remember your Nello Mello clients. Be loud, chat, chit-chat, get excited. Lisa and I are going to take it from here. Let's go. Gajay starts. You know, we're starting with the spawn. We're going to transition over here to the church. I'm going to go through. You know, it's better than walking all the way around. And we're going to see what survivors we can find first. It seems to be LC on the Prospector, Lychee.
Yes, indeed. And Gajay here just going to loop around and follow those Prospector footprints there, tilting the screen down to activate the trait that allows him to walk a little bit faster there. And we did see actually on the topic of traits that Gajay didn't choose to bring Insolence, which many times wax artists may do, but actually has brought Trump Card for additional flexibility there. But we'll just see how this kite plays out here. Gajay already trying to accumulate wax onto that Prospector and has 100%, able to get that Prospector stuck in place and get that first hit on the Prospector fairly early in this game here, Veronica.
Yeah, we're going to see that Prospector utilize that pallet there after throwing it in order to gain some distance, which is going to be really good. You know, you want to get that distance, but now cannot use this window. Gajay's going to vault it. Unfortunately, there is a magnet there hiding and waiting for him. Oh! Blink and a Terror Shock on the Prospector!
My goodness, yes. So that blink was just up right, and just as it came up on after cooldown, Gajay was able to utilize that on the Prospector, who very unfortunately was slow vaulting as well. And now we have the Prospector on the chair with still 5 ciphers remaining to be popped here. So going fairly well for Gajay so far. But we'll have to see how this plays out on the survivor side. Like you mentioned earlier, Veronica, only one survivor with the tie turner here, who is the Mercenary, and we do see that actually the Mercenary is not the one in the vicinity, but is the one continuing to decode, while the other survivors here are coming over to the chair. So we'll see if they decide to go for this rescue or not. Seems like if they do, it might be a rescue right before the chair takes off.
Sometimes you just have to cut your losses there. That Terror Shock was a really beautiful play on the side of Gajay, and you know, LC was kiting so well right up until that point. So we're gonna have to be careful here, but we do see the Patient actually coming in for this rescue, but it's gonna be really, really close. Not sure if the Patient will be able to make it in time. You know, just a straight thing of wax here, and is stopped, but manages to get the rescue off last minute. No tie turner utilized, so the LC does go down right away. You know, taking that hit, you don't really have much you can do in this situation, and will be sent back to the Manorist placed on this chair. Ciphers are looking okay. They're not great, but they're about as good as they can be, and you know, they're doing their best in order to fight really hard against Gajay here. MP is currently working on some teamwork. It looks like they potentially might be going in for healing each other. They're transitioning. They want to try and make sure to get out of the way.
Right, and we do see that Gajay here is on the hunt for the next survivor. Unfortunately, hasn't run into anybody so far. I was thinking maybe you would be able to catch sight of the Patient, but it looks like they were able to loop around there. Gajay there, though, we do see that he has full presence by now. Blink is not quite yet ready, but by the time that he finds the next survivor, perhaps it will be. We do see that, like you mentioned though, Veronica, they are prioritizing healing up, and it looks like they're actually having Acrobat perhaps stand out and take that second kite just to catch Gajay's attention before he catches onto those survivors healing over there. So we'll see how much time this Acrobat can bring for the teammates there as they continue to kite and decode here. Flywheel being into play just to gain some additional distance, but unfortunately getting hit here, the pallet's already destroyed on this area here, so Acrobat will be looking to transition right now.
Oh, what an interesting play, uses the bomb to get away, but is actually got by the right outer of the wax, right on the edge of it. Very unfortunate for Anomaly here, who, was making a really good job of transitioning away, but will be placed on the chair right here in the middle. Everything's going, it's going pretty all right. Gotche's really, really pulling it through here. Not a lot of Cypher progress has been done due to that healing, and it's going to block off the Cypher here in the center. Probably going to pressure the Cyphers as much as possible and continue to patrol around the area of this chair. We see the Mercenary come in, who does have the Tide Turner on the team and uses that elbow pad to gain some distance. Considers faulting that window for just a second, but that would have ended not so great. Going to use the Searing Wax here in order to get that hit, and now has to take a full damage in order to get this Acrobat off the chair. So Acrobat is going to be very careful about how he kites, because otherwise we're looking at a double down situation, Lychee.
Yes, definitely. And we do see here, Gotche does have the blink ready as well. So actually does utilize that right now. Utilizes the blink and downs the Acrobat as he was vaulting over that pallet there. So Gotche, although he ended up stepping in that fireball, it's no matter, because he's going to have the Acrobat back on the chair, and the Mercenary, like you mentioned, actually took full damage, so it went down after the Tide Turner as well. So that really puts Gotche in an advantageous situation. I mean, survivors only have one Cypher left, but they're going to have one survivor on the ground and the other one going into rescue, so nobody's going to be decoding right now. Patient there going in for the rescue was able to pull off against the Acrobat and block some of the wax there, but unfortunately, Gotche is just going to be able to down the Acrobat with a normal hit here. So this is going to be Acrobat's elimination. Gotche looking strong so far. We do see that Mercenary Cypher is nearly done. However, it'll be remain to be seen if Gotche can get another hit in before they pop that Cypher.
Yeah, actually going... Oh, and the Cypher is popped right as Gotche is coming over to block it off in order to continue to pressure these survivors. We now have a full health Mercenary on this final kite here. You're going to want to buy as much time as you can for that patient to get a gate open and get out. And as we saw earlier, the dungeon is in that corner area, just kind of closer to the gate. Gonna want to be really careful here. Transitioning away, currently chasing with the wax, you want to get that stop on him. And best case scenario, you want to be able to get 100 on the Mercenary and then use that Searing Wax in order to get the hit, and then an immediate down because the Mercenary will be on half health.
Yes, and we do see that the Mercenary there almost has quite a lot of wax on him as well. Acrobat was opening the other gate, and although being a slow gate opener should be able to escape, Mercenary does have an elbow pad left though, and indeed uses that elbow pad. Gotche actually has trump card to switch it and has switched to teleport there, but Mercenary looks like he's actually going to be able to run to the dungeon and jump right in. So actually this is going to be a tie there for the survivor side. Really narrow escape there, but we did see that, in the end game, the Mercenary was able to play it out well, did accumulate quite a bit of wax, but unable to allow Gotche to get that hit on him there, get that Searing Wax and hit combination on him there, and utilizing that elbow pad that he managed to save at the end to jump that dungeon. So nice job on the survivor side for coming back and bringing out that tie, but also on the hunter side here, getting a tie for a hunter is nothing to sneeze at, being able to pull that off. I would say Gotche sets his team up in a good position as well to try to aim for a 3 escape and take this round. And if not, they're already in the lead, so a tie might be exactly what they're looking for.
Yeah, what a beautiful clutch dungeon escape after Gotche just did so much to pressure those survivors and do as much on the field as possible. But we're going to cut to a break soon, just to take all of that in again and give everyone a little moment to lapse in the action. So we'll be right back with you in just a few brief moments.
Stay silent when you hear this sound. The static particles begin to vibrate with the sound waves, indicating they have acquired energy. It may be a tiny amount, yet it's enough to straighten out my thoughts. But the energy can also be huge. As the setting sun shone upon the final rest, I saw a musical note glimmering in gold and dancing in the air, just as they expected. The movement spread my life energy and pushed me up a pedestal until I could smell the aroma of talent in the air. The aroma was me, but it slowly faded with time. Once it faded, it cast me into the abyss, where the light from my eyes extinguished. The light shines through my fingers and onto the white keys as I continue writing, hoping the melody points me in a direction. In the reflection, I see what should have happened. He glows golden, just like they first expected. Stay silent and hear this sound. The static particles begin to vibrate with the sound waves, indicating they have acquired energy. It may be a tiny amount. Great energy forces a change in the tide and pushes the world to absurdity. Do you believe? Koi! やっと! 頭は間違うことがあっても血は間違わない。正しさとはそれは傷つけることはできる。守り救済することはできない。僕が良ければ全てよし。超推理。 Everlasting night with no end in sight. Even the dazzling light failed to pierce the darkest dream. Noir, the Melodist family has no need for useless people.
Creating a perpetual motion machine is like being trapped in a never-ending dream. Reality grows from these sketches, expanding through years of fruitless effort.
Welcome right back. So excited to be back. We are back here in round 2, match 2. We are going to see a reverse on what we just saw before. You know, we're going to see Mad Penguins back on the Hunter side, and we're going to see Comeback back on the Survivor side. For those of you who have missed everything so far, I'm Veronica. This is Lychee, my lovely, lovely co-caster. And we are, you know, so excited to be here with you today. We just saw an interesting draw on the Red Church map. Lishi, what are your thoughts on everything that happened there? Just to recap, so much excitement in the air, all of those interesting plays, and just everything going on.
We saw Gaje there come out with one of his really strong hunters, the wax artist, and the survivor side there actually, being able to come back, I would say, from a fairly difficult early game situation, just because we did see that Gaje got a pretty early down, but, wasn't able to pick up the pace during the second round of chasing. So I think that really gave the survivors an opportunity to do what they needed to do, whether it was heal up or get back to where their ciphers were. And once on the second chase there, the survivors were able to just keep that momentum going on their side. I think Gaje did have a little bit of a chance there at the end as well, when he had to make that decision at that last point, whether or not to go to that cipher that the mercenary was decoding, or to continue to try to chase that acrobat and down them before the cipher was popped. And making that decision to go for the cipher instead, that allowed the acrobat to get away, while it allowed mercenary to go ahead and pop that cipher to have 2 survivors at endgame, with the mercenary being the one closest to the wax artist, which is probably not the survivor he was hoping for to chase at the endgame, considering he did have an elbow pad left.
Absolutely. It was just that tricky moment, got that wax ready to block that cipher off and continue that chase, but the mercenary knew what was coming and popped it right before that could happen. So exciting all around. And then that dungeon escape. And I'm sure you've been there, Lichi, you're playing Hunter, you think, oh, I gotta switch to teleport, I really gotta pressure that gate. No blink in play to prevent that dungeon escape on the side of the mercenary, even if there had been a half health to get it straight down. But so fascinating to watch overall. And we're going to get right back into our band picks again. This time, Moro on the Hunter side. We're going to see come back on the Survivor side. Gache has left them with a draw to work with and a win in that first round. So, there's a lot that can be done here. We could be seeing a third round here if everything goes really smoothly for CB's Survivor side, Lichi.
Definitely. We'll have to see how this plays out here. Moro there, has shown us as well, though, that they're definitely not a hunter to be overlooked. So I think there's definitely still a chance for them to try to turn this game around, or at least try to get a draw to get to round 3, like you mentioned. But coming in here with the survivor bands already, we have the priestess and the female dancer here, who we've previously seen played before. So banning those strong support characters, while meanwhile the survivors have actually banned the clerk here. So clerk actually, we do see clerk fairly often on the Red Church map as well, and definitely a hunter that's very up there in the meta that also has 4K potential. So could be a good idea for the survivors there to ban that clerk, but at the same time it does leave out Moro with a couple of options, including the round 1 pick there of the Bonbon.
Yes, we could see that Bonbon come into play again. Comeback is thinking, we can handle that Bonbon, we're going to be fine. We know what he's like now. We're probably going to do okay. So we see the forward and the acrobat come into play here, which will be very interesting. Very meta characters, very strong. Never ever bad picks, I find. You want them to balance out your team comps, and when they're not banned, you should swing straight for them, which Comeback does right here.
Yes, definitely true, Veronica. Definitely really universal picks, I would say, like you kind of mentioned. Could do well against a whole variety of hunters there. And we do see that Moro here is also coming in with a patient ban. So a character that we recently saw as well, able to pull pretty long distances away from hunters who aren't able to catch up. He can definitely be quite a bit of a menace. And can also come in as a potential rescuer or kiter position there, and has no decoding debuff. So, could be definitely see why the hunter would want to ban him here on this map. But survivors now coming in here with the entomologist pick. So we kind of discussed this last time, Veronica, but entomologist can be pretty strong on this map as well as a supporter, because with those bees, you can really try to support your teammates around that church area and various areas of the map where you can just completely block off the hunter's path.
Yeah, you can do a lot with that entomologist support here, and a lot that can be done with those kites. So Moro's going to have a lot to deal with here with this entomologist on his hands. In the right hands, the entomologist can be quite scary and quite a bit of a hassle to deal with. Those beasts just come out of nowhere while you're kiting another survivor. And we actually see this coordinator band from Moro, which is a very interesting pick. Seen the coordinator before, but very interesting selection just because, you know, the gun didn't really go off that much, but still frightened of this coordinator, which is very interesting to see. But, you know, maybe you just want to bring them right out of their comfort zone in order to sort of mind game them in the pregame.
Yes, that's definitely true. And we do see that the survivors here have come in with Postman as the last pick. So I kind of like this because, you know, Postman is so versatile as well, able to use those letters to speed up the decoding as well as exit gate opening, save the teammates time from looking for the dungeon at the end game. Also has that dog as well to support himself as well as the teammates there. So we've seen Postman actually do very strongly recently in tournaments against, just like thinking about the other tournaments that are going on now as well. He's been able to do really strong against a lot of different hunters there, even unexpectedly against hunters that you think that he would counter, like Bloody Queen. I think just his ability to support his teammates with those letters as well can't be overlooked.
You know what, Lychee, I'm gonna be honest with you, I've been playing Postman since I started playing this game and he was nowhere near meta, and I've been waiting for him to come up, and it's so exciting to see him here now. And we're gonna see Bonbon come into play again, you know, against this team comp. I think things are looking pretty even, you know, this is a decent, they knew what they were preparing for. They banned that clerk and they forced Moru back onto that Bonbon, trying to stay comfortable. You know, you want to be able to level up your opponent, you want to be able to do what you can do. So I think that this team comp could be very, very strong against this Bonbon here.
Yes, definitely. I would say though, you know, on Bonbon's side, we don't have a mercenary to come in as the strong, supportive, stable rescuer on the survivor side here, at least. We do have the forward though, who could potentially be something to be wary of, since he could come in for a stun rescue or to support at any time. Bonbon does have mechanisms to counter that by dropping the bomb down before picking up the survivor, or dropping the bombs at the chair, but, you know, always a variable there as well to look out for. So we'll have to see what trait Moru decides to bring on the Bonbon, if it'll be the same as last time or switching it up to something different, because I think he brought teleport the whole time last time as the Bonbon, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, and we are heading right into our spawn selection here. You know, you always got that fun T-shape from the survivors. We're going to see in a lineup from the church, you know, top to bottom. And you are going to see Moru spawn on the opposite side here. Might go for this Postman right away. You really want him out of the way so we can't send those decoding letters. You know, they can really be a detriment to the hunter. Just getting that decoding really up and ready to go. There's a lot that Postman can accomplish in this current meta and might be quite a pain for Moru.
Yes, definitely. So we will have to see how this plays out, but into the game already. So Moru there on the chase, heading straight for the middle where we saw the Postman was. Down in the corner there, we do see that this Bonbon has Trump card this time, as well as Detention. So Detention, Trump card, and is going to loop around the church looking for that first survivor there, but already running into the bees. Entomologist actually retracting those bees so that she can use them for later. But looks like the Entomologist is actually going to be the first find that Moru runs into after making that loop around the church here.
Really can be a pain, but with Bonbon you do have that ability where you can throw the bombs, which means that you don't necessarily have to walk through those bees every single time. You can still land those hits without getting that close to the Entomologist, which, you know, can be a lot of a hassle for her. And we're gonna see this chase around here. We're gonna see the Entomologist go in and try and loop this area, but one full body hit and the Entomologist will go down, Lychee. You know, you want to try and prolong this kite as long as possible to get that decoding done. You want to get those ciphers popped.
Yes, and Bonbon we do see has Blink here and utilizes that already, but misses the Blink hit. Oh my goodness, Veronica. So the Entomologist there did some really good jukes there, perhaps even predicting that Blink, I'm not sure, but was able to avoid that very narrowly and actually transition over to an area with additional pallets. We do see that the bees are unfortunately on cooldown and almost used up, but the forward is now coming into play to support as well, and already utilizing the football there. A very long football, but Moru was able to spot him out and just get that hit there. But although forward did have to take that hit, it bought quite a bit of time for the Entomologist to transition on into a different area.
Absolutely, so much going on here. This Entomologist is able to prolong that kite from earlier. Still has some bee to utilize, you know, gonna put it in the way of Moru here, who we know now does not have that blink to utilize any longer. So can definitely place those bees there without expecting there to be a blink that'll prevent that. But the remote bomb. Moro has these really beautiful remote bombs that are just so fun to watch. Really well timed, gets the survivors right on them and clicks them right away, and then almost always a down. Just absolutely wonderful play on both sides here. Was able to kite out to 2 ciphers being finished, which is very beneficial to the survivor team. And that's only first tier after that forward support from earlier, Lychee.
Yes, definitely true. And we do see the acrobat here is actually going to try to come in for a rescue. Does have bombs to work with here, but is just trying to close in on the chair, it looks like. And taking that basic hit from the bonbon, but was able to accomplish his mission there of doing that rescue in the end. We do see that bomb coming into play actually chipped the acrobat there, who will be going down after Tide Turner is over. So if Moro is able to get that entomologist down before Tide Turner is over, it will be a double down. And it looks like that is the case. Like you mentioned, Veronica, Moro there with the bombs is just so accurate at aiming those and timing those right. So really impressive that he's been able to utilize that to get these downs here. On the survivor side, they were doing pretty well for their side as well, getting those ciphers done. And right now it looks like they're actually going for the heal. The down on acrobat did set them back a little bit more. So it looks like they actually, though, have the forward coming in here for the rescue, Veronica.
Wow! And gonna use that flywheel in order to get away, but still takes the last effort from Moro, who just manages to, get the entomologist in an area where, she will still take a hit. Acrobat's fully healed, they're still pushing those ciphers. Entomologist is going all the way down here into the basement in order to actually push Moro as far away from the survivors pushing cipher machines as possible, Lychee, which is just wonderful teamwork on the side of Comeback.
Yes, just adding those extra seconds there for the bonbon to have to go down there and pick her up and chair her. We do see that on the survivor side, they are already on the last ciphers as well. Bonbon still with Blink here, not quite yet switched to teleport, but survivors seem to be preventing that possibility, and indeed, they definitely made the right choice to do so, because Moro has switched to teleport in a very decisive play here and is already on the postman here, utilizing the flywheel but unable to completely prevent that bomb from getting hit. Moro there just doing a really good job with those chain bombs as usual, and on the hunt for this postman, closing in on the distance quite quickly now.
We're gonna find the judges in that area. The postman knew where it was already and set it the forward, but Moro may also know now, which will be very beneficial for endgame. This paper was, he's just gonna loop around to the best of his ability. But another one of those beautiful remote bombs, and this poor postman happens to go down right next to a chair that can be used. And, ciphers are being pushed. They're gonna maybe come in for this rescue after one is primed. They're gonna maybe just continue to push them. But now with one remaining, it seems that the acrobat can come in for that rescue and the forward can push this cipher. But Moro is transitioning over to that cipher, the same one that was being primed last time in the last match, actually, Lychee.
Yes, oh my goodness, this seems to be the infamous last cipher here. And we do see that Bonbon there is closing in on the forward, but actually forward now at half health actually another chip there coming in there. So Moro there, we'll have to see if he's able to down the forward there and actually be able to get him on the chair before the cipher is primed. We do see that the other survivors have already rescued and should be on their way to keep decoding as well. Forward there, actually utilizing the very last edge of his football to avoid that hit, but in the end still gets knocked down there as Moro will be putting him on the rocket chair. And we do see 72S, the acrobat, making his way towards that cipher that was so had so much progress on it, but Moro also is able to chair the forward in the vicinity, so being able to potentially camp out that last cipher before they're able to prime it here.
Yeah, going to be forced to come in for this rescue, right away. Going to try and get this prime to the best of his ability, and it is really close, but it is a race against time. You want to be able to not get those downs, but going to go down, and that cipher is not at a, tappable prime, so we're going to have to see what they can do here. The acrobat's going to have to transition away from it and abandon it for now. There's a lot going on, and that forward is going to go back on chair. The acrobat would have to come back in for a rescue if anyone was going to, but with one chip on, has to be really, really careful with these bombs.
Yes, and we do see the postman is actually running into the area as well, so I'm wondering if they're going to try to make a push and all go for that last cipher if they're able to pull off the rescue. But unfortunately, the acrobat got chipped, so this is putting them in a really dangerous situation here where they might not even be able to pull off this rescue here, even with two survivors coming in. We'll have to see how this plays out here. Just this red carpet of bombs here. Acrobat coming in finally and going down already, unfortunately, but we do see the forward was able to get rescued, so they're going to make a rush for this Cypher pop, but it seems like Moru's actually going to be able to pick up the forward before the postman pops that Cypher. It at least allows the Acrobat to get up and running, but forward will be eliminated here, Veronica.
Yeah, there's a lot going on here, and just so much. That Cypher Pop was, they really fought for that. You had two people on sort of a 75 health with which they were down with one bomb, which the forward was. The Acrobat had gone down. They create a second red carpet there. You're totally right, Lychee. This Acrobat is going to transition over to the red carpet in question now, the real one. We might fill it with more bombs and create a second one, which is double. Gonna vault right over this with a beautiful bomb. Gonna use the fire bomb in order to try and prevent more bombs, but more skillfully just evades it, walks right around it. The remote bomb brings another down, and the teleport is utilized to put more pressure on this postman, Lychee.
My goodness, Veronica, looking at that gate progress there, that gate was so close to being open, already greater than 90%. So coming in here with the teleport just in time to cut off that postman from completing the gate. And the Acrobat there is going to have to try to heal up while the postman kites this out. And this is a detention bonbon as well, adding the pressure onto the survivors even more. So far, postman has been able to keep up the kite for quite a while now. So we'll see if Moru can take him down with this last remote bomb, and does manage to do so. So at least is able to get the postman down and potentially chair as well. We'll see if he does decide to chair or to just drop and go for the Acrobat. But it looks like at this point, just going to chair and be safe. Acrobat, still out there in the running, and the survivors should know where the dungeon is as well as that gate that's almost open. So does have a couple of possibilities. Is giving off crows though, so we do see that Moru is making a beeline, and at this point it's just a foot race between the two.
We're going to see what happens here. No fly ability utilized on the Acrobat. This Acrobat, he's usually seen carrying Tie Turner, as we see here, trying to finish this gate, and does manage to do it. Is he going to get out? And he does! And that bomb knocks him right out of the gate, Lychee. What an exciting endgame match again!
Oh my goodness, these endgame matches, these endgames have just been super exciting here. Really close between both teams either time, and a lot of times just a gamble depending on what the survivors and hunters decide to do. So in this case here, Moru once again, similar to the first match, actually made a gamble to teleport to the gate, but this time was able to cut off the postman, the survivor decoding the gate before the gate was open, and get them on the chair. So, and actually, had a good chance to get that Acrobat as well, but with the team communication, they were able to communicate to the Acrobat, the gate is almost open. If he makes it to the gate, he should be able to just touch it a couple times and get out. So luckily with that and the bomb that he had remaining, allowed him to just roll right out of the gate, out of Moru's clutches. Still a really good game for Moru though, getting that 3 survivor elimination on their side. And thinking back to the previous match, the Gaje had gotten a tie there for his team. So this means that actually MP was able to take this second game and even out the score there in terms of the rounds. So we do know that CB does have an additional point advantage here, which might be a little bit of an advantage going into round 3. But this did allow, in terms of the big points there, the round points, it did allow the teams to even out here in the second round.
Absolutely, very interesting. We will be cutting to another break here, and we will be seeing you guys in just a few minutes.
Stay silent when you hear this sound. The static particles begin to vibrate with the sound waves, indicating they have acquired energy. It may be a tiny amount, yet it's enough to straighten out my thoughts. But the energy can also be huge. As the setting sun shone upon the final rest, I saw a musical note glimmering in gold and dancing in the air, just as they expected. The movement spread my life energy and pushed me up a pedestal until I could smell the aroma of talent in the air. The aroma was me, but it slowly faded with time. Once it faded, it cast me into the abyss, where the light from my eyes extinguished. The light shines through my fingers and onto the white keys as I continue writing, hoping the melody points me in a direction. In the reflection, I see what should have happened. He glows golden, just like they first expected. Stay silent when you hear this sound. The static particles begin to vibrate with the sound waves, indicating they have acquired energy. It may be a tiny amount. Great energy forces a change in the tide and pushes the world to absurdity. Do you believe?
And we are back! We're in for round 3. This is going to be so exciting, Lychee. You know, everything ties up in round 2 that allows us to go into a third round. So this is, you know, stakes high. This is a winner or a loser. We are looking at something that's going to go a little bit wild, Lychee. We're going to have a lot of bands. We're going to have a lot of interesting plays. Everyone has been playing so hard already, and I can only imagine how much more round 3 is going to bring up. Everyone in chat, are you excited? What are we looking forward to? You know, who do we expect to win? Are you excited to see Gaje and Moru take the field again?
Yes, be sure to let us know, viewers, in the chat who you're excited to see, which characters you're excited to see these really amazing players pull out of their character pools here. Don't forget that there is, you know, prizes on the line for those who interact more. You do have additional chances to win. So be sure to interact and give us shout outs in the chat to whoever you're rooting for. We're also excited to learn that as well. But yes, Veronica, really exciting day so far, coming in here with some pretty close matches from both sides, and just seeing the power of those each side's hunters and survivors in being able to adapt to whatever is happening. You know, seeing that really, I would say, exciting gameplays from the hunter, bringing out new characters and new plays that we haven't seen before. So really, really innovative is the word I think I was looking for there, from both sides here.
Absolutely, it's so great. You know, Nell's answering all of your questions in chat. It's really great. Hi Nell, hi chat, hi everyone. We're so excited to get back into things. Lychee, are there any like survivor characters that you're interested in seeing come out in the plays before? You know, everyone's always asking about niche hunter picks. They're like, I want to see a photographer, I want to see a feaster, but you know what, Lychee? I want to know what survivors you're looking forward to seeing who we may not see often.
Ooh, that's a good question. You know, on the survivor side, I would say we've already seen the prospector so far. It'd be interesting if we ever get to see a antiquarian. But I personally would like to see the little girl come out as well, because, you know, there's a lot of interesting plays I think you can do with her, commonly seen in combination with a mercenary. But, you know, I actually would like to see that as well. Something a little bit different, but something that I know that some teams have practiced in the past before. So we'll see what they decide to do in this round here. What about you, Veronica? Is there anything that you're excited to see come up either on the hunter or survivor side?
See a Gravekeeper. I love watching Gravekeeper gameplay. I love watching the shovels, you know. It's very nice to see that kind of kite ability and that support. So, you know, that's my pick. That's, you know, if you're out there, you're listening, please, you know, listen to our prayers and give us those survivor picks that we're so interested in seeing. But So excited to hop into this match. Everything's getting ready. Everything's prepared. We're going to see the map selection soon. We're going to see everything going on at first. It's going to be really interesting in this third round here, Lychee. Stakes are high.
Yes, and I'm curious to see if the survivors or hunters will have a different mindset going into this last round here. If they'll try to change things up from what they were doing before, or just go with whatever they know works well for them. Sometimes we do tend to see more harasser characters on the survivor side come out in the third round if they're in a position where they have to get a certain amount of points. So we'll have to see if that factors into their mindset here coming in here. But I think both teams have shown that they have very strong mindsets with comeback here, getting those early points, and then MP showing that, they're here to win as well, taking that second round and turning this around, getting themselves that game 3 opportunity, that round 3 opportunity, I think really speaks a lot to how strong their mindset is and how strong their skill is. So both sides here, very evenly matched that we've seen so far in terms of how the rounds have turned out.
Absolutely, everything's going to be great. I wonder what'll be brought up for those hunter sides. Moro, now might have that bonbon off the table, so we're going to see what Moro's able to pull out. They might go for the clerk ban again. They might go for the bonbon ban on top of it. And Gaje, predicting absolutely that Hermit and Wax Artist off the table.
Yes, definitely would be what I would do if I were the survivors there. Really scary to see those hunters coming out from Gaje's side. I think that he does have a lot of other hunters in his character pool, though, that we have to watch out for. So it's definitely not over yet, even if those hunters are banned. We're definitely going to see plenty of good, exciting gameplay coming from these hunters either way. And I would say, looking back at the matches so far, I feel like the hunters have set the tone a lot of times for these matches. With hunters coming in with really strong scores, whether that's 3 eliminations or, 4 eliminations from the earlier match as well. So a lot of times that's been the deciding factor here for the teams, how well the hunter plays. But certainly we can't discount what the survivors have been doing as well. Every single choice from both sides could end up turning the tables completely.
We saw that gorgeous play that, got that mercenary the dungeon in the second round there. So there's a lot going on and a lot that can be done. It's totally great to watch, and everyone on both sides is really working. And you're totally right about hunters sort of setting the playing field. If you get things ready for your survivor team to be able to sort of not relax, because it's a very high stakes environment, but when they have a higher point percentage because of the way that their hunters set the playing field in the prior round, it's a lot easier for them to be able to pull those wins with a little bit more calm in the storm.
Definitely. So I'm really excited again to see how these teams are going to play in this round 3 situation. It is potentially going to be the last match between these two teams here today for our first matchup. So definitely going to see them put out their all, give their all in this match here. This is kind of a do or die situation. So we'll see what happens and what they decide to go with this map choice here as well, because as we know, as we've been saying, whoever plays the hunter gets to set the tone, but a lot of times we see that the map here can also influence who they play greatly, who they decide to go with as their hunter pick.
Yeah. Absolutely. We want to see who they're going to pick from the center. We want to see what's going on. It's all very exciting to go around, Lychee. We're looking forward to those picks that we're kind of hoping on and praying for now, and we're getting ready for everything to take off. And in this moment of, a little bit of silence, a little bit of break, just us chit-chatting, I'm going to remind you guys again, of course, about the loyalty pledge, about the goodies that you'll get if you're kind of in that top 10 area with those fancy little coins that Nello has provided to us. And I will also just remind everyone about that fun giveaway of the 2 S-tier skins and the 1 A-tier skin.
Yes, really exciting to really have that opportunity to get those skins. I'm curious, Veronica, if you could get 1 S-tier skin, is there one that you would go for? What would be, what's your dream S-tier skin?
Limited wise, actually, I really love the Mr. Swift skin. It's so old, and I wish I could have it so bad. It's so pretty. I love it to bits and pieces. But actually, I am so excited for the Nymph of Ward skins. The perfumer one just like completely fits everything that I love in a cosmetic and like in sort of art and fashion in general. So I'm really excited for that. What are your thoughts, Lichi? If you could kind of like pick anything, what would you swing for?
You know, we were talking limited. If I had the option to pick a limited, I really wish I had Lady 13 for the geisha. But unfortunately, you know, not going to be able to get that. So if I had the option, you know, you were talking about the perfumer skin. I was a perfumer main for a long time as well, and I would love to have that skin too. So, you know, the geisha skin actually, I really like that one too. So those two are definitely up there for me for those picks.
Yeah, they certainly really pulled out all the stops for those. And we're going to get right into this match here. After the excitement over the Nymph Award skins, we're going to get right into the excitement of a third round. We're going to see the bans and picks coming in here really, really soon. We are actually on Chinatown here, and Moru is on the Hunter side. We could see those hunters coming into play with being banned and not being able to be utilized. Priestess first ban. She's really not coming into play. This is exactly how my rank matches feel, Ichi. Never get to take her out.
Yes, definitely, but not a surprise to see her banned on this map either. She is such a menace on this large map with so many buildings here, and so, a lot of second story buildings as well, so can definitely see why Moru decided to get rid of that factor immediately from the start. And here we also have a Seer and Forward being banned, so Moru here is really targeting those very traditionally meta characters here, coming right off the bat with those bans here. We'll see what the survivors decide to do when banning the Hunter side.
It'll be very interesting to see, you know, no Forward, no Seer, no Priestess, really going for those meta selections that you don't want to have coming into play here. It's going to be really interesting. We've seen a lot of, you know, high stakes gameplay, and we have seen a lot of kind of on the fringe of meta picks, you know, not extremely popular, not as strong as these three here that are in the ban pool right now, but, you know, enough that they can still hold their own. And the teamwork is really, again, what makes the dream work. These survivors are just so well coordinated with each other, and they work together really well, and they really want to secure this win for their team, you know, not for themselves, for their team. They're going to work together really hard. They're going to, you know, establish that kind of lineup that's going to be really good for them and really get them somewhere against these hunters.
Mm-hmm. And, you know, without knowing what the ban here is going to be on the survivor, on the Hunter from the survivor, we'll have to see what Moru's thinking in the end as well, because I remember, I think in the first round that we had, when Moru played the Bonbon, I don't think he banned the Seer that game, so maybe a little bit of a change in mindset, or possibly predicting knowing the Bonbon may be very well banned here as well. We'll have to see what the survivors are most fearful of out of Moru's characters here, and how Moru is going to counter that. And Clerk here coming in here as the first Hunter banned, so Clerk and Breaking Wheel, definitely two, you know, very strong Hunter characters here. I would say Breaking Wheel we've seen less recently than we have in the past, but still a really strong character for those who have kept up their skill with Breaking Wheel. And of course Clerk, who we've seen pull off a lot of strong games before. Not surprised to see the Hunters ban those. But now they're coming in with the picks here. So Veronica, what have we got for the Survivor picks so far?
We have got a Mercenary Lychee, and we have got an Acrobat Lychee. Really exciting. Mercenary is, of course, very good on most maps, but good here, you know, just like Moonlit, lots of places to dash away from and to. If you need someone to come in for a rescue last minute all the way across the map, that Mercenary and his elbow pets, they have got you. They are going to get you off of that chair as soon as they possibly can. With no Priestess in mind, you know, it's good for that Mercenary to come and play. I also think it's possible that we could see that Toy Merchant, you know, on this map, she's actually very strong, Lychee.
Yes, that's definitely a good point. There's so many spots where the Toy Merchant can utilize her items there from those two stories, and also there's that place where she can put the catapult so that the survivors can jump from the ground level onto the stairs, that fire escape stair area. So a lot of really interesting uses for her catapults and also her glider there. And we see that Moru actually has come in with a female dancer ban. Of note, actually, Moru's Bonbon is not being banned for this match, so I wonder if the survivors are also going to try to counter Bonbon in the survivors that they pick, since he's not, since he isn't going to be an option for Moru here.
You know, they're very comfortable going against this Bonbon. That coordinator is banned again. Definitely excited to see this lineup. You know, they know what they're doing against this Bonbon at this point. They feel very confident with him, and it does make sense. This Bonbon is usually delegated to be a Thai hunter, so they're just thinking, oh, if we pick Thai survivors, you know, we should be okay. Mechanic probably won't come into play. You know, she's very infamous for being a Thai survivor nowadays. But in the last round, instead you're going to want the toy merchant. You don't want to risk it that third round, especially in Chinatown, which is very large. It's hard to transport your bot back and forth and all of that nonsense that you got to do. But instead, we have these nice catapults that can come into play, and for the mercenaries, some items that can be picked up.
So just like you predicted there, Veronica, the toy merchant coming into play. I'm pretty excited to see this as well. We haven't seen a toy merchant today yet so far, so first one of the day. And like you mentioned, there's some good teamwork strategies that they can pull off with the toy merchant, especially since they have the mercenary there who can pick up additional items as well. We're talking earlier about this before this match about the potential of harassers to be brought out in a round 3, and we haven't seen that so much from the survivors in this match, at least. Moru there going in with the coordinator and forward ban, so we'll have to see if they're able to use their teamwork really to prolong their kite rather than using the harassing strategy. But toy merchant there, you also mentioned earlier, Veronica, she can sometimes even be sort of like a replacement for the priestess. So on maps like this, also help her fellow teammates gain distance. I'm really excited to see how that will come into play.
Yeah, there are some very, very wonderful spots that, I've utilized myself, really fun to use. All around sort of the hotel area right on that bridge, if you put a good catapult there, you can make so much distance that catching up can feel like impossible on the side of the hunter. And, Mori's going to pull out possibly this Bonbon, possibly whoever fits the bill the best, and gonna have to get rid of those pesky catapults just in order to not have that issue on hand. We're going to see what the spawn picks are. We're going to see how that plans out, but that toy merchant might be, beginning in a place where that catapult for support can be placed. In Chinatown, we have actually seen some very interesting toy merchant plays in other tourneys and, just all around where those catapults can be used to get around this really big map, and just there are so many places for her to jump off of without using the catapult to fly away, Lychee, too.
Yes, that's definitely true. A lot of really good high points for her to jump off and fly as well. So we'll have to see how they're able to pull this off. Also on the team, there's a postman again. We love seeing postman as well, especially Veronica being the postman expert here. But, really versatile character as well, who we've seen support his team very well in previous matches. On a map like Chinatown also, the dungeons are kind of spread out a little bit further apart, so it is nice to have vision on the dungeon if he's able to make it to the end game as well and give the teammates that hope letter there. But in terms of decoding speed as well, Mercenary is the only one really who's a slow decoder in this team, but with the postman you can really make up for that by sending the decoding letter to him. So if that's what the postman decides to do with that letter, it could potentially really bring their team to not have too much of a decoding debuff at all.
It'll be really great in order to catch up on the side of comeback on that decoding, which they're already pretty on track. That postman's going to be an interesting play, and you're totally right about the hope letter. You kind of got to go out of your way to find the dungeon locations on Chinatown, and we are going to see that Bonbon get selected by Moru, just, bringing it in, coming home with the Bonbon, who is well trusted and has been used so many times in a row now that I'm sure it's kind of like muscle memory at this point.
Yes, definitely. So I think this is Moru's third Bonbon match, playing Bonbon in every single match today. So Moru, we've seen before, definitely has the familiarity with the Bonbon, is really able to get those accurate chain bombs there. And in this match, actually doesn't have to deal with as many harassing characters as previous matches. The forward there in the last match really allowed the first kiter to transition, but that's not going to come into play this match. So Moru doesn't have to worry about bringing excitement either, or getting stunned out of the chase or the chairing animations there, or the camping there. So that does widen his possibilities a little bit as well. But this is a big map for Bonbon to cross, so I wonder if Moru will consider bringing that teleport out once again. Or we've also seen Blink in the past as well to hasten the chase here. So a couple different options in play.
We're going to see the spawn picks now. We're going to see everyone spread out in a nice way. Everyone's kind of locking in their spawns. We're going to see them create an interesting shape here. You want to send them into those buildings. You want to get everyone out of the way. Moru's going to lock on here in between the mercenary and the toy merchant, which is very, very interesting. Probably going to work out very well. Chooses not to go for that acrobat or postman, which is very interesting on the side of Moru, who seems to be putting the Mad and the Penguins in Mad Penguins.
Definitely true there, Veronica. So we will see who Moru decides to target as the first survivor there. If he'll decide to make that trek over to the other corner to target some of those survivors that might be more ideal for a first chase, or if you'll go for the first target in vicinity. Although if he does bring teleport again, it could be an option to always switch there as well.
And this is our third round, just the start of it, for our first matchup today. I'm Veronica, Lychee, just another rehash. And we see, just to start off, one of those really good catapult spots that forces the hunter to walk more than they probably want to. And Moru's going to come in this area and chase after this toy merchant, who then utilizes this catapult here, or not the catapult, the wings here, the glider, to be able to get further away. Going to try and loop around this area here, which is very beneficial for the toy merchant. But got to be careful, because those skills are on cooldown, and you got that one catapult to use.
Yep, and Toy Merchant here dropping this pallet that the Bonbon has no choice to break here. So far hasn't been bombed yet, but does have to watch out a little bit with these narrow corridors. Utilizing the two-story really to her advantage here to avoid those bomb hits as well. But we do see the teleport coming in here from Moru, who is immediately switching targets to the postman here. The dog, a flywheel coming into play right after the dog wasn't able to bite the hunter. And now postman vaulting away into the building, but already at half damage here for Moru to be on this chase. Also going to be running into another survivor decoding here as well. So the survivors here do have to really watch out as they go upon this second kite here for the postman.
And this shows some of the power that we see in hunters in these tournament situations. The game sense and the prediction required to, and the postman goes down right away. And there's a lot of, thought that goes into these sort of things. Chooses to spawn away and then teleport over to someone when they least expect it, like that postman. Could have been a split second, could have been chosen from the beginning. A lot going on, and Moru is just doing these excellent, plays that are just using all of the brain power required to play them. And that cipher is almost finished and forced off of it in order to probably come in for this rescue soon, hopefully, to get this postman off chair. A lot of time was bought in the beginning from that toy merchant, and then the teleport over to the postman. So now we know what Moru's carrying, just to be sure and safe. Don't have to worry about a blink or anything. So going to dance around these bombs and make sure that they don't take any chip damage right away, Lychee. Oh my god! We're gonna see a terror shock on the mercenary there, and no rescue is able to be done!
Oh wow, so Moru there, we've really praised their ability with the bomb so far, but this is just another level. Being able to stuff a first rescue on a mercenary, no less, is so impressive. And we did see that Acrobat actually got chipped earlier with a really far bomb throw that Moru made right before chairing the postman there. So now we have the toy merchant coming in here for a backup rescue, but also a really dangerous situation here. Was able to pull it off and allow the mercenary actually to activate the tie turner. So at least was able to activate tie turner and allow postman to get away with that on that last effort. But unfortunately, they were survivors took a lot of damage here in that whole process. Mercenary used up his self-heal, is at half health, and the other two survivors are chipped. So this could potentially make things difficult, slow down ciphers a little bit, and make things difficult for when they rescue in the future. But we do see, Veronica, there are 2 ciphers remaining, so it's not over yet for the survivors either.
Going to utilize that teleport in order to get across the map. The survivors weren't in the vicinity before, but they're in the vicinity now. Moru is going to chase over and figure out exactly where they are, wants to not allow them to chase and be free and, decode and heal, and you want to prevent all of those things to secure that draw and then bring it up to a win. So chasing the mercenary here across this bridge, and the terror shock already gotten, so I'm sure Moru was very confident in being able to get this mercenary down, getting those bombs, you know, missing the remote bomb there, but now that the mercenary is at a 75% health, a full body hit will take the mercenary down right away, Lychee.
Yes. Oh, another elbow pad coming into play here. So we saw he used one to avoid that bomb earlier and one to avoid that basic hit, but Moru coming in here with another chip in the end. So Mercenary is going to fall once that time is over. We do see that he unfortunately went down pretty close to the Toy Merchant Cypher, and the Toy Merchant there had a catapult, but had to pick that up. And coming in here with a pallet stun here now while the Bonbon closes in. So a little bit dangerous situation here. Moru knows the Mercenary has no self-heal and decides to just go for the Toy Merchant and switch targets here and try to down the Toy Merchant instead. So, but is forced to change back to the Mercenary here since the Toy Merchant flew off. So luckily Toy Merchant was able to get away for the survivors, and the survivors were also able to heal the Mercenary up to at least half health and buy a little bit more time for now.
My goodness. Yeah, that catapult play was just so fascinating to watch. You know, avoids that remote bomb, which was impressive in itself because of how accurate Moru is, as we've discussed before. And not only that, but places the catapult down in order to get away. Back chasing this mercenary again, you know, gotta do your best, gotta chase this mercenary, you know, takes a while to get down. But again, these accurate bombs might be able to quicken that process, as we can see here. And the mercenary will go down again. And another teleport on the side of Moru in order to continue pressuring these ciphers.
Right, and now really catching the Acrobat off guard here, who goes down next to the cipher that's being decoded, which isn't the best situation for the survivors there. We do see that they may potentially be trying to work on another cipher after they finish up this heal, but the Mercenary is a slow healer, and without self-heal has no choice but to have the Toy Merchant heal him up. And once they're done, probably will be healing up the Toy Merchant as well, since she is definitely in no state to be rescuing or decoding here. So unfortunately, not a whole lot of options to come in for a rescue, but we do see actually Toy Merchant there going in for the decoding instead, and Mercenary here is actually coming in a little bit closer, but without any with one elbow pad left actually. We'll see if he decides to try to make this rescue or not, and is actually closing in to rescue the Acrobat here as Toy Merchant primes the cipher. This is cutting it a little bit close, but I think Mercenary was able to pull this off. No tie turner here. Flywheel being used by the Acrobat here to just gain a little bit of distance and avoid getting down immediately. So let's see how much time this Acrobat can buy out here, Veronica.
We want this Acrobat to buy as much time as possible to get that Cypher prime, but unfortunately, with one of those accurate remote bombs, this Acrobat happens to go down and is going to be placed back on the chair. But these ciphers are being worked on. Hopefully one can be popped, you know, just in time for everyone to be able to get away and be safe for the time being. You want to be able to be safe from Moru. You want to make sure that he's not in your vicinity. And that does happen. The pop is done in the cherry animation. Is able to continue, you know, chasing this mercenary down, but, you know, gotta get one of those bomb hits first in order to negate the mercenary's slow damage taking.
Right, and we do see that the survivors right now, both of them are still running around the map, nobody quite at the gate yet. Meanwhile, this Bonbon does have detention and also has teleport up, so should he be able to catch up this mercenary and deal at least one detention hit damage, he may still have a chance to teleport. But we do see there's a catapult nearby here, which may present a situation for the mercenary to get away and transition. We'll see if he's able to do that here, but no! Bonbon here coming in with a basic attack, downs the mercenary and decides to go for that teleport to the gate. Unfortunately, didn't quite get there soon enough. The Toy Merchant was able to escape, but we see that Moru every time is unafraid to make that teleport to that gate and really try to go for that last survivor and gain that advantage for his team. But in this case, you know, Toy Merchant is out of the gate. Mercenary has no self-heal left. Probably another reason why Moru felt comfortable making that teleport to the gate, knowing that Mercenary had no self-heal left. But in this case, all he has to do is go back, pick up the Mercenary, and this is going to be a 3-survivor elimination for Moru's Bonbon here, Veronica.
Crawling away maybe to just buy that time or see if that struggle could be gotten, but unluckily there is a rocketeer right there. Excellent game on both sides. Good game to Moru, good game to the survivors on the side of Comeback Lychee. Just absolutely wonderful to watch. We're going to get into the stats here. We're going to see how long everyone kited. We're going to see how many rescues. We're going to see the decoding. Always fun to see. 135 kite from 72S here.
Yes, the mercenary there ends up having to do a bulk of the kite, although we did see actually other survivors did pull their weight there as well, whether it's for kiting, decoding, or rescuing. I think, the survivors did manage to pull themselves away from a difficult situation where the mercenary was unable to make that first rescue, actually got stuffed and terror shocked, but they did send in backup, and although it did take up a lot of resources on the survivor side, they were able to pull that off in the end and make it pretty close to a tie situation. Unfortunately, still only got one escape, but I think, coming back from that situation takes a lot from the survivor side as well, but they were able to stay strong and at least get one survivor out to give their hunter a chance. So it's nice to see that from the survivor side coming in there, being able to try their best to come back from that situation. But again, really good and strong gameplay from Moru's Bonbon as well. But now we are going to be taking a short break, so be sure to stay tuned because we are entering possibly our last match of this matchup here between MP and CB. So, get your snacks, get your drinks, and we'll be right back shortly.
Stay silent when you hear this sound. The static particles begin to vibrate with the sound waves, indicating they have acquired energy. It may be a tiny amount, yet it's enough to straighten out my thoughts. But the energy can also be huge. As the setting sun shone upon the final rest, I saw a musical note glimmering in gold and dancing in the air, just as they expected. The movement spread my life energy and pushed me up a pedestal until I could smell the aroma of talent in the air. The aroma was me, but it slowly faded with time. Once it faded, it cast me into the abyss, where the light from my eyes extinguished. The light shines through my fingers and onto the white keys as I continue writing, hoping the melody points me in a direction. In the reflection, I see what should have happened. He glows golden, just like they first expected. Stay silent when you hear this sound. The static particles begin to vibrate with the sound waves, indicating they have acquired energy. It may be a tiny amount. Great energy forces a change in the tide and pushes the world to absurdity. Do you believe?
And we're right back to it. We are in our final round for this matchup. We have some interesting win conditions here. It's 2 survivors or more, and that win is secured. On the opposite end, then the other team gets it. But luckily, the loser of this round will be playing in the lower bracket against ZT Lychee. That'll be very interesting to see for that matchup. So don't worry, you haven't seen the last of Mad Penguins or Comeback, depending on who happens to fall out now. They could return to us, and they definitely will be seen again.
Yes, and in fact, that losers bracket match will be happening later today. So be sure to tune in for that later on as our third matchup of the day. But before that happens, we have to find out which team will be progressing and which team will be heading down to that bracket there. So really excited to jump into this round 3 match here, last match of the first matchup of the day here between these two teams. And we've seen such strong gameplay come out from these two teams so far, and really speaks to their skills as being able to play on this kind of tournament level. So I'm really excited to see what this last match here has to offer, Veronica.
Yeah, me too. So exciting, especially after that match that we just saw. Moro teleporting all across the board. It felt like every time it was online, Moro was right on another cipher, and it really did work. Managed to secure that 3K by doing so. So Moro really knows what he's doing. Everyone knows what they're doing. It's been really interesting overall, and I'm very excited to see what will happen in the latter half of this matchup.
Yeah, I like that you mentioned Moro's teleport, because I think it's cool that he's such a adaptable hunter. We saw there with the persona tree as well. Every time bringing a slightly different persona or slightly different trait there. In the last match, actually only had detention. I think brought destruction to break pallets faster, but didn't have either trump card or insolence there. So changing it up a little bit to suit his needs there. But now we're going to have to see who the survivors of MP are going to pick and ban, and same for Comeback's hunter here, Godjay. So we'll have to see, because again, we've seen these two teams come out with really strong plays on both hunter and survivor side, but I am curious to see who Godjay is pulling out of his very deep character pool here this time.
Yes. So many options, we're not sure who's going to be banned here. The Soul Weaver is an excellent pick here on Chinatown, which means that, MP's probably done their research. It's hard to not know what Godjay plays. Might see a ban on that Soul Weaver just to be safe. The Priestess, the Seer, and the Forward are out of commission again, and we do actually see a ban on that Soul Weaver. Very interesting, Lychee.
Yes, interesting indeed. But like you said, Veronica, no surprise to see that Soul Weaver banned there, since she is so strong on this Chinatown map. In fact, I think when she started to make a comeback into the tournament scene and become more meta again, this was one of the first maps that we saw Soul Weaver being played regularly on, just having so many places where she's able to utilize those webs and also catch up to the survivors in the 2 stories as well. So definitely not surprised to see the survivors make that choice there to ban one of Godjay's signature hunters that he's been playing for such a long time. But now coming in here with the survivors picks, we have the female dancer on the side of the survivors, as well as a mercenary here. So female dancer, like we mentioned, really becoming up there in the meta nowadays, and also on this map has a couple of points where she's able to jump down from buildings and utilize that passive skill for a speed boost there, in addition to her musical boxes. So I'm excited to see that play out.
Absolutely. We see the female dancer, we see the mercenary, we see the prospector, we see a ban on that entomologist as well. You don't want to deal with that entomologist. There are actually a lot of window spots here that she can apply her honey to, which will definitely give you a lot of extra speed and things that are going on. Going to be very interesting. And a patient ban, you don't want those good transitioners. You don't want that priestess. You don't want that forward with the ball. You don't want that entomologist. You do not want that patient. So I'm interested to see what the 4th slot could be filled by here, Lychee. We could possibly be looking at something like a postman to get the decoding up and support.
Yeah, definitely. We have seen postman come out a couple times today. Same with acrobat, but I'm also curious if they'll bring out something else like Embalmer, one that you mentioned earlier as well, or that we mentioned earlier, that could potentially be pulled out, especially if their survivors want to try to get a tie. So we'll have to see if they'll decide to go with one of their tried and true picks or mix it up a little bit based on the situation. I am excited to see that Prospector gameplay. We did see Prospector being utilized earlier, but I think he has a lot of potential to be utilized in different ways. So definitely adding pressure to the hunter, regardless, just having that ability to stun the hunter or also support the teammates and pull off a rescue there. You have to be very good with the timing with the Prospector magnets, I would say, because there's been a lot of times in the past where we've seen the Prospector magnets end up canceling the hunter's attack recovery or something like that. But when utilized well, he is definitely a menace. And we see the last pick here coming in with the Acrobat on MP's side.
Yeah, love to see that acrobat come in. I find that a lot can be done in partner kiting with some of these survivors. You know, that prospector is just so strong in terms of assisting a teammate, you know, when they need it. Otherwise, you do end up with situations like the canceled attack recovery, which is maybe not the best, but everyone makes mistakes, and prospector can be quite a lot to handle. So we're going to see what Gaje selects now. We could be... breaking wheel on the side of Gaje here. Definitely going to take a lot in this map. We actually saw Poland banned in the last round. They did not want to deal with him. So now we actually are going to see a breaking wheel on Gaje's side. You know, that's what the deep hunter pool comes from. You know, you're like, oh, maybe the wax artist, maybe this, and Gaje comes out with the wheel. The flywheel meta can negate the wheel, but not always. You sometimes are in a situation where just you can't time it right, and Gaje just puts so much pressure on these survivors that it may not even matter in the long run, Lychee.
Yes, we'll have to see how this plays out because, like you mentioned, Flywheel definitely being a counter to the Breaking Wheel here, but at the same time, it has such a long cooldown that I think Breaking Wheel still has a lot of opportunities, even if the survivors were predicting a Breaking Wheel and bringing those Flywheels in here. But we do see now, here are the spawn selections. So the Mercenary going in for that central spot as the Rescuer. We have Female Dancer choosing the Hotel 2-story here, and the Acrobat going for the other 2-story corner, with Prospector spawning around the restaurant area here. So Gaje there ends up choosing a spot that is going to be closest to the Mercenary and the Acrobat here. But of course, as a Breaking Wheel, you can always get into wheel form and go for whichever target that you'd like. So I think he has a lot of options here in terms of what he wants to do.
Yes, absolutely, Lychee. You know, just like Moro utilized that teleport on the Bonbon, the wheel kind of has that built in order to get anywhere as quickly as possible. So that wheel could really go anywhere, but those 3 survivors being right there is going to be great. You know, could probably just like even do a quick round around and start hitting people with those spikes. We're going to start off really soon, and very excited again to be with you guys. Chat, show your support, show your love, get excited. We're going to go right into Wheel Farm. I'm Veronica, this is Lychee. This is the end of Mad Penguins versus Comeback for today. We have just begun. Currently going in and going right towards that. I believe that's an Acrobat. But, you know, going around looking to find more. That hiding is working. Hiding against a wheel can be very effective, Lychee, as we are seeing right now.
Yes, indeed, and Gaje is just on the prowl here, driving around this 2-story area, looking for the survivor, but unable to do so. Really impressive job by the Acrobat to use that hiding to just buy as much time as possible, and we see Gaje there still actually rolling around looking for a suitable target. We saw there earlier, the traits that they brought were Insolence as well as Trump Card, so no detention for Gaje here. He is going to have to try to get a early down and utilize the camping and just the map pressure and Cypher control to try to get as many survivors eliminated before endgame as he can, since he does not have detention. Does have Blink though, so this could speed up his chase a little bit. But we do see here, now running into the Female Dancer who already has these music boxes set up.
These boxes are going to come into play right away. The Dancer has pre-set them up, preparing for Gaje to come all the way over. Couldn't find that Acrobat earlier. That hiding spot worked really well for the Acrobat, as Gaje could not find him whatsoever. So Anomaly will now be taking the kite with the Female Dancer, you know. Gonna throw one of those traps. It happens to miss, but that is not all. That Blink comes into play, and a immediate down, you know, just a good hit on the side of Gaje. Took a minute to find them, but as soon as he did, just picking everything up, Anomaly will now be placed on her first rocket chair as the Dancer.
Yes, so although the Breaking Wheel took quite a while to find a target here, was able to capitalize on the Female Dancer relatively quickly and get her in the chair. So with that, we do see that Shuni's Mercenary is coming nearby, possibly just to activate Tinnitus, or might be positioning himself in place for a rescue. But actually here, LC, the Prospector also coming in. So this is what we've been talking about, Veronica, is the Prospector potentially coming in here to support a rebound kite for the Female Dancer.
Prospector can be very, very good in a partner kite, but unfortunately Gaje is able to get right back into that wheel form to start applying that pressure and those spikes again, and there is not much that a Prospector can do in this situation. But the Dancer can continue to run around, and because that vaulting spot has not been broken yet, Gaje is forced to go all the way around, and the Dancer is able to use it once more, forcing Gaje to again continue to loop around this area, but it should be broken soon. Going into this corner area here, just to buy more time, you know, trying to get in spots where the wheel can't perfectly reach. Now it crumbles, and Anomaly has to, pick up the pace. And beautiful spin and a stun from the Prospector, just like that support for those rebound kites, Lychee.
Yeah, really impressive there. It takes a lot of coordination from the survivor side to pull that off, just because you have to have the Prospector come in right when the breaking wheel is changing forms, and not too early because, it's not going to do anything about to the wheel when the wheel is in the wheel form. But now just closing in on Anomaly here, who does have 2 spikes on them right now. Breaking wheel is going to take that basic attack though, finally at full presence, which is what makes the wheel super strong. And now Prospector here, though, is setting himself up to potentially stun, but unfortunately was not able to get close enough before the female dancer goes on chair. So we do have the female dancer back on the chair, her second chair now. Survivors on their side here, let's see, they don't have any more tie turners left. So this Prospector is going to have to try to do his best to protect the female dancer to give her that room to kite, but already has 3 stacks of spikes. So we see the Acrobat is actually the one who is going to come in to do the actual rescue here.
Beautiful stun from the Prospector, really long stun, just through that magnet, and some more support from the Acrobat. But Gotcha goes right back into the wheel form. You don't want to deal with any of that. You don't want to deal with the Prospector stuns. You don't want to deal with the Acrobat bombs. You want to focus on this dancer. Anomaly will likely be going down again if Gotcha continues with this very, harsh kiting and just really putting that pressure on. Going to follow and chase after and uses the snap in order to get that down. But another beautiful long stun and a Cypher Pop after that beautiful long stun from the Prospector. There are 4 survivors up at endgame, Lychee, and Gotcha is back in the wheel form trying to get an Anomaly down.
And he is going to have to get Anomaly down as soon as possible. Does have a blink here to aid in his down, but also trump card. So if he can down Anomaly without using that blink, has the potential to switch to teleport or utilize that blink to down another survivor. We do know that he MP only needs to get 2 survivors out in order to get a win in this game. So this really puts the endgame pressure onto Gajay right now. Does have the female dancer down, but we see the gate is already open, and the Prospector there tried to go in for a stun, but the magnet was too far, pulled too far away. So we will see female dancer going on the chair there, but on MP side, the last survivor there is very far away and already making his way out the gate. So it looks like this is actually going to be a 3 survivor escape here from MP side, and I believe this means that they are the winner of today's matchup, Veronica.
A wonderful congratulations to both teams. Very riveting gameplay from both sides with beautiful teamwork, and an extra congratulations for Mad Penguins for really pulling out all of those stops in order to secure this win here. An absolutely wonderful match to end this on, but no worries for big fans of Comeback after this beautiful start to this round. You will be seeing them later today in one of the lower brackets versus CT.
Yes, definitely. Be sure to tune in later this afternoon for that match. But for now, we can congratulate MP for moving on, and really exciting matches that we saw today, Veronica. Gajay in the end there also pulling out his best with that breaking wheel, putting in his best effort there. But Mad Penguins coming in here with excellent communication, and we saw the Prospector actually did come in with a couple of key plays there, so I was really excited to see that on MP side as well, especially after seeing the Hunters dominate so much in today's matchups so far. So excellent job by both teams there, and I'm really excited to see what they have in store for us in the future.
We'll be seeing Comeback again later, and we'll be finishing our journey with Mad Penguins today for now. And that was just excellent, Lychee. It was really wonderful, and it was really great to watch those teams. And we will be cutting to a break, and when we come back, we will be in for the next match of the day. Happy Saturday, everyone. Chat, get excited, get going, get your Nello Mello coins. And we'll be seeing you again in just a few moments.
Stay silent when you hear this sound. The static particles begin to vibrate with the sound waves, indicating they have acquired energy. It may be a tiny amount, yet it's enough to straighten out my thoughts. But the energy can also be huge. As the setting sun shone upon the final rest, I saw a musical note glimmering in gold and dancing in the air, just as they expected. The movement movement spread my life energy and pushed me up a pedestal until I could smell the aroma of talent in the air. The aroma was me, but it slowly faded with time. Once it faded, it cast me into the abyss, where the light from my eyes extinguished. The light shines through my fingers and onto the white keys as I continue writing, hoping the melody points me in a direction. In the reflection, I see what should have happened. He glows golden, just like they first expected. Stay silent when you hear this sound. The static particles begin to vibrate with the sound waves, indicating they have acquired energy. It may be a tiny amount. Great energy forces a change in the tide and pushes the world to absurdity. Do you believe? Koi! Yakko!
頭は間違うことがあっても血は間違わない。正しさとはどうか。それは傷つけることはできる。守り救済することはできない。僕が良ければ全てよし。超推理。
An everlasting night with no end in sight. Even the dazzling light failed to pierce the darkest dream. Noir, the Melodist family has no need for useless people.
Creating a perpetual motion machine is like being trapped in a never-ending dream. Reality grows from these sketches, expanding through years of fruitless effort. Yet this illusion is ceaselessly reflected in silent thoughts. It should have died in flames with the last generation.
Mr. Marines, based on our preliminary investigations, the suspect may be a student of yours.
Yet the embers rekindled in the next generation. This is the law of nature. If you really wish to rise above this law, you must dive deeper and deeper.
Thank you.
Welcome back to IVA. I'm now here with Invisible Jong, who will be my co-caster for this match here. We are looking at Future versus Scouts. Jong, you're a little bit more familiar. Would you like to sort of introduce yourself to the chat, get everything going, get the ball rolling?
Yeah, hey guys, it's Invisible Jong, or you can just call me Jong over here, and I'll be the caster of this match with Veronica. And this match will be Scouts against Future, and I actually have a bit of history with Scouts because they played in a personal tournament I hosted, they won, so I have a bit of a familiarity with them, and Scouts has Korone and Nanashi over there, which are pretty known good players, so I'm excited to see how would Scouts be playing over here.
Absolutely, and we had that very interesting lineup from before, so everything is going to be, really great today. We're going to see a lot of fascinating gameplay as we have seen before. We're going to head into this match with Future and Scouts in, just a few moments, just waiting on it now, and as soon as it's ready to go, we'll be very excited to provide to you all of the information that you need. And again, as we start this second matchup here with Future and Scouts, I'd like to remind you about the nice S-tier skin giveaway and the A-tier skin giveaway. As far as I could see in chat earlier, if you do exclamation point giveaway, you can get more information on that. Correct me if I'm wrong, but other than that, I can tell you verbally, it's at SunnyKim23. You follow that, you follow the page, and you are now entered into that very neat giveaway where you could potentially get a very cool cosmetic. Everything's great, everything's going really good, and don't forget about your loyalty coins. You could score those front row tickets, and that's going to be really great, Jong.
Yeah, especially with how exciting that last match was. I'm definitely more excited of the future matches, and for the finals of IVA, you definitely want the front row ticket. So, now that we're at it, we can also talk about Future, because Future is like a new team, but actually Future's members aren't exactly new, because they're actually a combination of ZT, EL, and NM, like those teams who did pretty well in IVC. So actually the members there are also pretty experienced in the competitive level because they were also made it pretty far in the IVC. So this is interesting to see how would the clash between Scouts and Future go.
Absolutely, and with a name like Future, you're really starting yourself off strong. You could be the future of IVA, you could be the future of Identity 5 tournaments in general. I'm very excited to see how they perform today. It's going to be really great. We have these excellent teams from Southeast Asia, and I am just, I'm so excited again. I said it last round, I'm saying it again, I say it every time. It's just such a joy to watch these teams go up against each other with this much, experience. And we're going to see the lineups here. We're going to start off with Future. We're going to see who they have. They have 2 hunters on the field, but only 4 survivors, so no swap out on that side, but I'm sure that they're strong in their selections.
Yep, over here we see that YTX Shen, Nino Pancake as the hunter. For the survivor, they have LMM, Dragon, XP, and DDD. And these names may be new to the competitive scene, but actually they just swapped their names, and they're all veterans in the competitive level gameplay. So I mean, let's just wait to see what would they perform with such experienced players.
Yeah, and we are now going to see, the other team on the other side. We're going to see Scouts here. Very interesting, a lot of people to look back on. And we have more survivors on this side, so we have a potential swap out if necessary. And again, 2 hunters. And as you mentioned, Corone is, very powerful.
Yep, Corone and Sosei is going to be their backup. And Sosei is also a pretty powerful hunter. I personally know him. And for the survivors, there's Nanashi, Grimmore, Undo, Oh My God, and Jaden 10. And for those of you who was around for the last IVA, I think you will recognize those names because Scouts also made it to the top 8 during the last IVA. So this will be interesting seeing them at the top 8 once again.
Absolutely, it'll be totally great to run through. We're going to get to run through this match soon. I love watching these lineups. I love seeing these lineups. It's all these interesting names, and you get to familiarize yourself with them as we do, as we go through the rounds here, which is going to be really interesting. We're going to get into the band picks at some point. We're going to get into everything at some point, but as of now, we're looking at this excellent list of very skilled people who have worked really hard to be here. And we're going to transition now back into our little caster screen.
Yep. Now that we're back at the casters, now let's just talk about it of what we're expecting into this match, because this is going to be the final match of the semifinals, and we've already seen all the teams play, and I think Scouts and Future over here will be eager to show off their skills, show off like to battle to make sure they get to the winner's bracket, because if you lose this match, you drop to the loser's bracket tomorrow, and that's ideally not something both teams would want, to be fair.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, just so much going on, and so excited to start this matchup. I hope that it matches the absolute excitement and thrill of the match that we were doing before, that Lychee and I were commentating over. It was just so interesting all around. A lot went on. Jong, I know you were watching on the sidelines. Did you enjoy all of that?
Yeah, I was watching at the sidelines with a few other people, and we were just screaming back and forth, especially just now during that last bomb game at Chinatown. That bomb that went through down from the second floor and managed to hit someone on the ground floor surprised me deadly. Like I did not expect something like that to be seen.
Absolutely. And another hello to chat. Everyone's getting excited. Everything's going great. And now we are into the band picks. We're going to start off here. We're going to see Scout on the Survivor side, and we are going to see Future on the Hunter side. We are on the Lakeside Village to start, Jung. Very interesting starting map here. What kind of things are we expecting?
Well, the Lakeside Village is actually more of a hunter-sided map due to the open areas, and it being a large map, so I think whoever that picked this team is definitely or rather this map is going to aim for the hunter to score points, because you have to remember, currently this map has not been changed. As we all know, there's a balance change that will have some change at the Lakeside, and while we're at it, Ford is going to be the first ban from Future's Hunter. It's interesting that they choose to ban a harasser rather than the seer, so I do wonder what is YTX Shen here aiming for.
We're going to see the mercenary come out first, which is very interesting. Very interesting to ban that forward. We're seeing Lucky Guy in the picks here. Could be a mistake, but could be a very interesting pick from Scouts here to see a Lucky Guy taken into play here, John. But that forward being banned instead of that Priestess or that Seer, that's a very interesting pick on the side of Future.
I'm honestly just stunned at this Lucky Guy. We never seen it in competitive scene or anything at all. Like, we never ever seen a Lucky Guy being chosen before. I wonder what are they aiming for here, because you have to know Lucky Guy can potentially find a different amount of items, and maybe that's what they're aiming for. But meanwhile, Barmaid will be removed out of the mix here, and I wonder if it's a Barmaid ban. I think it's maybe leaning towards Dream Witch, maybe, just because Dream Witch does not like Barmaid.
We could absolutely be leaning towards a Dream Witch here with that Barmaid pick on the bans. And it does seem that this Lucky Guy is actually locked in. And if I remember correctly, Lucky Guy is one of the only ways that you can get a flare gun from chests in tournament most of the time. But here it's kind of a free-for-all. So we're going to see the Acrobat be banned as well. So we're looking at a really interesting lineup on the Survivor side. A lot of kiters, a lot of transitional kiters that can make a lot of space on the map. Do you suppose that they're preparing for a Dream Witch? Are they preparing for some kind of other hunter? Because they do look like they have something in mind, Jong, and it's very interesting to see, the gears in their brains turn.
Yeah, especially this is something we not expected. And the Patient being picked over here, actually Patient is decent at Lakeside Village, especially at the small boat area. After you vault it down, you can just hook your way back up. So Patient is definitely strong in this map, so I definitely see that what is Scouts aiming for the Patient to kite longer. And they do have one slot remaining, and I wonder would they go for Priestess or more of a supportish role, because currently I'll say that this team comp is more kiting sided, if you ask me.
For sure, they got these really strong kiters out on the field, and that can be really beneficial, especially for our first round. You just want everything to go smooth. You want to be able to prolong those kites. The Mercenary has that decoding debuff, but other than that, we're looking pretty okay on that. Lucky Guy has, all those base stats to work with, so he's not really a detriment to the team. He's not really a big bonus, but he's not really bringing them down either. I'm very interested as to see what the last selection will be here, and it will be a Toy Merchant. Very interesting to have the Lucky Guy and the Toy Merchant on the same team. He has those 2 item slots, and they both kind of need to ramsack those chests in order to get through, but with that Toy Merchant, you can toss items to actually anyone on this team. After the Mercenary gets rid of those elbow pads and the Patient gets rid of those hooks, you are able to give them anything.
Yeah, actually, Toy Merchant, I think what they're aiming for is the Toy Merchant can toss items to the Lucky Guy who has 2 item slots, as you mentioned over there, Veronica. So this is an interesting team comp. But in terms of kiting-wise, I would say this is a bit fragile on this team, because Toy Merchant relies on her catapults, and the Lucky Guy relies on whatever item he pulls out. But that also means that his kiting will be slightly weaker, so that's more of a fragile team, the team over here. So whoever gets kited or gets found first, it's a real test to their raw kiting skills, as they don't have that many items to utilize with.
So the lucky guy can wish for an item at the beginning of the game, but has to go through chests to get those items otherwise, whereas everyone else gets those. And it's not a guarantee that you get what you want. So it is a lot of a gamble here, and we're going to see what comes in on the hunter side to counteract these survivors. But I would say, and I'm sure you might agree, Jong, but the lucky guy is probably the optimal selection to chase first here on this map, regardless of who the hunter selected is.
Yeah, definitely, because the lucky guy needs time to pull a second item. He can wish for a flare gun, but it may not work, and in order to utilize his like two slot trays, he definitely needs to find more. But there is one benefit of lucky guy is that when he takes the hit, his acceleration speed is prolonged by 2 seconds comparing to a standard survivor. That means that when he takes a hit, he can transition further away comparing to normal survivors. So that definitely is one thing to take note of.
Yeah, love a good veteran speed boost. It was great for me in my starting days, and it's still great for me now if I choose to play any of those 4 characters that have it, which the lucky guy does. So that'll be interesting today for when, the hunter comes in and possibly, slams a hit on him, and then he can get away really fast, possibly even to, get out of sight or wish for that item. Gonna be really great. It's gonna be really exciting to see. It's nice to see him come up in this, and we're gonna see Geisha on the side of Future, played by Shen here.
Yeah, this pick makes absolute sense, because as I said, this team is fragile in terms of kiting. They don't have much resources, which means it's an optimal play for Geisha, who has strong chasing skills. And Geisha also dead counters the patient, which means that in this team, apart from the Merc, Geisha can chase like 3 remaining survivors. So this Geisha pick actually makes sense and is a pretty good option from YTX Shen over here.
We are actually seeing some lovely support in the chat from everyone here. Some disbelief about that lucky guy pick, and I feel similar, but I'm sure there are ways that he can be used, and some support for Jaden on the Mercenary here. A lot going on, very exciting in chat. Everyone's getting their loyalty coins, which is very exciting to see. Lots to say, we have a lot to say, you guys have a lot to say. It's nice to have that back and forth, and this Geisha is going to be great. I love seeing Geisha on the Lakeside Village. It's just always so exciting. Lots of places for her to dash and good spots for her to put those butterflies. And it's actually a little girl in place of the lucky guy. So unfortunate that Lychee is gone after she was so excited to see it. But we are going to see her come out onto the field here. Excellent support character, and it's going to be really great to see her come out here. I'm very excited, John. What are your thoughts on this last minute little girl switch?
Well, scouts played a trick to us all. Maybe they can do magic or something that tricked us into a lucky guy. Anyways, little girl is actually, as you said, decent support, and because her pages can push back the characters and shove them backwards, so this is definitely going to help a bit in chasing against the Geisha. Also, the thing is that little girls are also an optimal choice, like for a large map, because they can teleport around, and it just gives a good coverage of the map, because she can teleport, push pages, and also leech onto others to help protect. It's like she almost can't do anything apart from her relatively weak kiting skills. But we're going to be in the game right now. Let's see what will the map selection or area selection be.
Yeah, we shockingly see something that deviates from from the usual sort of straight across line that we see survivors do. The Mercenary actually moves down to where a Cypher usually spawns in order to leave space there. But unfortunately, the Geisha's going to walk right in there, not giving anyone any chance, is going to be able to go right for that little girl, right for that Mercenary, right for that Toy Merchant, if absolutely necessary. Really interesting to see, very exciting, Jong. What are your thoughts on these?
Well, I think the little girl will probably be the best target from that point of pick, though, because the Toy Merchant Merc are just not the optimal choice, and the patient is a bit far away. So we're going to see the screen once again, and just to remind us who will be playing in this match: Jaden, Grimoire, oh my god, Undo versus YT Shen's Geisha. And this Geisha does have potential against this team comp, and we're going to be hopping into the game right now, and the little girl is going to be the potential one being chased first, but she already teleported away instantly, so it seems like Undo's patient is going to be the true target for Geisha.
Very interesting. Survivors are very, very good at rotation. It's something they're very skilled at in this meta. Currently hiding, but is unfortunately spotted out by that Geisha, so forced to utilize a hook right away, and a beautiful hook through that window, but a beautiful dash to follow it right up, Jong, and a first hit on the patient.
Yeah, this hit is pretty fast. This hit is very fast into the game because the patient chose to hide it rather than transitioning, and that gave a Geisha a chance to get close to her. So now the patient's going to be continue utilizing this area, and the Geisha still has butterflies, so see if he can just get this patient down before he has a chance to hook and dash over here, and ooh! There goes it down very fast into the game. The Blink's not even ready yet.
Yes, we are going to see a 5 cipher down from this Geisha, and that is why Geisha can be so absolutely powerful on it. You know, any big map at all, those dashes are just, they catch right up with the patient, they catch right up with the mercenary. No matter how well you can transition, the Geisha can follow you right after. It's going to be a trouble for the toy merchant too. Just very interesting overall, very wonderful to play. Pressuring that cipher that the mercenary is currently working on, but not too much, you know, just enough to put that sort of fear in the heart, Jong. Oh, and we're gonna see a quick pause here.
Yep. All right. So during the pause, let's just talk about like what the situation is, because this down was pretty fast, meaning that the survivor's room of decoding will be pretty limited. And as we've seen before the pause, all the other 3 survivors are still decoding their ciphers, meaning that they're not planning to rescue. But there is a risk of that move because the Geisha can just actually go outside to harass the survivors. So I feel like the survivors need to send someone in, even if they plan not to rescue, you know, just to take tinnitus to make sure the Geisha doesn't go out to chase a second survivor.
Absolutely, you know, you want to be safe. Everything, you know, you want to be safe. While also in this pause, I'd like to give a quick shout out to chat. Everyone, you know, they're very upset about this lack of a lucky guy, but really excited about this Geisha. So it's kind of like a give and take situation. You know, you don't get your lucky guy, but you do get to see Michiko come into play, and her gameplay is so fun to watch, so fast paced. A lot like some of the other hunters we've seen today, very on the move, very on the go. You know, just coming right at these survivors.
Yeah, because Geisha has a very strong like warping ability, so she's pretty fast paced and instant chasing, instantly going into the action over there. And how you pretty much counter the Geisha is by utilizing the pallet areas, which pretty much made the Geisha make sure that did not happen. And anyways, now back into the game, as Michiko here will be approaching Jaden's mercenary, which he found through the decoding cipher. So right now, let's see what would Jaden do. Will he try to approach a rescue or just hang around from a distance?
Shen will be placing pressure on this mercenary here. It uses those elbow pads, possibly going to that chair, but possibly just going to kite for a little while. Does prevent that dash from going all the way, which is very great, and gets a kind of free rescue off of that chair. Doesn't have to take that damage, but likely will for a body block if able to get one. The patient's going to use another beautiful hook to transition pretty far away, but again, those butterflies come into play really well and can easily cancel out just as much, you know. Oh, and beautiful down there.
Yep, the blink is going to be utilized to make sure that there's no second kite allowed for this patient. So the patient is going to be on his last chair. And actually, if you look at the cipher progress, only 2.5 ciphers are being decoded right now. So this is definitely not a good situation. If there is one good news, is the mercenary pulled off the rescue without being injured, meaning that all 3 survivors are at full health and no one is going to be 1 hit down, which is definitely the one good news the survivors have right now.
Absolutely, there's always something to look forward to, despite the fact that things may look like they're falling apart. A nice catapult from the toy merchant here in order to, you know, put pressure on everything, be able to transition away fast. But transitioning over to this little girl in order to continue on with that chase. You know, 1 survivor out of the game and now 1 more to kite. Pages to utilize, but gotta be really careful with those because of the dashes. Okay.
A pretty good move over dodging. That's how you catch a Geisha, but oh no, she got tricked out over there. Now that's going to hurt for a bit right now, because the little girl got down relatively fast, and I think during the rebound case she had to utilize her free pages. But then again, there is a risk in using the pages to cancel the tech recovery, but never mind, the Geisha will be trying to cut off the mercenary now, who he knows where the direction is coming from.
Yeah, absolutely. Going to go for this mercenary now again, who may possibly come in for a second rescue to get this little girl. You know, you want to get all your teammates up as much as you can. The dungeon is in this area. We have 2 ciphers remaining. Everyone's trying their best. They're doing their best. Little girl's off the chair now. You know, the mercenary is going to transition away and trust that she can kite on her own here, which is really great, and utilizes one of those pages in a you know, space that feels kind of safe to do so. But manages to avoid a hit because of that pallet throw there, and another use of the page in order to get that Geisha as far away as possible, Jong.
Yeah, and over here, let's see with the little girl. So 1 more page, managed to push and make sure she stays alive, live for another day, but unfortunately cannot last for long as she's going to go down. And currently 1 cipher is remaining, and that decoded cipher is right next to the shore, that means that the survivors will have to decode a new cipher while the toy merchant will be coming in to rescue.
Yes, absolutely. Oh my goodness, what a fascinating set of gameplay. Shen does not allow survivors being chased to stay up for very long. Shen will get those down right away with this geisha. Use those butterflies to get right on them and get them right down. They are not given any room to breathe at all, Zhang. And we're going to see the toy merchant come in just as you predicted, to come in for this rescue and get this little girl off chair. You know, you want as many people up as possible, and we're at the tail end of this chair here. Ooh!
Oh, I was about to say that the toy merchant came in a bit too late, and they managed to prevent it being rescued. That's going to hurt a lot, as the toy merchant will be going down over here, and we can see the last cipher is 82%, and right now Geisha will be chairing this toy merchant over here. So now the survivor has a potential to be 4K. That approaching too late and failed rescue is going to hurt a lot for the survivors.
Unfortunately, too, the dungeon is in this area, so if Shen wants to, Geisha can absolutely patrol that dungeon and the chair at the same time, but actually seems to be transitioning away.
Hold on, but during this time, the mercenary actually managed to snuck his way closer towards where the toy merchant is being chaired around. So that is a good news, as we can see that Shen over there swapped into peepers, meaning that he has no teleport to go back, and actually the cipher at the shore was also being decoded, so the survivors still have a chance to communicate with each other and ensure one out, as the toy merchant is going to decode the cipher at the shore. Once again, it's going to be targeted once again as the geisha will be approaching her.
On here, we're going to see another kite in this area here, where Shen just seems to be so strong against these loops and pallets. And the toy merchant is going to go down again, unfortunately, and probably be placed back the chair as soon as possible. Nope, just another peeper. So actually going to leave this toy merchant on the ground and pursue this mercenary instead, Zhang.
Yep, he wants to go for the 4K, and the mercenary still decoding a cipher and is going to get found. So now the pursuit is on. Currently, Jaden over here will have to kite long enough for a toy merchant to self-heal herself, and then finish the cipher at the shore. That will be the game plan right now, which is a huge test of how long can Jaden last with his perfume, which is going to be utilized here.
Yes, absolutely beautiful. So well timed. Very, very impressive. It's like it didn't even happen at all, you know, reverse the damage so quick. Toy merchant still working on that cipher, and now this kite is going to be... Terror shock on the mercenary, so goes down right away, Zhang.
And currently, the geisha is definitely going to chair this mercenary because here's the thing: he does not know how the last cipher progress is. But the thing is that you have to remember, mercenary gets chaired placed on the chair longer, meaning that will be longer for the dungeon to be available, and the toy merchant will have to do whatever she can to try and last long enough till the mercenary gets eliminated, which is going to be a very long time at this point.
Seems to be gearing towards looping around that boat. Potentially could end up, you know, just going all the way and wanting to try and rescue the mercenary off of that chair. But Shen is so very powerful with this geisha. It's just everywhere at all times. Those butterflies are placed so very well, can sort of patrol the field like it's nothing. Zhang, this is a very interesting situation. What do you suppose is the best idea for the toy merchant at this time? Would it be kiting around the dungeon? Would it be coming for this mercenary?
Actually, like he can try to hide by the dungeon, but the thing is that Shen is also nearby, so the toy merchant currently is actually doing a pretty good job evading sight and not having any crowds appear on her. That's definitely a plus for her. But the thing is that even if the Jaden gets eliminated, oh my god, here we'll have to try to clutch a dungeon escape. Only half health, which would be very hard. But hold a second, oh my god, I have other ideas. I'm going to rescue the merc now, giving both survivors once again another day to fight for.
So they are really pushing for this, you know, that, I can't get the dungeon, and, you know, Geisha's obviously going to come back to this dungeon, so I'm going to go all the way over to this mercenary's chair, which is a wonderful play on the survivor side, you know, just predicting what Shen is going to do and trying to counteract it in the best way possible. And they are currently trying to push the same ciphers as before. You know, they want to be able to get out there, and I believe sending the mercenary in order to try and finish this cipher, just because that hit can be taken and it can be popped.
To be fair, there are two near fully decoded cipher, one at the small boat, one at the shore, so whichever one is getting chased, the other one can just decode. And currently, Shen is it has peepers, so she's going to place it back to try and locate. But that's the weakness of peepers, is that he cannot control on the field, so the survivor managed to clutch a gate pop over here.
Pop is going to happen when the geisha happens to be nowhere near either of them. So likely a gate is going to try to be opened. The toy merchant seems to be working on one, and the mercenary may try to transition over there, or may try to take this dungeon after the toy merchant leaves, Zhang. Very interesting gameplay, very high stakes. We're going to see what happens. This could be a tie situation because of that clutch rescue from earlier. Very excellent play from both sides. Getting up in the air to try and dash even closer to this gate now. Will it be open in time? It probably won't.
Oh my god, it's rushing. What will happen? What will happen? Can she get out? Alright, let's see. Oh, man, yes! And America's gonna get out for the dungeon, so I feel like this is gonna be a tie.
Wow! Wonderful play on both sides for this tie between Future and Scouts. John.
I just witnessed with my very own eyes. For the first second, I thought this definitely going to be a free 4K, but something different completely happened over there. I did not expect that.
Yes, absolutely not. It is something that you never expect. You know, these players are just so good at what they do. They can pull out these stocks out of nowhere, practically.
Yeah, like, it was a bit of a mishap from the start, but in the end, they managed to pull it off. I feel like that's pretty impressive discipline from the survivors.
Yes, absolutely. And we are going to cut to break in just a few short moments, just to deal with excitement, but that was a really great play from both teams on both sides. A wonderful draw to start, which means that we could end up in the same direction with the second draw, or we could be going in a win for one team or the other. And we will see you guys in just a few minutes.
Alright, see you guys in a bit.
Stay silent when you hear this sound. The static particles begin to vibrate with the sound waves, indicating they have acquired energy. It may be a tiny amount, yet it's enough to straighten out my thoughts. But the energy can also be huge. As the setting sun shone upon the final rest, I saw a musical note glimmering in gold and dancing in the air, just as they expected. The movement spread my life energy and pushed me up a pedestal until I could smell the aroma of talent in the air. The aroma was me, but it slowly faded with time. Once it faded, it cast me into the abyss, where the light from my eyes extinguished. The light shines through my fingers and onto the white keys as I continue writing, hoping the melody points me in a direction. In the reflection, I see what should have happened. He glows golden, just like they first expected. Stay silent when you hear this sound. The static particles begin to vibrate with the sound waves, indicating they have acquired energy. It may be a tiny amount. Great energy forces a change in the tide and pushes the world to absurdity. Do you believe?
Hello everyone and welcome back. We are now in round 2 of match 2 of IVA. This is really exciting. That was a crazy match that we just witnessed, Jong. Just absolutely wonderful on all sides. We saw that beautiful rescue and that excellent teamwork that pulled a draw in the last second. Just wonderful gameplay from both sides. That geisha was just really absolutely a monster. So very impressive.
Yeah, the survivors displayed their senses of never give up, and that actually pulled off because they managed to clutch a draw from a seemingly hopeless situation. And that definitely is going to have a boost of the morale for Scouts. As we can see the scoreboard, currently Future and Scouts are tied 2-2, so we're going to be hopping into the second half to let's see what will be the pacing of this very much game.
Absolutely, very fun and always fun to be on the Lakeside Village. You know, there are a lot of hunters that can't come out, especially in the first round. So everything is great. You know, everything's going to be very interesting. Anything is possible at this point in time. You only have so many bands, and everyone's only just now getting used to matching up with each other. You're not quite sure what the other team is capable of. It's going to be really great. I'm hoping it'll be just as exciting as last match, and I don't doubt that it will.
Yeah, I think the fact that the first match showed a very a showcase of dominance and a showcase of last-minute clutches. I think this probably means one thing is that the rest of this match will probably be as exciting as this first one, and I am here for it, man.
Absolutely, and so is everyone in chat. I've seen a lot of excitement just about everything that every team is capable of. A lot of, surprised all caps comments about that last-minute rescue, and then the clutch dungeon, and the exit gate opening just in time. The whole match was very exciting. That endgame was just absolutely nuts.
Yeah, actually about that endgame, I feel like the geisha swapping to Peeper's last minute was probably the one thing that sort of like reduced her chances a bit, meaning that she cannot back and forth enough, and the Peeper swap did not play in her favor. But then again, let's don't forget of how well the geisha start was. Geisha started chasing and had a very good control of the tempo at the early game, but never mind. Let's not talk about that game, as we're going to be in the second half of going to be Futures Survivor versus Scouts Hunters, the say over here.
This is going to be really great. We're going to launch into the band soon, and we're going to get everything ready to go. We are on the Lakeside Village, and hopefully everything runs smoother for every team now. You know, there were a few ping issues last time, considering that pause, but everything's great. You know, we're getting right back into it, and it's going to be, wonderful to watch. We're in the second half. It could go really different from the last one and just be like an early end somehow, or it could be the same way and just be insane. It's just wonderful. We do see a seer ban for the first pick here, which means that soon we'll be seeing the survivors select their first selections here, and I'll let you take that away.
Oh, the seer ban is actually pretty a standard ban, because most hunters don't like the seer apart from maybe chip damage hunters. I think the real question is that what will future survivor pick? I think if they're following to the meta, then we'll be seeing a forward and priestess, but never mind, as I'm completely wrong once again, as this time it's going to be a mercenary and a barmaid, and I actually can see what they're aiming for here, because the Say is a known Dream Witch player, so I think that explains what they're aiming for with that barmaid.
Yes, absolutely, and that barmaid actually has been good to utilize in team comps that aren't even against a Dream Witch. More teams have been playing with that strategy, whereupon they take the barmaid strings to prolong their kites, or they don't have to waste time and heal and continue like running around and throwing pallets and decoding instead of, having two survivors together doing a heal instead of pushing those ciphers. We're gonna see a psychologist ban, so you're right, we could totally be seeing a Dream Witch. You don't want those pesky 3 hits in general, but especially for a Dream Witch, you don't want that remote heal. We're gonna see an acrobat come in too, so this is looking really interesting so far, Jong.
Acrobat is actually a jack of all trades who can rescue, decode, do anything, so I can definitely see that them choosing it probably means that just to solidify their team comp and make sure whoever is getting chased first will not die fast. So I think the question is that what was the save ban over here? I do not think that the forward will be picked or banned, because nowadays in this meta, a foreign mercenary in the team comp means that the decoding speed will be very slow, and it will be a hindrance to the survivor team comp, so probably we're not going to see a forward, as the little girl will be banned, which is also what Dream Witch does not like because of her ability to teleport around the map.
Very interesting. The little girl ban is really fascinating to me because we don't see her used in tournament a lot. She is definitely a good counter to that Dream Witch. You can have a leech follow her and have it follow her all the way across the map, but with a well-coordinated survivor team, that leech will be off by the time that they're halfway there. So you really want to make sure that everything's safe, and we really could be gearing towards a Dream Witch, or maybe someone who just has bad memories of a really good little girl.
Yeah, or maybe just that, and we end up being completely wrong once again. So, well, okay, the survivors still have one more choice here. I think they can... Oh, Prospector! That's actually a pretty decent choice, because Prospector, we've seen him shine today, and he's risen in the meta due to the reward gains from his triple magnet stuns in a row is almost equivalent to half of Force football. So, and the Prospector has no decoding debuffs at all, so this Prospector pick is definitely makes sense in terms of future survivors.
So very strong, and it's really fun to see him come up into the meta this way. Those stuns are really powerful, and as you mentioned, no decoding debuff, and extra chances of calibrations, which can actually get the decoding better if you're good at hitting those little gold spots on them. Along with the fact that Prospector has that healing buff that allows him to, get his teammates back up and running quicker than other, players would be able to do. So we're working with a very, very strong team comp here that could very well counter a Dream Witch obscenely well, and it'll be really great. We've been seeing these really fun Prospector partner kites all day, and I'm hoping that we get to see another, because I love sitting there and yelling in excitement every time he gets this done off.
Yeah, but here's just one thing you have to watch of the Prospector is that it's sort of a double-edged sword. His reward is high, but he also has a high chance of failing. Like I think we've all seen in ranked or when practicing, you accidentally pull yourself closer towards the hunter or cancel attack recovery. So that's definitely one thing you want to watch out. But never mind, as we're completely wrong once again, as we're not seeing a Dream Witch, but the BQ going to be put out in the flywheel meta in BO1.
We're going to see the Bloody Queen come into play here, and I really do love seeing a good Bloody Queen gameplay. She is so powerful in the right hands. Just so much that can be done with the Bloody Queen. Despite the current meta, she's strong for a reason, and I love seeing her. She really knows what she's doing. Really, really great to see this Bloody Queen come out into play here, Jong. I am so excited. I think that she can fare pretty okay against this team comp, but she will also have some trouble. If you get a mirror hit and you don't transport in time, and that barmaid can get a drink heal off, you're in a sticky situation.
In the flywheel meta, it makes it harder for BQ because people can just use flywheel to cancel a mirror, and we all know how deadly is it for Bloody Queen. If she misses a mirror, then it's almost like 30 seconds of her having no abilities. And as you mentioned, Bloody Queen chasing barmaid, there is a potential hassle because in this meta, it's normally one mirror, one hit, and we're going to be in an area selection. As this is not a Great Wall of China over here, but 3 people at the center, and the barmaid going to be spawning at the shack. So let's see where will Bloody Queen decide to spawn, but I think wherever she spawns, the best target is either the Prospector or the barmaid here.
Yeah, definitely starting off here in this corner to possibly go right at that barmaid or go right at anyone else who would be perfect for the situation. Really fascinating to watch. I'm very excited to see what happens here, Jong.
Yeah, same as me. And actually, in theory, the BQ can also chase the Prospector because he's not afraid of the magnets during the mirror. But the thing is that we saw Prospector spawn at the ship, the strongest area, so probably aiming for the barmaid. But if it's a one mirror, one hit situation, then it's highly likely for the barmaid to manage to recover herself with her double unwinds, especially it's likely she'll bring flywheel effect.
Yeah, and we are starting in the second half of this first round now. I'm Veronica, this is Jong, and we are your casters for this round here. We are currently transitioning right over to this Acrobat. The Bloody Queen is going to hopefully spot him out hiding in the grass there, or maybe not, and walk right past Jong.
Wow, DDD, talk about hiding in plain sight. DDD just hit over there. It was so dangerous. If we got found, anything will be different. A mirror comes on, let's see, can it put off? One bomb will be used to manage to evading this mirror, and with that, the first mirror is likely going to be a miss, which, as we mentioned, is going to be very deadly for the Bloody Queen.
Right over can be very useful as well. Depending on how you want to kite, it can work out in your favor, but the mirror hits are definitely favorable. But we're going to head right in here, and we are going to run right at this. We're just going right at this Acrobat, You don't want to give him any room to be able to kite too long, and once those pallets are gone and utilized, this loop area is very strong, becomes just a little bit more weak.
The second mirror placed over here by the Bloody Queen was a bit too short. It seems like this mirror is likely going to mess up as well. As we can see, the Acrobat also charged up his bomb, is going to use it, meaning that once again the second mirror will be will be a miss from the Say over here. So this is going to be a bit of a hassle because 2 mirror hits and currently 2 mirror hits is definitely going to be deadly, and the Cypher progress are dropping left and right.
Absolutely, this is so fascinating to watch. And the missed blink there, unfortunately, on the side of the Bloody Queen. Going to try and utilize this mirror, and still no hits on the Acrobat, but 1 Cypher down, Zhang, and the first hit has only been gotten just now.
Yeah, and if we look carefully, the remaining 2 Cyphers are going to be done, so this is a free Cypher chase, which is definitely look like going to be a free escape situation from the start of the early game, but we'll have to see though, as Bloody Queen cannot afford to miss this last mirror, but DD over here still has 1 more bomb at his service, at his arsenal, so let's see, can he dodge this time with his remaining firebomb?
Yeah, and does manage to get that firebomb, but the dodge is still up in the air. Can he get it? Can he get it? Can he get out this mirror? No, he can't. We do see the Acrobat go down with this hit here, Zhang. I'm going to walk back on foot because that mirror happened to time out. You get that beautiful hit at the last second, and going to have to take DDD and put him right on the chair. But with 2 Cyphers remaining, how is the situation panning out so far, Zhang?
Oh, actually, this is a pretty, like, a bad situation for the Bloody Queen, just because the fact that she took way too long with the first chase, it means that it's very hard for her to play for Thai unless she managed to do a double down situation over here. And we can see that the mercenary is already in the vicinity, prepared to rescue us. The Say here will be using the mirror to harass LMM over there to slow down the Cypher progress a bit, but we can see that the last 2 Cyphers already over half done, so it'll be very hard.
Yes, but coming in for this rescue after all, you don't want to sell your teammates on chair right away, especially after that kite was so impressive and so long. But the last effort has unfortunately popped right away on this Acrobat, who will now transition over to the boat, and their survivors will probably try and push for these Cyphers to be primed.
Yeah, but seems as the Say here is aiming, has a different idea. He's going to be aiming at this Cypher at the shore over here. Oh, 1 flywheel over there to dodge the mirror. That was a pretty good flywheel from LMM over there, allowing him to last longer. And we can see that the 2 Cyphers already over 90%, so the Say's chances are are dropping day by day over here as the Cypher at the shore is popped, and only 1 Cypher that's around 95% remains.
Yeah. And, beautiful stun. And the Cypher is actually going to be popped right now, again, when the Bloody Queen has no one in vicinity. And, John, we have 4 survivors up at endgame here. So going to utilize this mirror in order to try and get this down with the detention on this Acrobat. But it does seem to be a very difficult situation here. That Acrobat is just, so much of a push from a beautiful kite from DDD here. Just avoiding these mirrors with so much grace and experience.
Yeah, it was pretty smart for the Acrobat just now to position himself at the middles, meaning that both the mirror image and the normal image will be hard to hit. And let's see here, I believe that both sides gate are near done, so DDD is still snaking around over here, finally goes down, but the thing is that the gate over there, the front gate is already about to be open, so it seems like this will be a free escape situation, as Future over here manages to take the first round by a free escape and a total score of 5-3.
Yes, absolutely. What a beautiful play on both sides. Really enjoyable to watch, John. We're going to get into the stats here, and we're just going to see how everyone did with their times. 117 kite from the Acrobat, which was very consecutive. Spent a really long time without getting even any hits at all. We see everyone in chat, just going on about how well the Acrobat kited here. So really just, put your hands up and clap and do a little round of cheers for DDD, because that was really, really a wonderful, wonderful kite there that started everything off really strong.
Yeah, I would say that DDD definitely deserves a round of applause, just because it is a complete DDD show over here of how long he lasted and how long he managed to kite around.
Absolutely, the whole thing has just been so fun to watch in general, and that was a very fascinating, high-paced round. I love watching a very good Acrobat kite. It really reminds you why he is that jack-of-all-trades in the meta, that very strong meta kiter who knows what he's doing and is able to utilize those bombs and really get anywhere at any time.
Anyways, let's look at a quick recap of the scoreboard, as the first round was a tie. At the second round, Future manages to get a free escape, so Future currently won the BO1 by 5-3, meaning the pressure will be on Scouts for the second round. So with that, we're going to be taking a break real quick, and we'll be back in BO2 with more Identity V action. See you in a bit, guys.
Stay silent when you hear this sound. the static particles begin to vibrate with the sound waves, indicating they have acquired energy. It may be a tiny amount, yet it's enough to straighten out my thoughts. But the energy can also be huge. As the setting sun shone upon the final rest, I saw a musical note glimmering in gold and dancing in the air, just as they expected. The movement spread my life energy and pushed me up a pedestal until I could smell the aroma of talent in the air. The aroma was me, but it slowly faded with time. Once it faded, it cast me into the abyss, where the light from my eyes extinguished. The light shines through my fingers and onto the white keys as I continue writing, hoping the melody points me in a direction. In the reflection, I see what should have happened. He glows golden, just like they first expected. Stay silent and hear this sound. The static particles begin to vibrate with the sound waves, indicating they have acquired energy. It may be a tiny amount. Great energy forces a change in the tide and pushes the world to absurdity. Do you believe?
Hi, welcome back to Future vs. Scouts and our second matchup of the day. This is really great. Everything's been great so far. We saw a very fascinating match there with a wonderful kite from GDD. The kiters have been really strong these days. They have been pulling out all of the stops, John, here on Lakeside Village. And we're moving into a different map now, but, you know, very interesting to see what they can do.
Pretty interesting. And, okay, so far we've received news on the second map, and it's going to be the Red Church. Here's the situation, because Future won the first round, so in this second round, Scouts cannot afford to lose again, or else they will lose this game. So we have to see what will these two teams bring us, what performance would it be in Red Church, which is deemed as one of the most balanced maps in the game.
Absolutely, you know, I say it's strong for both Survivor side and Hunter side, and it really is. It's fun to watch for both. It's small enough that you're not running around too much, but it's not got so many strong kiting areas that you're dealing with a more arms factory situation, where if the Survivor gets in a good area, you're like, kind of at a loss for what to do. But we're going to hop right into the band picks here, and we're going to see what we're going to be dealing with. We have Scouts on Hunter side, and we have Future on the Survivor side here, John. What are we kind of expecting from that win already? Are we going to push for another one?
So, here's the thing, Scouts are the Hunter, so Scouts Hunters, let's say, got free escape in the first round, so ideally they definitely wanted to like pick themselves back up. Okay, Seared Mercenary are the first two being banned, which are pretty standard picks in the meta, but I think this will also be a question to whether Future has a forward, because just now they did not pick it, so if they have a forward, I feel like Future may have to pick it this round just for support, but I think I'm actually curious what would Future ban though. Will they ban the Bloody Queen or maybe the Dream Witch, because the Say is a known Dream Witch player?
Absolutely, it's very interesting what we're looking at and dealing with here. We're not seeing that Sierra, that mercenary. You don't want to deal with either of those very strong meta characters, but they're replaced by two other strong meta characters. We will be seeing the Forward and the Priestess Jong here on the red shirt.
Yep, and if you look at the ban pick, they banned Dream Witch, so it seems that they like have no Dream Witch to play because Future is telling Sasay that I'm not afraid of your Bloody Queen, you can pull it out again. And here's the thing though, Forward counters the Bloody Queen because of his harassing skills.
Absolutely. So, you're going to be able to deal with that again. And after that situation with DDD in the first round, you can deal with a situation where you don't feel like you need to ban that Hunter again. But the Psychologist is going to also be placed into the bans. You don't want to deal with those 3 hits. And again, you don't want to deal with that remote heal. It can be quite a nuisance for the Hunter.
Yep. And I think over here, it's interesting that the Satan has, after Dream Witch being banned, still banned the Psychologist. The Satan must really not like it a lot. So, XP is going to go for the Barmaid again. So it seems that Future here is a team that really likes the Barmaid a lot because Barmaid counters the Dream Witch, but there is no Dream Witch in this game, but yet they still put out. They must be very confident in the Barmaid's ability or their team's ability to use this Barmaid.
Absolutely, and we are waiting on the 3rd pick here and that final ban. And can we see some love and chat for both sides? Just everything's very exciting. The entire matches are very great. It's very good to see them go up against each other again, and we are very excited for this round 2 of this matchup.
Just a quick shout out. We see Genesis, Franz, Laiha, and Sapanian. Like a couple of people here. Just a quick shout out to you guys while we're hyping up. And Acrobat is going to be banned from Sasay over here. Last game, he got kited by Acrobat. This game, Sasay's like, nope, I don't want to see the same thing again.
Yeah, you really want to get rid of that Acrobat, but instead it's replaced with that Entomologist, who Leechy and I were talking about earlier. There are a lot of areas in the Red Church where you can place those bees and just leave them and come back out on top because it's just, there's nothing you can do about it. They're right there.
Yeah, but here's the thing though, is that if Sasay is indeed going for a Bloody Queen, the first game, Bloody Queen is not afraid of the Entomologist because she can just hit through her bugs with her mirror image though. So that's one thing though. I think the question is if Sasay will want to use the Bloody Queen in with the 4 being present, because 4 we all know strong harassing and stuff like that.
You want to be careful with those harassers. They can be very, very pesky and very hard to deal with. You're trying to chase another survivor and another one comes out of nowhere and they can hunt you down as well, which is really not what you expect playing the Hunter in the game, Jong. But we're just waiting on this pick here and it's going to be really great and very exciting. And this team comp is looking pretty strong. Very strong meta characters with that Barmaid to balance out. She's right on the fringes. She's doing really well with that buff that she got recently. Her healing has been so much faster, and it's really taken her up a notch. Quite a few tiers, I'd say, in terms of meta placement.
Yeah, and talk about supporting team comp, because if you look at this team, Priestess Portals, Barmaid's Wine, Entomologist Bugs all support heavy. This is a very support heavy team, if you ask me. All of these teammates have the a potential to support one another. And especially because in Red Church, the church is a very strong transitional spot, a potential for the survivors of the Priestess Portals, and as you mentioned over there, Veronica, can use the bugs to block off certain paths.
Which makes it very difficult to go through. It's like 2 hits and it's gone, and we will see seeing a Bonbon from Scouts here. Very interesting. Bonbon is very strong on the Red Church. It's very balanced, but Bonbon in particular you see come out on this map a lot because there's just a lot to control with those bombs, Jong.
I did consider for a second, and I feel as though they playing out this Bonbon is a smart move. I saw his Bonbon in my own mini tournament, and he did pretty well with it. And actually, if you think about this, Chip Hunters is stronger against the Barmaid. Bonbon is not afraid of the Entomologist because the bombs can be used as a method to take health off the bugs. And also, Bonbon can also sort of like a strong camping hunter, meaning that everyone apart from the 4 will have a harder time to rescue. So this Bonbon is actually a smart choice if you think about this team comp.
Absolutely, you want to see that Bonbon come in order to get rid of them. It does do very well, so we will see how this plays out. Hopefully it pans out very well in, everyone's favor. I hope that the team that everyone's rooting for wins. I won't say which one, but whichever one that you think you prefer to win. Imagine that's the one that I'm saying right now. And we're going to hop here into the locational spawns. So we're going to be looking at those in just a moment and see where everyone lines up. Who do you think that the Bonbon will be positioned to right next to, Jong?
Well, it depends, because during the area selection, you cannot see what survivors spawn where, but I think ideally the Bonbon can chase pretty much almost everyone apart from the fort, but maybe the entomologist or the barmaid will be better targets. But forget, the priestess potential in this map is high, and oh, never mind, seems like we're in the game or something?
Right in. You know what? No worries. We'll just be heading right in. We got this nice little thing to show us, and we're hopping right into the main screen now. So we're going to see everyone just go around, and this barmaid seems to be the first selection for the chase here with that new Halloween skin, which has been really cute. But currently transitioning away, trying to not let those bombs get right on you, trying to break line of sight. So you're either forcing the Bonbon to waste those bombs or waiting to use them.
Right, so this is a BB duck over here, and actually managed to pressure the barmaid and get hit very fast over here, because the barmaid spawned at the broken wall areas, which there are not that many spots for her to transition over there. So that's definitely a good start for Bonbon, and she is going to use a Dublin wine, but yet having the first hit fast, but never mind about that. Seems like there is a potential error over there. Yep. Here's the situation, guys, because as you guys probably noticed there's a bit of an error because area selection was not picked, which happens, but before we start the game, let's just talk about the pros and cons of this team, potential team comp here, shall we?
Yeah, absolutely. We have those very strong meta survivors. There's a lot that can be done with them.
Right, well, here's the thing, though, is that Bonbon faces the barmaid. Bonbon can chase him down, can chase the entomologist down. This may be a larger hassle, just because in the church there are actually a lot of strong spots. Especially you can pull a pallet down and then you can make a long portal connecting from the church, middle of the church to outside. That is a pretty deadly spot. The hunters.
Yes. Absolutely, we're just getting all of our ducks in a row here, just like the bee duck we just saw. So everything's just how is everyone feeling? Is everyone excited to see this matchup? I mean, we've gotten just a little hint of them so far, and there's a lot that can be done here. Yeah, this lineup is looking pretty good. Very interesting to watch. A lot of survivors that tend to kind of ring as fan favorites and be very fun to watch, and a lot of love for Bonbon. Everyone loves seeing a good Bonbon, and this bee duck skin is really popular with everybody, I find.
Yep, and we're back over here.
Yep.
Back over here, once again prepared. Oh, and while we're waiting this game to start, but never mind, the game is starting now, so... Okay, yep, as we predicted, Priestess will be spawning at the center, Barmaid at the top, Entomologist at the bottom, and the fort will be at the right. I think Bonbon may position himself next to the Priestess so that he has 3 potential targets, I think.
Absolutely, a lot can be done here. You can go in that corner, you can go in that corner. There are 2 options, and chooses the bottom corner instead. So probably going to try and chase whoever is applicable and whoever can be found first. Might go into the area there in order to look for the entomologist. May go towards the church because there's almost always someone in church, but people are very, very good at their rotations, Jong. You want to be careful with these hunters.
And over there, right next to the entomologist, so entomologist is a good target for Bonbon as we have analyzed before, but I think that the key over here is that entomologist will probably be transitioning herself closer towards the church because that's where the priestess is at, which is going to happen because the priestess will probably be placing portals in the church ready to help and assist, as Bonbon, as the say here, will be trying to find entomologist, but seems that the entomologist already transitioned away, and we're gonna hit a real pause real quick.
We're just going to take another little brief pause here, technical difficulties again, just getting all of our ducks in a row. It just takes a minute sometimes, and all of these players from Southeast Asia are still, just a little bit different, they're in different areas. It's going to take some time in order to get everyone ready, get their ping in order, get everyone in order. Coordinating so many people to play, it takes a moment sometimes. So, Jong, are you excited? I'm very excited. I'm so excited to see the way that this match is going to pan out, as I have been waiting now 2 starts.
Yeah, I'm also excited. Actually, the longer we wait, the more exciting it is, because we've already got a sneak peek of what this match will be from the very first half. So that means that the remaining rounds will just be better and more fun. So I think the longer we wait, the more exciting this can potentially be.
Absolutely, this is really going to be great. I am so excited. We are looking at an interesting situation here. You have Future in the lead. Scouts wants to catch up and get everything going. But, this is a round 2. You really want to be able to tie in that round 2 so that you can continue into that round 3, which is always very, very exciting.
Actually, imagine if we hit in the BO4, but never mind. We're going to be back into the game right now. And the Say seems to have lost the entomologist, though, because the entomologist already transitioned to the church, which probably the Say did not expect. And the result in the early starts, the Say actually wandered a bit around the map.
Yeah, we're going to see a beautiful portal from this priestess here. You have these wonderful places that you can put it in this church. Choosing not to break that portal and going to go through this one, but there's still that other one to loop with. So going to have to be really careful here. Probably going to go straight through this portal too. Didn't do it the first time, followed right after that transition, but now it's going to be gone and you don't have to deal with the hassle of it anymore. Jong, how is this chase looking? First chase on a priestess right at the church.
Oh, okay, managed to hit the first bomb over there. The priestess has one more portal to work with, but never mind, it's gonna get close. You have to dodge this bomb or else you go down!
Yes, we are going to see a down right away on this priestess, which is just beautiful gameplay, on getting that down so fast and sharing right next to a cipher, as, anyone should do. You really want to pressure those ciphers. You don't want the survivors to get them done, and with these bombs, you are able to put this pressure on the survivors.
Now the question is on to the survivors. What will their plan be? We all know how strong Bon camping is, and this is also a very fast down, which means that once again the survivors' room for decoding will be little. So I think XP here will have to contemplate whether he wants to do an over half rescue or not rescue at all.
Yeah, a lot going on here, a lot of choices that can be made. Camping this chair, but patrolling around the area in order to, just make sure that everything's working out, make sure no one gets too close. But unfortunately, the forward does manage to get pretty close, but that stun doesn't go off. The football is used to push back, but no stun. And takes the rescue, but last effort is popped on the priestess here, Jong.
Yep, the entomologist bug is going to try and shove the hunter away, but did not actually have a massive payoff. But actually now, the fort did manage to maintain in mostly full health, so that is one good news over there. But don't forget, the priestess will be eliminated in this chair with 4 ciphers remaining. And actually, if you look at the cipher progress, there's not a lot of decoded ciphers on the field, so this will be a tough situation for the survivors currently.
Be very difficult for Future to kind of reel back and it'll be very difficult for them to kind of reel back and get everything going, but still pushing. You want to do as much as you can. We're going to continue on with all of this. We're going to continue with the kiting. I'm going to transition away from this bonbon here over into hopefully a different kiting area. You want to keep going. You want to prevent those bombs. You want to stay out of those tight spaces. Flywheel too.
Yeah, just now the barmaid here actually did a pretty smart move too in a row to dodge the bombs, and the barmaid has potential to kite this bonbon just because of the amount of wine she can give it, because she used that one wine and is going to use the second one to recover back in full health. So this barmaid here will have to kite for a longer time to try and gain back some of the lost time from the relatively fast elimination.
It's very wonderful to see the Stovlin come into play right away to get rid of that chip damage, which means that the barmaid will be able to kite longer. Works out, a brief little mind game where, Bonbon completely loses the barmaid briefly, and these bees are going to come back into play here. Pushing against the wall, just bothering the poor guy, trying to do his job and hunt down these survivors. But transitioning, through the church to continue on with this chase.
Initially, that was a fast elimination, but from the pretty well kite from the barmaid, this actually gave the survivors back some chance, because currently only 2 ciphers remain, and one is already around half. So this is definitely gave them a chance. And here seems like the Stay here did not realize that there is a survivor hiding literally right behind the wall over there. Pretty sneaky, if you ask me. Yeah.
Absolutely, these walls are very good to hide from, and they can be broken in order to, vault over if you find that absolutely necessary. But, going to hide in this area. It's absolutely working.
Sneaky, sneaky. LMM is just hiding in plain sight. Talk about, and now XB's forward will be targeted, but he has half a football to utilize it with, so he can still kite for a long time. Actually, this is a potentially tieable situation, Kieran, if you ask me.
Utilizing all of these resources on the survivor side to get as far as possible and, buy as much time as possible to get these remaining ciphers done. A lot of teamwork on their side, they're doing their best. They're really, really putting the pressure on here. They don't want anything to go wrong for them. They want to be able to prolong these fights, and so far it's working really well, Jong.
Yeah, because currently, actually, the remaining survivors managed to dodge and almost never getting hit by the bombs, which is a good news over there, because now the last two ciphers are about to be primed. Let's see, and the cypher pop is going to be into play over here, and Bonbon has no ability, so this is only a tie situation for Bonbon at best.
Yes, we're going to see a very beautiful pop there. Detention is in play, luckily. Does happen to miss that remote bomb, but still able to, one bomb and the forward is down, or one hit with that detention, among other things. Dashes in here, and gets a pallet stun on the Bonbon here, and continues to kite away, Jong.
You have to remember, forward has a longer stun when he managed to pallet stun the hunter, so this will hurt and allow XB over here to transition further away, as he'll be making a beeline towards the other side of the gate. And I think the entomologist bugs will probably be in standby, so the real question is that can XB make it to the gate over here? XB is getting closer, the bugs are already on standby, but it will be hard over here considering that he's one bomb away, and don't forget there is also remote bomb, so down goes XB over here.
Utilized, and we are going to see the entomologist get out, and probably the barmaid soon as well, just to guaranteeing that draw in this round. Beautiful play from both sides, just a wonderful match, Jong.
Actually, at the start with how fast Bonbon's down was, it seems that he had the advantage, but then the remaining survivors managed to do a pretty good job in avoiding and evading the bombs, and gained enough time for the ciphers to be done. And let's look at the statistics here, and look at how long the forward managed to kite over here, 113 seconds.
Yes, that forward in with a very, very impressive kite. Very wonderful match to watch. A lot going on. A lot of teamwork that really worked out in the end. And a lot of changing target, which did happen to be a little bit of a hindrance at the end there, but definitely worked in favor at the start. And very, very beautiful starting down. It was very fast and very skillful.
Definitely towards the end, he failed to down someone is probably one of the factors of the ciphers being enough. Here's a quick recap of the score, which is currently the first round Future won by 5-3, and the second round, which is this round, is a draw. So this means that this also puts up the pressure on the next game, which is going to potentially determine how this match is going to go. With that,
Stay silent when you hear this sound. The static particles begin to vibrate with the sound waves, indicating they have acquired energy. It may be a tiny amount, yet it's enough to straighten out my thoughts. But the energy can also be huge. As the setting sun shone upon the final rest, I saw a musical note glimmering in gold and dancing in the air, just as they expected. The movement spread my life energy and pushed me up a pedestal until I could smell the aroma of talent in the air. The aroma was me, but it slowly faded with time. Once it faded, it cast me into the abyss, where the light from my eyes extinguished. The light shines through my fingers and onto the white keys as I continue writing, hoping the melody points me in a direction. In the reflection, I see what should have happened. He glows golden, just like they first expected. Stay silent when you hear this sound. The static particles begin to vibrate with the sound waves, indicating they have acquired energy. It may be a tiny amount. Great energy forces a change in the tide and pushes the world to absurdity. Do you believe?
Transitioning right back into the action here. I'm Veronica, this is Jong. We are back into round 2, part 2 in the second matchup. So we're all 2s, and that includes the score, Jong. We are all 2s right now. Everything is tied, everything is second. We're currently in this funny little state. How are things looking so far, do you think? What are we looking at?
Okay, let's look at the scoreboard below. Future still won BO1. That means that Future have a possibility of chance to end this game right over here, because Future won the first round. If they won the second round, they'll manage to win this game. This means that if Future's Hunter managed to get a free K or more, then that will be the end of this game, of them managing to win BO2. Ideally, Scout Survivor need to get at least a tie to stay alive, and a free escape if they want to tie up the score currently, as they're still trailing behind.
Absolutely, and just so wonderful to watch. Both of the teams have such good strengths, such good teamwork, such good hunters on their sides in order to really put pressure on the other team's survivors and force them to bring out even more teamwork than they had before. So it's looking really great, Jung. We are still here on the Red Church, which is a very fun map to watch. It's very balanced for both sides, so it's a wonderful tourney pick because you get to see the strength of both teams involved, I find.
And we're going to be hopping to the band pick screen here, which is once again YTX Shen is up against Jaden, Oh My God, Undo, and Nanashi. And once again, Red Church will be picked. I do wonder what will we see from the Scout Survivor and the Hunter, because just now, we managed to see Geishan BO1, which is a pretty rare pick if you consider about that.
Absolutely, it's going to be very interesting all around. We're just going to see what Shen has to pull out, because that geisha earlier was just absolutely insane. I cannot describe it in any other way. So fast, going all the way around, just like, it was so impressive. Really, really familiar with that geisha and clearly very comfortable with her and her abilities.
I wonder will the geisha make an appearance again, or something completely different may happen, and will the scouts even ban the geisha? This is definitely worth processing in this match, and we're still waiting for the first ban picks being picked, but I believe that probably Seer is going to be removed, just because we all know, at this point we all know about Seer of like how strong he is to hunters.
Yeah, unfortunately, we're actually going to see the Forward and the Priestess come out of the pool here. So we may actually be looking at something like a Chip Hunter or anything like that, but we are actually currently looking at 2 very strong meta picks to ban as well. You don't want that Priestess with those portals on this map. They can be really a hindrance. If someone transitions to the church and the Priestess has been there, there will then be like 5 million portals, and you got to chase them through all of them, which is just, it's so much to do. So a very good pick to ban. And we will be seeing Acrobat and Mercenary come into play here, and I believe that's Bonbon that has actually been banned.
Seems that they did their homework and know that Shen maybe has a Bonbon available, because Spear not being banned more normally means a Bonbon or Chip Hunters, like a Reliance over there. So them banning the Bonbon definitely makes sense, and Barmaid's gonna get banned from Shen. Shen's gonna ban the Barmaid here, so it's pretty interesting, because if you look at this, why would Shen remove the Barmaid? But it's going to be a interesting question looking over here.
removed a lot today, and in place of her we see this psychologist who I remember upon release people said was a stronger version of the barmaid. So I suppose they definitely are very different from each other, but with that principle in mind, a decent enough replacement for the barmaid after being banned here. Sometimes you just see those bans and you think, what are they trying to get rid of, and then put that in the pool anyway somehow, Jong.
Yeah, but to be fair, barmaid and psychologist does have a difference. Barmaid is more proactive, while psychologist is more reactive, so this is definitely interesting here. But this is a solid team comp, because if you look at it, they're all pretty strong against single hitters. Psychologist tank an extra hit, acrobat is, all know he can kite and stuff, so the postman will be banned, as Shen is going to remove it out of the equation here, does not want his dogs and the killing letters, and especially the letter to rush the gate.
Absolutely, you really do want that postman out of the way. He can just do so much on the field. Really, just like the acrobat, Jack. We actually see the enchantress come in here. I'm cutting myself up because I'm so excited to see her. What are your thoughts on this, John? Getting that enchantress pick right at the end there.
Oh, enchantress is a counter in case Shen pulls a Geisha, because Geisha does not like a harasser. Enchantress is one. Also, the fact that Enchantress counters single hitters, which is, surprise, surprise, Geisha. So I can definitely see what they're aiming for here, because if Shen pulls a Geisha, he'll have to face against a tougher team with the psychologist tanking extra hit and Enchantress here to just constantly harass the hunter.
We're actually seeing some excitement in chat about this little selection here. Very fun to see and read. I am excited as well. I'm sure we all are. I cannot wait to see this Enchantress in action. I haven't seen one yet today, so I am totally excited to see how she's utilized here. Those stuns can really be a problem.
And actually, this just showcases how many strategies we're seeing, because earlier the game we saw Little Girl and Patient from Scouts, and this game they opt for a different approach of acrobat and enchantress. Like, there's just so many strategies and character pools for Scouts, so I'm excited to see. And I'm also excited, will Shen pull out the Geisha or another hunter, which I feel like Geisha may not be favorable if you consider this team comp.
You want to be careful with what you do. You want to sort of ban that other hunter that you're a little bit more scared of, and then try your luck against the one that you've been up against before. So it could very well be that Geisha. She can go quite well under this sort of team comp. There's a lot going on here. There are a lot of hunters that can be selected to counter them, and a lot of hunters that can be countered by them.
Yeah, actually, it's just more of, for the character selection for hunters, just more of seeing how confident you are, like whether you place like character counters first, or rather you believe in your own familiarity. There's just so many things to consider right now. So I think if he'll pull the Geisha, it really depends on how confident he is. But let's think about, if he's not going to go for Geisha and other characters, what else can he pull against? Because actually Bloody Queen may be decent here, because Bloody Queen is actually not afraid of the Enchantress over here.
You have a lot of characters who are scared of that Enchantress and a lot of characters who aren't. If you play... Oh, and we actually will see a Sculptor in play, which is very interesting here. Maybe we'll have a difficult time against this comp. Maybe we'll have a very easy time, depending on the playstyle that's chosen by Shen to begin. But a good pick after banning that Bonbon, A little bit of trouble with the Enchantress there, as, the chips will stack those stuns. But how are things looking, do you find, Jong? What do you think this will end up being like?
Well, the Sculptor is definitely, like in terms of if we just analyze the team comp, Sculptor is definitely a more favorable choice, just because she's not that afraid of the Enchantress, and she's also a chip hunter, which will be better against this team comp, because this team comp is designed to counter single hit hunters. So if we think about it, the Sculptor can actually chase anyone apart from the mercenary first. Maybe ideally the Psychologist and the Enchantress will be better targets for the Sculptor, because her statues can be used to inflict a lot of damage very fast potentially.
Absolutely, this is just so wonderful to watch. I'm so excited to see the Sculptor come into play. She can just have these exciting plays, and it's nice to see her again after her big meta Koa a few years back. And we're going to start into the locational spawns here, John.
Yep. So once again, there's going to be a straight line. The mercenary will be spawning at the back gate. So now the question is that where will the Sculptor spawn? Maybe the Sculptor can consider spawning the right to the church and see who... Yep. Spawn at the right to the church, and now she's going to have be in close proximity to all 4 survivors. So I think in the end he'll probably aim for the psychologist or the enchantress first, depending on the sculptor's personal preferences.
Yeah, and we're gonna hop right back into the action here in just one moment. We're gonna go over a little screen here, remind you who's playing who. We're gonna see this sculptor just ready and raring to go and just attack with those statues.
Yep, and this is exciting. Sculptor has fallen a bit out of meta, like a bit in priority, but she's still viable. And once again, remember, if the Shen here gets a free K, it's over immediately. So we're going to be into the game now, and the sculptor will be making her way towards the shack, which is where the psychologist is going to be spawned. So it seems like, oh my god, here will be taking the first kite.
Just going to deal with a little pause here again, getting ducks in a row, just waiting a few moments. Again, it just takes a while to get everything in order, and we'll just enjoy this little break here, Jong. Very excited again for this enchantress and this sculptor to go up against each other, along with the psychologist. I was excited to see a psychologist earlier today, and now here she is. Very great to see. Can possibly negate that statue damage in a very interesting way.
It's actually great to see Sculptor back, because she did fall a bit out of meta, because there is a weakness of her, is that her statues are slightly unreliable, and there is a potential for her to get 3-4 escape. That's why we don't see her that much. But then again, if you are confident with your statues, you can still whoop it out and chip someone down fast if you're pretty confident with it.
Totally a possibility. That'd be, wonderful. And Sculptor has a pretty decent control around trying to pressure ciphers. Definitely not as good as Clerk, but in the same area as, being able to come over and toss those statues, and everyone has to run around and avoid that chip damage to the best of their ability, along with a very strong camp.
Yeah, because Sculptor's only weakness is her early game. Her early game is definitely weaker because it'll be slightly harder to manage to land statues on top of the survivors, but once she unlocked her full presence, that's when her terror begins, because then we know that she can combine her statues to knock the survivors. It'll be much easier to manage to chip the survivors. So dealing against a sculptor, your strategy is to not give her any presence at all, to try and prolong the time she managed to unlock her level 2 full presence.
You want to really prevent that prison as much as possible. I find with a lot of hunters, sometimes people are like, oh, how do you kite them? And I'm like, just don't get hit and don't give them presence. And Sculptor is one of those to me, you want to keep her on the down low for that presence, otherwise she's going to be a lot too much to handle.
But actually now if we think about this team comp, is that there is one thing, that this team comp is more of a solo kite heavier team rather than a support, because there's no priestess, no barmaid, and there isn't much of a support apart from the enchantress. So I feel like if the survivors have a bad start, then the enchantress is their only way of countering around. So I think the first kite will be more important because they don't have that many items or resources to use to support one another.
You want to be very careful with what you're doing here. It's kind of an every man for himself at the moment. A lot of those powerful support characters were banned before things happened, which is very interesting. You want to really get those out of the way. You don't want to be dealing with these survivors that are just way too powerful to go up against. Especially when you're taking in a hunter that's kind of like, you're dealing with a situation where you really want to be able to pull in those wins after that draw.
Yeah, and actually, Ideally, Shen over here definitely wants to get the free K, because a free K means that it's game over immediately. Meanwhile, Scouts also would probably want to at least tie to stay alive, and if they can, they definitely want to free escape, because if they free escape, it means that the score's tied up, but seems like we're going to have to go through a quick restart over here, so it seems so let's just analyze more, but, well, we may be waiting a bit, but actually, the more we wait, the more I'm excited. After that very first round, I'm just like, everything can happen, that I'm excited to see what will happen here.
Absolutely. Shen is just kind of a beast on the field. I keep saying it, but I really mean it. I'm very, very impressed with everything that Shen is capable of. In that first match, we did see some interesting, little gameplay and mind games with the survivors there in order to push for that that tie at the end, it was very, very clutch. So we don't know what we're dealing with here. Shen could play, really, really hard, really aggressive, and do obscenely well, but these survivors could still manage to push for that win. They work so well together and they communicate very strongly.
While we're here, let's just promote about that. For those of you at the chat, make sure to interact and comment much more, because the thing is that as a viewers, you can earn NM coins through like interacting with each other, and the coins can be used to purchase like special fan signs from casters, and you can also get a front row seat of the grand finals of IVA. Like, Veronica, just how well would that be?
Yeah, just very exciting. You get to see the action all up close. I know I would love to do that myself, just sit there and watch everything happen just firsthand. It would be really, really great. And beyond that, you do have those little loyalty IDV goodies, which I know I would love to receive. I am a big fan of merch. I have 5 little plushies up on my shelf over there. It's just really cute. It's fun to have.
Wow, so many plushies. So many plushies. That must be pretty cute. Well, I actually don't have plushies, but I actually like cosplaying, and I have cosplayed a couple characters of IDV, because this game is just so beyond fun that I just love and enjoy cosplaying it and playing it, and this game is just like very special to me.
Yeah, me too. I love it to bits and pieces and everything about it. I'm glad to know that you feel the same. It's great to collect merch, it's great to collect things, and it's wonderful to have these opportunities to collect even more. You also have that giveaway of the 2 S tier skins and the 1 A tier skin, so if you don't want to collect outside of game, you can always collect in the game, and your wallet will thank you because someone else is getting it for you.
Yeah, if you're a skin player, you definitely do not want to miss this opportunity. Personally, I am not, but for those skin players, you definitely want to flex the skins and just how beautiful they are. There are just so many beautiful skins in this game. I also bought a few skins that I personally want, but if you like to collect skins, don't miss this opportunity and check it out at Nello Mello's page post.
It's right there for you to access anytime that you want to while we're sitting here and just having this chat. Is everyone excited for the match? I know I am, and so is Dong, as we've rehashed a million times. Very excited to see this comp. It's a very interesting comp that we're going to be looking at. First Enchantress of the day, I see everyone playing around with the fun little chat commands there, and it's absolutely wonderful to be able to pass the time that way as we wait to continue to get right back into the action.
Let's just greet a few people. Genesis, hello, welcome to the stream. And Kristen, hello, welcome to the stream. And there's also Koshin. Like, some of these people have been around ever since the start of the first match, and we're now at the second match and they're still there. It just proves to how much people would love this game, as we have like 100 and around 20 people here, which is a lot, and we actually reached 200 viewers. It just seems that there's so many people who love this game and watching this competitive game pretty excitedly.
Yeah, there is a lot of love for IVA here, and there is a lot of love for everyone involved. It's wonderful to see everyone come out to support all of these teams and just, have a great time, and everyone enjoyed themselves, and everyone's been, very polite and well-behaved in chat so far as I can tell, which is always really, really good to see.
Yeah, just everyone is having fun in chat, and we're having fun here waiting to start, and actually, this reminds me of the competitiveness, because I actually have watched this IDV competition ever since the start in COA 1, and it's actually amazing how it went from COA 1 up to COA 6, and how back then it was a small tournament, and now we are having not only COAs being large, but lots of community tournaments like this IVA over here, which is very amazing, and I was dumbfounded seeing how well organized this one is.
Yeah. It's been really great so far. Nell has put in a lot of hard work in order to make this tournament, go off without a hitch and be just so high quality and so fun to watch and so fun to be a part of. So definitely, show your love for Nell here for everything that he's done in order to, make this happen and make it happen so seamlessly.
Apart from Nell, don't forget of the people working behind the scenes, such as Chocho, Z-Red, NTT, other mods over there also worked pretty hard, because one person does not make this tournament, but a couple of people all working pretty hard to make this tournament seem very official. So when thanking Nello Mello, don't forget about the people who behind the scenes that we don't see that often too.
So it's really great. We are still waiting here, but we are working off of that draw, which means it's anyone's game at this point. Shen could pull that beautiful win here. We could end up pulling, something else. It's just really great. Everything is so wonderful to watch, and we are excited to get back into this action with this team comp. You got that sculptor that we're going to be looking for, and I believe that's the first sculptor that we've seen, which is going to be really great. I do love watching those statue plays, especially when there's so many and so many that are well placed that it turns into kind of a visual mess and you're not really sure who they're hitting or where they're going.
Oh yeah, the statues over there, especially level 2, the statues flying around, it will be hard to like body block and stuff. And actually she has gotten a bit of a nerf because in her earlier days she's more terrifying, but even with her nerfs she's still in the meta with how terrifying she can potentially be in level 2.
Absolutely, you're just looking at a character who has been strong since her release, and usually when you're that strong upon starting, you just continue to have that sort of strength, and these survivors have to...
Sorry?
Alright, and we will be cutting to a brief break here actually at this point in time, so we will be right back with you in a moment. Just getting everyone's ducks in a row, everyone have a good wait here.
Yep, see you guys after a break.
Stay silent when you hear this sound. The static particles begin to vibrate with the sound waves, indicating they have acquired energy. It may be a tiny amount, yet it's enough to straighten out my thoughts. But the energy can also be huge. As the setting sun shone upon the final rest, I saw a musical note glimmering in gold and dancing in the air, just as they expected. The movement spread my life energy and pushed me up a pedestal until I could smell the aroma of talent in the air. The aroma was me, but it slowly faded with time. Once it faded, it cast me into the abyss, where the light from my eyes extinguished. The light shines through my fingers and onto the white keys as I continue writing, hoping the melody points me in a direction. In the reflection, I see what should have happened. He glows golden, just like they first expected. Stay silent when you hear this sound. The static particles begin to vibrate with the sound waves, indicating they have acquired energy. It may be a tiny amount. Great energy forces a change in the tide and pushes the world to absurdity. Do you believe?
Hey everyone, and we are so sorry about that little hiccup there, but we are right back in order. No worries, everyone had a good time waiting and sitting, and everything's perfectly fine, because we're going to hop right back into the action really soon, John. I think your mic may be muted. While John figures out that other little tiny technical difficulty here, everything's gonna be, we're gonna hop right into the action. We're very excited to see what happens after this draw here. I am personally very excited. Hi everyone in chat. Hey Genesis, I've seen you around a lot. Really nice to see you still here. Just all those names I recognize just sitting there. Everyone's still playing with those fun chat features. And we are going to be loading back in really, really soon, and I'm very excited to continue this match with you guys.
Hello?
Very interesting to see.
Hello, is it
Hi,
working
welcome
now?
back, Jong.
Yay, I'm back. It's pretty hard to not being able to talk just because I would love to share the excitement and stuff. So, yep, I'm back. Yay.
We are going to be doing, just those little spawn selections again, and then hop right into the action in a few moments. And we are very excited to start this match up and out again. Here on the Red Church, here in our second round, our second matchup. We are still with Future versus Scouts, and we are very excited to see how everything goes. And good luck to everyone involved. This is going to be very, very interesting to watch.
Good luck to everyone, to all the teams over here, as I'm excited to see how this resolve. And yeah, we're back in the game with the very same selection. So now we're going to be hopping right into the game. And once again, Shen will be aiming towards the psychologist who's at the shack over here. So let's see what is going to happen now.
Absolutely. We see everyone preparing some things. We see some pallets already thrown down in order to, utilize Kite a little bit better, be a little bit stronger with what they can do. We see Shen transitioning around and on, looking for this prime target here who will end up being the psychologist. So just going to come right in for this chase here and start preparing those statues to be thrown at the psychologist to start getting that chip damage. Hopefully if those statues can land, Jong, and a main body hit to get rid of that stress right away.
There was a bit of a mismovement from the psychologist, allowing herself to get the hit relatively fast. So we'll have to see what continue to happen in this kite as Shen still the statue managed to get a chip over there. So now the psychologist only has 1/4 of health and misses the chip, which is fortunate, or else the psychologist would have gone down over there. That was a fortunate event.
We do actually see that psychologist go down now, and much like last round, we see another very early down on the hunter's side for the survivors. So I wonder if it'll play out the same way, or if maybe there will be more pressure, and going to utilize that chisel ability to spectate and force these survivors off of those cipher machines to prevent that rush strong, want to be sure, and then want to stand right near that chair so your camp remains perfect.
Actually, we see someone approaching, and actually I would be wondering, would they send the acrobat to rescue? Because acrobat has no tide. That means that the psychologist has empathy remaining, but the fact that the acrobat got 2 hits over here means that this is going to be a whole different story, as the acrobat's going to go down and fail this rescue.
Oh my goodness, we are going to see that acrobat go right down attempting to rescue. This mercenary is also coming in now using that elbow pad to avoid all of those statues. Misses the hit, does manage to miss that hit there, and the mercenary is going to be able to kite off. But this acrobat's going to go on chair, and the psychologist had last effort popped as far as I can see there, Jong.
Psychologist is going to pull off, to delay a bit and pull off the acrobat the last second just to delay more time. So yep, the acrobat will be rescued unless he can the psychologist block for the acrobat, which will not happen. So this is a very bad situation for the survivors, as the psychologist will be dead on chair and the acrobat's on second chair too.
Excellent job, however, at delaying this from happening. The tide stacking and the choosing to rescue at the last moment, just very smart on the survivor's side here. Just wonderful to watch. Very good job from Scouts. We are going to continue to move over. We are going to put this psychologist on her final chair and send her back to the manor. And then maybe transition over to find that acrobat, but actually changing to teleport in order to get to the cipher machine and place more pressure on these survivors.
Actually, there was a very smart move over there from Shen, accurately predicting and knowing where did the acrobat go down at. It's possible that he may saw the shaking cipher or something. Now the acrobat is on the second chair, and the survivor will be scrambling what to do, as the enchantress will be sneaking in to pull off a rescue, but there's still 4 ciphers remaining. This is a very tough situation for Scouts currently.
See the enchantress come in, and as we were talking about earlier, that full presence sculptor is just really a monster to deal with. And getting that down on the enchantress after those chip hits, so nothing can be done here. You gotta send that mercenary in for the rescue, or you've got 4 ciphers remaining. You don't even have the dungeon to show for it. So this is a very, very tough, risky situation, Jong.
Yeah, as we talked before the match, don't forget, if it's a 3k or more, it's over on spot, meaning that they must get a tie, but this will be very tough, because you still have 4 ciphers remaining, and there's only 2 people left. Right now, it seems that what Scouts can do is going to be pretty limited, as the mercenary will again take a chip. We can see that Shen's statues are very on point at this game, managing to bait a hit them to pull off the rescue, which is going to be 1 saving grace, but the enchantress will still go down.
And we still have that amount of ciphers remaining, which creates a very difficult situation. You know, you're going to have to try and pop one in order to make that dungeon appear. There's not much else that can be done in this situation. The Enchantress is going to go back on chair, which, you know, now you can go and try and pressure and chase this mercenary. You can get those chips and get that down. You can get those chips and then get that main body hit and get an immediate down. It's looking really good on Shen's side for future here, John.
Actually, there's just nothing they can do at this point because the mercenary is in a quarter of health, and with that, this is going to be a knockdown with 4 cipher remaining, a 4K situation. So congratulations to Future for advancing further up the winner's bracket over here.
Yes, absolutely beautiful, beautiful plays from both sides, and Future did manage to bring home the crown at the end of it for these rounds here. A beautiful job from Shen there, just absolutely wonderful with that Galatea. I can see that Sculptor being respect banned further on in this tournament if they've watched this round and they now know what is capable there. Seeing a lot of love and support in the chat for them, you know, just a round of applause for all of those beautiful plays on the side of Shen there, and the way that the survivors work together to try and prevent that from happening.
Definitely a round of applause to Scouts for trying, and also kudos to Shen over here, which he managed to get knockdowns as we hear with 4 ciphers remaining and 17 strikes. So this is a very showcase of dominance from Shen over here, and I think this also tells a message to the remaining teams who have played against Future. Be aware of Shen's Galatea.
Yes, you do want to be wary of that Sculptor. You want to make sure that you're not going down. And that Michiko too, just like, it's so much to deal with. Shen is a very wonderful hunter who will be very viable later on in this tourney. But an excellent job from both sides. It's wonderful to see people do their best. And we saw some very, very beautiful gameplay from Scouts as well. But with that, we will now be cutting to a break. And then when we come back, you will be met with the third and final match of this day, which is some of the lower brackets going up against each other.
Yep. With that, I'm going to see you all guys back after break, and don't let the hype die down as we still have one more match today, and I'll still be here with you guys, so see you after the break.
Stay silent when you hear this sound. The static particles begin to vibrate with the sound waves, indicating they have acquired energy. It may be a tiny amount, yet it's enough to straighten out my thoughts. But the energy can also be huge. As the setting sun shone upon the final rest, I saw a musical note glimmering in gold and dancing in the air, just as they expected. The movement spread my life energy and pushed me up a pedestal until I could smell the aroma of talent in the air. The aroma was me, but it slowly faded with time. Once it faded, it cast me into the abyss, where the light from my eyes extinguished. The light shines through my fingers and onto the white keys as I continue writing, hoping the melody points me in a direction. In the reflection, I see what should have happened. He glows golden, just like they first expected. Stay silent and hear this sound. The static particles begin to vibrate with the sound waves, indicating they have acquired energy. It may be a tiny amount. Great energy forces a change in the tide and pushes the world to absurdity. Do you believe?
来いやっと頭は間違うことがあっても血は間違わない正しさとはそれは傷つけることはできる守り救済することはできない僕が良ければ全てよし超推理
An everlasting night with no end in sight. Even the dazzling light failed to pierce the darkest dream. Noir, the Mello family has no need for useless people.
Creating a perpetual motion machine is like being trapped in a never-ending dream. Reality grows from these sketches, expanding through years of fruitless effort.
Alright, welcome back guys into Identity V Arena 2022 November edition, and I'm Invisible Jong once again back, and I'm joined with Lichi. Hi there, Lichi.
Jong, I'm so excited to be back for this this matchup of the tournament today. We've had some really exciting matches so far in today's tournament, as you know very well yourself from casting the previous matches here. So I'm really excited to see how this third matchup will play out here. And these are teams that we have seen before in the tournament. It's going to be Comeback here playing against ZT. So two very strong teams going against each other today.
Yeah, and actually this is where it gets very rough, because 0-2 and Comeback both lost their first match and they're now in the losers bracket, which means that whoever loses this match will be eliminated from the tournament for good, which will be pretty savage. But then again, this is the reality of a tournament, so both teams are definitely going to be giving it their all in order to stay alive and live for another day.
Yes, that's true. And these teams, you know, although they lost the first one, this is their chance to redeem themselves and push forward. So I think it's great that they have this opportunity and that we get to see them again as their fans. So definitely looking forward to it. And, you know, now let's go see the introduction of these teams here. So up first, we're going to see the members of ZT here. We see that they have two hunters, including Miko Mary Brown and Kuga, who we both got to see last time, actually. I'm curious to see who will be up first today. And then for the survivor side here, we have several of ZT's survivors as well.
Yep. Miko Mocha, Shadow Starbuck, Zeds, Runs, and Miss Night Train, which if you have seen the match yesterday, we already know who they are. And now the comeback, which we have seen earlier today with Gotje as the hunter and the survivor list. Want to go ahead with that, Lichi?
Yeah, sure. So we have on the survivor side, Cerberus, Little Cerberus, Mint. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing these correctly, so forgive me here. 72S, Gukos, and Alex on the survivor side here.
Yeah. So once again, these two teams, whoever loses will be eliminated, and they're actually different though, because Comeback played earlier today, and they're now playing again, while ZT lost yesterday and playing today. So let's see, it's actually going to be pretty interesting, because Comeback has the advantage of recency, because they just played, they probably know what went wrong, while ZT on the other hand, they lost yesterday and they had a whole night to rest. So I'm interested to see how would these two teams make a comeback and change themselves after their first defeat.
Yes, definitely. Hopefully, they both had time to reflect on how they did and how they're able to improve for this matchup here and strategize a little bit. Definitely going to be a little bit intensive on CB, who played earlier today, but like you said, maybe, they still have that adrenaline from that previous match to keep them going. So hopefully both of these teams here are going to bring out their A game and regardless of what the results are, show us a really good, really strong game here.
Yeah, and I think the key is to give it your all and have no regrets. Like, if go out, just go out with a bang.
Yeah, and these are all really top tier teams playing in these playoffs here. I've already been shocked several times by how close it's been, a really close dungeon escape, or, sometimes we do have those matches where one side completely dominates, but I think there's been several really exciting close matches so far, and those are the matches that really get me hyped up as the audience. So I am just really excited to see this display of skill here from both sides. To see if they'll go with similar strategies as previously or bring out something new, show the audience something new, something fun for their last match here. But now we are about to go into the ban and pick selections here.
This is going to be Godj versus CT, and this is actually interesting because Godj played against CT in the IVC finals in GH, and now once again it's going to be sort of a mini rematch of the IVC finals. As I'll be wondering what Godj be going for, and will he go that Hermit that we've seen earlier today that did pretty well? I'm interested to find out would that be the case here.
Yes, that's a really good point, Jong. Godj did bring out the Hermit earlier today and got a 4-survivor elimination, so definitely showed us his dominance there with that Hermit. And, round 1 might be a good chance to bring that out since there's going to be no Hunter bans on the table. But we'll see what he decides to do here. We do see the Priestess coming in as the first ban from Godj's side. Definitely a really annoying survivor to deal with on Leo's memory, where there's that 2-story that's so strong. And on the survivor side, we do see the forward and the postman coming in here. So forward here, obviously a really strong meta pick. And then you have the postman, who recently has been doing really well in tournaments lately, just being able to support the teammates, but also utilize that dog to kite for himself and loop those structures there. So let's see what they come out with next.
Postman, the postman dog, postman has been in the meta ever since he received that buff. As we all know, Postman has been in the meta for a very long time. His decoding letter sort of nullifies Ford's decoding debuff here, and Seer will be the second character being banned from Godj over here, because if he's aiming for Hermit, he probably does not want an out that would block a free hit.
Yes, definitely true. That could be something extra for the Hermit to have to deal with there, as he already has to somewhat calculate how to spread out the damages onto the survivors. So getting rid of that variable there, and we do see that the survivors meanwhile have chosen the toy merchant as a pick here. So interesting to see that as a pick in round 1 for them, but does give the survivors an option as a supporter, since we do have the Priestess being banned here. She is somebody who can help the survivors potentially transition to different areas as well as herself being able to glide off different points on the map. And we do see the barmaid here coming in as Godj's last ban here. So, this could mean several things, because barmaid, we have seen, been able to heal up the survivors against Hermit and be a helpful support in that aspect. She also is sometimes used to counter hunters like Clerk and Dream Witch. So we'll have to see what Godj is really thinking behind those bans there.
Actually with the Toy Merchant, Toy Merchant can actually have potential in this map. You can just place it outside the factory and then to bounce on top of the staircase, which is that spot that pretty much a lot of players will know about. And as you mentioned over there, I think Godj wants a Hermit. The barmaid ban makes sense just because she can regen her health, and if CT over here is full on dead set on countering, then they can, I was about to say Psychologist, because Psychologist has empathy, meaning that she has an extra tank of hit, and this is going to be very helpful against the Hermit game, who specialize into reducing and lowering down everyone's health, because having an extra tank empathy for the Psychologist is definitely going to pay off and work against the Hermit.
Yes, that's definitely true here. Sometimes we even see against the Hermit, the Psychologist is able to either use that to help the teammate being chased tank hits, if not use that to tank her hits herself. So definitely could be a good utility against a hunter like the Hermit there, as well as, really any other single hit hunter out there as well, although Hermit's a little bit different than a traditional single hit hunter.
Actually, one thing is that Hermit is actually different to a lot of hunters. Like, doesn't follow the normal hits down approach, because Hermit has an inbuilt field control. So Hermit, like, how you play Hermit and how you play against Hermit is actually different to any standard hunter. So I think the true test of this tournament is that if the teams know how to play against a Hermit, because he is a very new character in the meta and in the competition, and yet again we are seeing him appear right now as we predicted. So now the real test is that does ZT know how to counter against this Hermit?
Yeah, I'm really interested to see how they'll do here. Occasionally, we do see some teams end up in a situation where they try to help their teammate sort of tank the hits at first by spreading out the damage, but then later on it might lead to a difficult spot if there's nobody healthy enough to rescue. So that kind of strategy really relies on the first kiter to kite a very long time. But we have seen other teams as well who are able to keep at least one rescuer healthy enough to go in for that rescue. So we'll have to see how this plays out here between both the survivor side and the hunters being able to control the polarity somewhat. But that ability to change the polarity for the survivors has a really long cooldown. So sometimes it's difficult for you to control on the survivor side, I would say.
Yeah, one thing of the Hermit though is that people recently have adopted strategy to first of all, like, all 4 people take the first hit and 3 people take the second, but never mind about that just yet, as we're going to be hopping in area selection. And for a second I thought they're going to go for a full square over there. I was like, wow, that was an interesting choice.
Yeah, we see that. And they appear to have locked in for now. The toy merchant there with the forward and the psychologist forming a line down the middle with the postman in the building here, the 2-story. Meanwhile, we see Gaje there spawning in the corner there where the gates are. So interesting layout here, and we'll have to see who Gaje goes first, because he's a little bit removed from some of the survivors there, with postman especially being in the strongest kiting area of the map.
I think definitely the toy merchant, but the toy merchant will probably place a catapult and ready to jump away. So let's see. And actually, one strategy of Hermit that I was talking is that for 4 people to tank the first hit and 3 people to tank the second, because that means that whoever is being chased will have 1.3 health remaining after 2 hits, and that means that they can tank a amount of 4 hits. So that's actually a potential strategy that I may be seeing here. And it seems like we're going to be hopped into the game, as Gaje will be approaching. No, rather he will be controlling the Cypher first and probably be approaching Miku Mokka's toy merchant, who already flew into the factory over there.
Right, and we do see that Gaje indeed seemingly to go after that toy merchant first, but she is in a quite strong area of the map. Gaje actually, maybe he's trying to spot out where the postman went, since he does know the postman was here, but postman has long since transitioned, so we'll see if he decides to continue to chase the toy merchant or continue on this lookout here for the postman. In the meantime, it did force the survivors to have to rotate so that the fastest decoders spend some time walking around instead of decoding here.
Yeah, so actually Gaje wandered around the map early game, but the survivor didn't decode much. But currently I feel like that this showcases the good discipline of ZT survivor, because they all have announcing which direction the hunter is going and transition away for early in advance. So that definitely gives a chance for, like, allows Gaje to spend even longer time to find the first survivor here, which is going to be the 4, which is the one person you don't really want.
Yes, definitely, like you mentioned, Zhang, really good communication on the survivor side here. We saw how quickly they transitioned after their teammates reported that the hunter has changed targets. And now looks like Zed Psychologist is actually the survivor closest to the hunter here. We saw the catapult being used really well earlier as well, but now Psychologist is being close in from the Hermit, using the flywheel here to dodge the first hit. And Psychologist safe for now, but we'll see. Gaje does have Blink in hand to help him with that first chase, although as we know, Psychologist can potentially take multiple hits here. Applying the blue charge onto Psychologist, we do see that the other survivors also immediately change their charges to blue as well.
Yeah, this is 4 people tank the first hit, and here's the thing, Psychologist has an inbuilt extra hit, and the fact that currently is a pretty deep into the game, Hermit still hasn't landed a hit yet. This is going to be a tough game, especially because Psychologist has an extra health, meaning she can potentially tank 4 to 5 hits, which is not good for Hermit, who relies on a fast down.
Yes, definitely. So going along with the strategy, just like you said, Zhang, and now we see Gaje and the Psychologist continuing to loop around, but Gaje does utilize the blink at this moment and is able to deal damage onto the Psychologist, who currently did not have any charge, I believe, so took that damage by herself. We do see that Gaje here is actually going after runs forward next, it seems like, utilizing that skill to gain closer distance to the forward before applying more pressure around here. And the Psychologist, was able to heal up quite a bit due to her ability to take the extra hit. So now the forward here just entering the big house and taking over the kite, with Gaje actually on the prowl potentially for a third target here.
Yeah, but here's the thing now, Gaje is forced to switch targets again, and during this time, ciphers are being gone left and right, so we can see that 2 ciphers are done. And the disadvantage of Hermit is that the fact that he can distribute the cipher means that most of the remaining cipher have a lot of progress outside, so this is not a good situation, as now the first cipher is about to be done, and with 2 ciphers remaining, he still has not gotten anyone down yet.
Yes, definitely a tricky situation for Gaje here. Was able to find the Psychologist again and deal another hit onto Zed here, but again, this is going to be a little bit tricky for the Hunter, who no longer has Blink for this hit either, so is going to have to rely on chasing the Psychologist on foot here as they mind game around these pallets. And meanwhile, only one cipher left on the survivor side. A nice mind game there. A Psychologist able to vault that pallet and prevent that hit. Really nice juke there on Zed's side. But Gaje, we just see him trying to spread out the ciphers as much as he can, but survivors actually almost have that last cipher done.
Yeah, here's the thing, that was the second time Zed managed to evade a hit with the flywheel, and actually the ciphers are about to be done, so it seems like we are going to be approaching endgame real quick with no one being shared at all, so this is not looking too good for Gaje over here, as the ciphers will be popped, and right now Gaje will probably have to try and focus on Zed here, or else maybe a force escape, because we can see Zed will be approaching the dungeon's direction.
Yes, definitely. And we do see here Gaje utilizing the stun, but had to break that pallet here in order to catch up to the Psychologist. So we'll see if this was enough time bought for the rest of the survivors, because one of them already is opening the gate there, and looks like Gaje is going to go ahead and chair the Psychologist, while the other survivors should be able to escape. Trait only just got off cooldown for Gaje there, so no way to catch up, and he seems to know that and will just be securing his elimination here. So, wow, we do see that, Gaje has been so far really strong with that Hermit, but the survivors here on ZT side were able to really effectively counter this Hermit using the strategies just like you described, John.
Yeah, and I think one very good thing that they did was to constantly loop around and announce which direction the Hunter is going, never giving a chance for Gaje to even approach a target that he wants. That's actually a showcase of good discipline in terms of the survivors over here. So let's have a look at the stats. We saw 150-second kite, which is pretty long.
Yes, that's true. And the kiting baton, got passed off a little bit, but the Psychologist was mainly the one kiting, so we do have to give props to the Psychologist here in this match. But like you said, Zhang, communication is key really in any Identity 5 match, but especially on the tournament level, and especially when you're playing a Hunter like the Hermit, where there's so many extra bits and pieces there regarding, the ciphers, the polarity, how you want to distribute that damage. And you have to it's something that you have to plan for and have practiced in advance. So I think it really goes to show how much time and effort CT has gone into being able to analyze Hermit and come up with, make sure that they're following these most effective strategies here to counter.
Right, with that, let's just have a quick recap of the score. As ZT is currently ahead 3-1 in the first round. So now in the next round, the factions will be swapped, and we're gonna hop into a quick break real quick, and we'll see you guys after the break. See you in a bit, guys.
Stay silent when you hear this sound. The static particles begin to vibrate with the sound wave, indicating they have acquired energy. It may be a tiny amount, yet it's enough to straighten out my thoughts. But the energy can also be huge. As the setting sun shone upon the final rest, I saw a musical note glimmering in gold and dancing in the air, just as they expected. The movement spread my life energy and pushed me up a pedestal until I could smell the aroma of talent in the air. The aroma was me, but it slowly faded with time. Once it faded, it cast me into the abyss, where the light from my eyes extinguished. The light shines through my fingers and onto the white keys as I continue writing, hoping the melody points me in a direction. In the reflection, I see what should have happened. He glows golden, just like they first expected. Stay silent when you hear this sound. The static particles begin to vibrate with the sound waves, indicating they have acquired energy. It may be a tiny amount. Great energy forces a change in the tide and pushes the world to absurdity. Do you believe?
Alright guys, welcome back to the match between ZT and Comeback over here, and we are up in the BO1 second half after that free escape from the first round, Lichi. How are you feeling right now about this game?
I'm really excited. I mean, we've seen how well ZT survivors were able to work together and utilize their strategies to overcome Gajay's really strong character here, the Hermit. So I was really surprised to see that in round one, but it shows us really how these teams, you know, despite losing at first their previous matchups, are able to come back from that and do really well. So was really excited to see that from ZT's side, and I do hope that, you know, from Comeback side, their survivors are able to show us a really strong performance as well. Gajay only got one elimination in the first round, but hopefully his survivor teammates can really step it up this time and try their best to even out the score as much as they can. So we'll have to see what's in store for us up next.
Yep. While we're here, let's just have a quick shout out. Hello Dan, hello Anton, Bell. lots of people still in the stream right now. We still have over 100 viewers. The highest peak point was 200. We definitely a lot of audience here are excited. And just remember a reminder, you can, as a viewer, you can earn your NM coins in stream by chatting and interacting. And if you gain enough coins, you can potentially have like some special fun signs from the casters and also a VIP seat for the IVA finals. You definitely do not want to miss this. This competition is just so amazing of how IVA, how high level this gameplay is right now.
Yes, definitely true. And, you know, if anybody just happens to be joining us now, I do want to, of course, mention there's also a giveaway for skins going on. So you can check out more information on Nello and Mello's page for that. But really exciting because they're giving out 2 S-tier skins and 1 A-tier skins, courtesy of Sunny Kim 23. So be sure to check that out if you haven't yet.
And also, there's also the interactions for you to gain merch, but never mind about that, as currently we're going to be into the second half of BO1, as, once again, this time it's Miko's turn to be playing rather than Kuga, because from what we've seen yesterday, Kuga was the one playing in BO1 for 0-2, but today Miko will be the one playing in BO1, so I wonder what does Miko have in store for us?
Right, I am really interested to see that here. That little switch there from ZT side, you know, we did see Miko play the clerk before, so I'm curious to see if they would consider that as an option or bring out something else in this match. I think Bonbon was one of their other hunters as well, and I'm sure plenty of other ones that they have in store as well. But looking here at the bans and picks, so Miko here coming out with a forward ban to start us off. And on CB's side here, we have a priestess and an acrobat. So coming in with that priestess that we didn't see in the previous round, but we know is, of course, a very strong character on Leo's memory, a very strong kiter around the two-story factory there, and also a supporter there on a really large map, a fairly large map here with Leo's memory. Also the acrobat, a very well-rounded character being chosen as well.
Yep. Oh, and Toy Merchant here we banned from Miko over here because we know that Toy Merchant has potential to bounce people on the stairs, so seems like Miko here does not want to see the Toy Merchant being utilized over here. And here's also a reminder, because of the free escape, that means that as long as Miko gets a draw over here, then 0-2 will have won the first round, so Miko will definitely be aiming at least a tie in this round if possible. So here's another interesting thing. Currently, Seer is not banned. I wonder if that leaning towards a Bonbon, because Bonbon is one of the very few characters that does not ban Seer, as not afraid of it.
Yeah, that's true. That's a really good observation, Zhang. And I'm curious to see if CB is going to consider that Bonbon and choose a team composition to counter. We do see the Mercenary coming in here as the third pick after some thought from the Survivor side. So it looks like they do want to make sure they have a really reliable rescuer in their team composition here, and Mercenary being the most reliable of them all. Meanwhile, here on Miko's side, we see a Painter ban. So that's relatively unique, I would say. Painter here coming into the mix, but perhaps CB, you know, maybe has a strong Painter among their players. So interesting to see that come out on Miko's side as well. Wants to avoid those stunner characters here.
Yeah, I actually did not expect this Painter because we rarely see it being played and rather also banned. The thing of Painter is that his paintings are equivalent to 2 guns, but then he has a slow build-up time, meaning that against strong chasing character, there's a potential for him to die fast. I wonder what Miko is aiming for banning that Painter. Probably a hunter that has a slower wind-up, a slower chase, maybe? I'm actually interested to see what will Hermit, or rather come back as a whole pick, and action is definitely possible in this map too, because you can just one hook and hook up the stairs. Once again, the factory, the strongest point of this map.
Yes, definitely. And I was reminded here. So apparently CB does have a really strong painter, like an S-badge painter among their mix.
Wow.
So that could definitely explain why Miko chose to respect that painter ban here. So definitely makes sense now why he chose to go with that ban. But we do see that CB here coming in here with a postman character. So Postman, like we mentioned last match, has been quite up there in the meta recently as a supporter character who can make up for the slow decoder's deficit there by utilizing that tranquility letter in order to increase their speed, as well as provide all sorts of buffs for the team. I mean, for kiting, for rescuing, for opening the gate and making sure they have vision on the dungeon so that they don't have to spend time looking for the dungeon. He can definitely be a very well-rounded character there, and also with the protection of the two-story here, as long as he can try to transition into the two-story building, he does have room to kite as well with the help of his dog.
Yeah, you're definitely right about that. Actually, the Postman is also viable because he is a decoder because of his decoding letters to help his teammates, but yet again, his kiting ability is good. With his dogs, he can slow hunters down, which is also deadly in the factory itself, so I believe in the area selection later, Postman may be aiming for the factory. So I do wonder what Miko be choosing. Will he go for the Clerk and Hermit as we've seen yesterday, or the Bonbon that we're talking about? But he has actually quite a number of options here that he can go for.
Yes, that's definitely true. We'll have to see which one Miko really feels the most comfortable bringing out in round 1. And like you had mentioned earlier, Miko only needs to get a tie in this round. I shouldn't say only because, nowadays for hunters, I feel like tie is a really big accomplishment as well. But Miko needs at least a tie here. And with that 3 escape from the previous round from the survivors, that would allow their team to win the first round. But we see here the Bonbon coming out for Miko. So, showing that Bonbon, Miko feels pretty confident with the Bonbon against these survivors on this map here. So I would say, actually, other than the two-story, which can sometimes be a little bit tricky, there are other areas of the map where it's a lot easier for Bonbon to use those bombs around the map to take down the survivors. So we'll see if Miko is able to use some really accurate bombs here to take down the survivors in his chase.
Yeah, you're definitely right about that, because Bonbon, like at the factory itself, is a bit of a hassle with the two-story, and the fact that Bonbon does not have fast-moving abilities, meaning that he has the potential to get screwed over by the Postman's dog, who can slow him down. And the Priestess Portals will also be deadly because the Priestess can just go up and down in the factory itself. But on other places, it's pretty much fair game for both sides, though. So we'll be seeing how this Bonbon play, and I think ideally the Bonbon does not want to chase into the factory, while the survivors will probably be playing around the factory, and we're seeing the area selections over here as Priestess is in the factory to utilize her portals. As best target for the hunter, the Bonbon will be at the shack.
Yes, and we'll have to see where this Bonbon ends up spawning. And ends up choosing that spawn area, which actually allows Bonbon to be closest to the Postman and the Acrobat. So taking that gamble there, and it might have been worth it since the Postman is the closest and in fact not at factory but at shack.
So I feel like the Postman will have to run, which this will be a good test to little Cerberus over here to see if he can kite out this Postman. No, kite out this Bonbon rather. But then again, if he can use his dog to slow the Bonbon down, then it's definitely good for him because like Bonbon will have to rely on his raw foot, as he has as we mentioned, no fast moving ability. So I'm actually excited to see this match, and here, Bonbon's a Thai character, so let's see will this pay off, as we can see that Bonbon here has brought up and right for this very specific match.
Yes, definitely a variety of builds the Bonbon can bring here, but choosing that up and right match, this is a Bonbon without any detention, so I think you will have to try to get an advantage early on in the match to at least ensure that tie, because a lot of times for ties, actually, we do see Bonbon end up bringing detention. But here on with the chase, Postman already getting chipped with a very accurate bomb from Miko so far. Did get bit by the dog, so it slowed down a little bit. So we'll have to see how how Miko Mary Brown here is going to be able to take down this Postman in the strong area of the factory.
Yep, and over here, Bomb will be approaching, but never mind about that. The Priestess already placed a portal in the fan to help him transition, and now little Cerberus here will be running up the stairs and dropping down, and there's another portal over there, so this forces Miko Mary to go up the stairs in advance to cut off, but this also gave little Cerberus an opening to run back up the factory. That's a pretty good placement over there. Definitely buying way more time for little Cerberus over there. And oh, got a bomb here. One blink and down goes the postman over there in a relatively fast time.
Yes, so Bonbon there did choose to bring the blink over other traits just to allow him to get that first down quite fast. And I think, with those window spots here, unfortunately, there wasn't too much area for the postman to dodge after vaulting that window. So, nothing that he could do other than to take that remote bomb and then get down by that blink. But we do see here, I believe this is the mercenary in the back there waiting around. We'll see if they decide to go for a rescue or just activate Tinnitus for now. Maybe waiting until the chair is right about to take off before deciding to come in for the rescue. Depending on what they choose to do. Sacrifice or rescue right before chair takeoff. We do see that 5 ciphers have yet to be popped, but I'm sure that quite a few of them have progress on them already.
Hold on, this is not a good situation because when the mercenary hid, he unfortunately got a bit too close and got bombed over here. This puts Cerberus in a very dangerous spot if he wants to rescue, so I don't think Cerberus here will be rescuing. So right now, it seems like they're going to sell out this postman, and this actually puts Bonbon in a pretty good situation if he wants to tie. But then again, just remember, Miko here has no detention, so there's still a chance for the survivors if they can last till the end game.
Yes, that's definitely true, and we do see the survivors here are Priestess, Mercenary, and Acrobat, so they are characters who can hold up against a no-detention Bonbon at endgame if they are able to utilize their items and save them until then. But we'll have to see what happens from now until then. So Miko, Mary Brown here, the Bonbon, onto the second target with the Priestess here, utilizing the remote bomb, but unfortunately was not able to activate that in time before the Priestess portaled away. So Priestess seems to be making her way towards the factory area or just looping around here. Another chip here on the Priestess. And what happens with this mind game pallet? Priestess actually utilizing that flywheel to dodge that hit around the pallet and transition here.
That was a pretty good flywheel, allowing him to stay alive just longer. And let's see, oh, that was a very, very close port over here. And now let's see, can Priestess stay alive over here, or will he go down? This one will be very crucial. Once again, missed. So now that's opened the door for Priestess to kite longer once again as he go back into the factory. But unfortunately, the pallet here has been used, so it seems like the Priestess here will go down, but he definitely did buy some time.
Yes, definitely did buy some time for the survivors here, and we do see there are 3 ciphers left, but I believe Acrobats is has quite a bit of progress, and we just saw Mercenary also has quite a bit of progress on his cipher as well. Meanwhile, Bonbon here does have Blink in his hands as well, so we'll have to see. Mercenary does have that chip damage on him, so we'll have to be a little bit careful as he comes in for this rescue. Possibly seeing another survivor come in as backup.
Yeah, but here's the thing, you have to remember, Cerberus is the only one in the entire game with Ty Turner. Oh, misses that hit, but with how far Cerberus is, I don't think he will be rescuing before half, but then this will be a dangerous situation because there's no way the survivors can pop 2 ciphers in time, and here Miko will be trying to see if he can instantly get Cerberus down, which may be possible because he still has Blink in hand or Bomb, so let's see what will happen here. Manages to pull off the rescue, and with that, the Mercenary is going to be a double down situation.
Right, and it does look like Bonbon has decided to focus on this cipher here that the Acrobat is working on. With the Acrobat decoding right in front of his face, it's kind of hard to ignore that situation. We do see Acrobat does have 1 chip damage on so far, but will the Bonbon continue to chase after the Acrobat? Looks like he actually will be. So Mercenary is down, which means he'll take a while to heal up. The survivors won't be decoding right away. And meanwhile, Bonbon does have Blink in hold here, so we'll see if Bonbon decides to utilize that Blink to get this Acrobat down or save that just to utilize for endgame here. And does utilize the Blink and downs the Acrobat right here near the gate, far away from the other survivors, and should be getting him on chair right now.
Yeah, but actually this is a bit of a debatable move to switch the Acrobat because this allows the Mercenary and Priestess who sit on chair to go away scot-free, so this is definitely a debatable situation, but seems like it was the right move because the last 2 ciphers are around 70%, so that was actually a pretty good decision and judgment over there on Miko's side because the last 2 ciphers are at 90%, so if the survivors just play this right, there is a chance for them to force the ciphers open to Gateway where Bonbon has no detention.
Yes, that's true. And we see Priestess coming in here, but this is very dangerous, and she does end up going down. Because there are 2 ciphers remaining, even though Mercenary was able to finish one, the other one, there was nobody left to pop that one. So we do see that Priestess is going on chair now, and luckily Mercenary does have some elbow pads, was able to speed in and get that Acrobat off the chair while the Bonbon was away. This cipher here, luckily, is only 1 touch to be popped, but Mercenary here getting terror shocked as he vaults this pallet here. Even though this Bonbon does not have detention, unfortunately, the Mercenary will be going down soon after that delayed damage is over, and Acrobat does have a slow gate opening, so although Bonbon does not have any trait right now, we'll have to see if he can, what he can do here with the end game. But although, you know, he already has a tie, so any extra points he can get was just extra points for his team, regardless of already getting the win in round 1.
Yeah, well, here he definitely wants to get the 4K if he can, so Acrobat will be popping this game, and let's see, but seems that Miko here does not want to use the teleport. Oh, never mind, it's going to use the teleport. It's going to chase down this Acrobat, but this actually gives a chance for the survivors to tie if they want to, because Bonbon has no detention here, and oh, got the slam, but then again, Acrobat's in half health, so the Acrobat will have to kite long enough for the Mercenary to self-heal back up. But then again, in Gate War, the survivors actually move faster, while having no detention. Bonbon will find it slightly harder to shrink the gap between him and the survivors, but we can see that he already brought the Acrobat down to a quarter of health, and down it goes in a very record time.
Yes, oh my goodness. So now it's kind of a race for the Bonbon to get to the other gate where the Mercenary is opening it there. Luckily, he was able to heal himself up. It does seem like the gate is about to be opened. This is going to be kind of close. I think, you know, Mercenary there was able to get out. So at least we have 1 survivor escaping there from CB side. And will Acrobat be able to pick himself up? Because the dungeon is not necessarily that far away.
Yeah, over there, I'll say that there is a bit of a bad judgment from Miko over there, because he by leaving the Acrobat on the floor with self-heal, this allows the Acrobat to pick himself back up, and the Mercenary will always be able to escape for the other side of the gate in time, allowing Acrobat to escape the dungeon. So that was a bit of a misjudgment from Miko's side, that could have blown a potential free K. But then again, Miko did enough to win this game though, so the CT is still in the lead.
Yes, and we see here we have the stats here. The decoding here, we see that, you know, the Acrobat did plenty of decoding, but actually took on a significant portion of the kiting there as well. So, you know, survivors definitely were all able to contribute. But in the end, Miko did what Miko came here to do, which is to get that tie for that team. So definitely a good job there from Miko being able to at least secure that tie as the Bonbon, especially before the endgame period, since they had no detention, was still able to secure that tie and allow ZT to get that head start with the round 1 win. But we still have round 2 coming right up, so we'll have to see how this turns out here, John.
Yeah, so there's still a chance for Comeback to make a comeback, as their team name suggests, but we'll have to see that soon. As now we're going to be hopping a quick break, and we'll have more Identity V action after. So with that, guys, see you all after the break.
Stay silent when you hear this sound. The static particles begin to vibrate with the sound waves, indicating they have acquired energy. It may be a tiny amount, yet it's enough to straighten out my thoughts. But the energy can also be huge. As the setting sun shone upon the final rest, I saw a musical note glimmering in gold and dancing in the air, just as they expected. The movement spread my life energy and pushed me up a pedestal until I could smell the aroma of talent in the air. The aroma was me, but it slowly faded with time. Once it faded, it cast me into the abyss, where the light from my eyes extinguished. The light shines through my fingers and onto the white keys as I continue writing, hoping the melody points me in a direction. In the reflection, I see what should have happened. He glows golden, just like they first expected. Stay silent when you hear this sound. The static particles begin to vibrate with the sound waves, indicating they have acquired energy. It may be a tiny amount. Great energy forces a change in the tide and pushes the world to absurdity. Do you believe?
Welcome guys back to the action in Identity V Arena November edition 2022. I'm back, Invisible Jung over here with your caster Lychee, and now we're currently in CT versus Comeback BO2, and CT is in the lead by a score of 5-3. So CT can win if they win this round, but Comeback definitely still has a chance to make a reverse if they put off in this round.
Yes, definitely. So, really exciting matches that we've seen so far. Really good job on ZT to get that round 1 win, a good head start for their team. But like you said, Jung, it's not over yet. We still have more matches to be played. And this is a good chance for Comeback now to strategize how they're going to make a comeback here and take this round 2 and hopefully, force a round 3 here to happen as well. So I'm excited to see what they can do in round 2. Even though you're down in round 1, you just kind of still have to keep your morale up, make sure that your team is still motivated, and make sure that you still have that mindset, that attitude, be very clear-headed here going into round 2 no matter what.
Yeah, and if you are fans of 0-2 or Comeback, make sure to announce it in the stream, bring up the hype, bring up your support, and let the team see that there are a lot of fans waiting to see them play. Bring up the hype, guys, while we're going to be hopping into the BO2 first half, which is once again going to be Miko versus Comeback Survivors in Moonlit River Park.
Wow, so we have Moonlit being chosen as the round 2 map here, which I'm quite excited to see. It's one of my favorite maps just because there's a lot of possibilities, I feel, especially with that roller coaster coming into play, which we've already seen several times in this tournament, how survivors have started to utilize it. So I'm excited to see what they can do. But, coming in here with the bans here, we do see that Miko here has banned the Forward and the Seer. So a little bit different than the first match there, Jung, because last time Miko did not ban the Seer when they played the Bonbon.
Yeah, I think they're probably expecting a Bonbon to be banned, but rather Comeback over here is confident and rather go against the Bonbon again, as they'll be removing Breaking Wheel out of the equation. And Acrobat and Priestess are the first 2 being picked over here, which is something that we've seen just now, and it seems that Comeback here really likes this too, because Priestess is strong in Moonlit, and also Acrobat too, because jumping off the stations, roller coaster stations, is a viable strategy for the Acrobat.
Yes, definitely true here. And sorry, I had my hunters, I think, a little bit mixed up when I was talking about earlier. But yeah, really excited to see what Miko here can pull off in round 2. And we see that the Postman is going to be the 3rd ban of this match here. So we've seen Postman be banned and played quite often, but here Miko's just eliminating that possibility of the Postman being able to help his teammates with all areas and even at the end game. Meanwhile, survivors have chosen to come in with the ever so reliable mercenary here to aid in their rescues on this map. So, I would say if they're trying to get a stable rescuer, that's as good as it gets, because also Moonlit is such a large map that some other rescuers may not be able to make it to the chair in time if they're very far away, but mercenary with his elbow pads is one that is a little bit more reliable in that aspect.
Yeah, also here's the thing though, is that you have to remember this being a large map, and actually before we hop in the game, just like treasure this competition, guys, because as we all know, there is like an upcoming like balance change where there's a massive change to Moonlit. So this may be one of the very few last times that we see the Moonlit being what it is now. So while we're at it, let me think of what would Miko ban, because I think that the real question is that will Miko still go for the Bonbon, or rather he'll be going for a second option here, because Bonbon is not that strong in Moonlit due to the massive map, and Bonbon doesn't have any like fast moving abilities. So I think his ban will probably give us a hint of what Miko is aiming for here.
Yes, we'll have to see what is going on in Miko's mind here. We do know that, the Bonbon did its job in the previous round as well, so depending on if Miko is looking to produce the same results, that could still be an option. We do see that the patient here has been banned as well. Definitely a survivor that can pull distances around the map quite well, and also have some interesting points on this map around the stations and things like that he could potentially utilize that hook. So Miko just getting rid of that variable by banning the patient here. Meanwhile, we see the survivors here have come in with the Antiquarian. So a fairly newer pick here for tournaments, just recently being allowed to be played in tournaments. So I'm excited to see how they'll plan to utilize her here.
Yeah, Antiquarian is actually strong at this map because she can also jump. Like, she can also jump across like acts similar to an acrobat. So they have two survivors here that are actually very strong at the first and fourth stop. This will be an interesting pick over here. And at this point, I do wonder, does Miko want to go for the Bonbon? Because if you chase someone up to the station and they just jump off of their abilities, this will be a bit of a hassle for Bonbon, as he'll have to walk all the way around the other side just to get back in range of the survivors.
Yes, that's definitely true. I mean, you have not only do you have ones that jump like Acrobat and Antiquarian, you also have the Priestess who can portal across the whole bridge. That can be really painful for Bonbon, or utilize those 2 stories and platforms as well, or just, that global portal as a play. But Miko here actually coming in with the Bloody Queen on this map. So, I mean, this is a map where we've seen Bloody Queen potentially turn the tables and pull off miracles before. So, Miko there, Bloody Queen does counter some of these characters, but they actually, I don't know, if they had thought of Bloody Queen, then perhaps with the flywheel here, Acrobat, for example, with his bombs and a flywheel could dodge a mirror. I mean, I think...
Oh, Acrobat's bombs is definitely good for dodging the mirrors, but Antiquarian jumps is also like not that bad against a BQ either, so this will be interesting. And Antiquarian is also another character I'm excited because she has been new to the competitive scene, so I do wonder what is Combat aiming with her over here. But Antiquarian does have decent harassing abilities, like her like weapon can be used to swipe the hunter left, right, and down. So I'm interested to see how this Antiquarian play, because she's relatively new to the competitive scene, and we're going to be into the selections. As Antiquarian, we expect to spawn near never mind. Acrobat and Antiquarian both spawn at the first and fourth spawn, as we expected here, because they have some strength over here by jumping away.
Yes, definitely. We do know that those are some really good spots where they can utilize their abilities. Meanwhile, the Bloody Queen actually spawns the closest to the Acrobat and the Mercenary, I believe. So we'll have to see who Miko decides to go with as the first chase there. Hopefully being able to utilize every mirror to their use as much as possible, since, every mirror wasted for the Bloody Queen is a huge advantage for the survivor side.
Yeah, but here's the thing, both Acrobat and the Antiquarian has the potential to one jump away and evade a mirror, so I think this will be a huge test to how accurate Miko's mirrors are as he'll be approaching the Acrobat, but here instantly use the mirror unless he can pull off a hit over here, and oh, get the first hit over there. That was a very fast hit into the game, not giving the Acrobat a single chance to use his bombs.
Wow, so definitely a super accurate mirror by the Bloody Queen here, and quickly closing distance on the Acrobat, who will be forced to utilize a bomb here just to gain additional distance. But Bloody Queen actually, oh my goodness, coming in with a Terror Shock over this pallet that the Acrobat decided to vault. So I think, the Acrobat's balls were not yet on cooldown again. He couldn't utilize that to jump and gain distance, and unfortunately got caught on that Terror Shock there. So a little bit of a misplay on the survivor's part to start off, but Miko just capitalizing on that, utilizing the accurate mirror and making sure to take those right routes around those pallet mine games to gain that early advantage as the Bloody Queen here.
So over here, he'll be attempting to harass Cerberus' mercenary, but it seems like it won't pay off that well. The Priestess is going to be coming in to rescue because Priestess has no tide turner though, so you have to look how the Acrobat is relying on the Acrobat's second cut, and he's gonna fly into the portal to give himself to fight for another day over here. So let's see how will the Acrobat be able to evade the second mirror that's probably coming up soon.
Right, and this is a spot where Bloody Queen can just use her mirror and get the Acrobat on the other side of the slide there. So he does go down, not able to buy too much time for the survivors to decode since there was no tide turner there, Mercenary being the only one with that tide turner among the team. Bloody Queen is their Antiquarian actually is nearby and manages to harass there a little bit, but Bloody Queen downing the Acrobat there and picking them up again.
Yeah, actually, if you look at the Cypher progress, there's still 5 Cyphers, even though the first wave of Cyphers are near complete, but there's just way too little time because the Acrobat is the second chair and he'll be dead on chair next time, so the survivors will have to go on their A game over here, as the Antiquarian will probably be here to rescue and attempt to harass. But don't forget, if you look at the traits, Bloody Queen brought excitement, meaning that she's not afraid of this Antiquarian at all. Oh! See?
Oh, yes. Oh, so activating the excitement right away there and downing the Antiquarian before any more damage can be done. But looks like Bloody Queen is still going to utilize a mirror to try to get that Acrobat, just since he is dead on chair at the moment. So we do see Acrobat utilizing the bomb there, but it will be pretty hard to avoid this mirror, and does go down here to the mirror of the Bloody Queen. This is going to be Bloody Queen's first elimination of the match, with 4 ciphers remaining, so fairly early on here. And Antiquarian managed to self-heal, but did have to utilize her self-heal and is now at half health, potentially a second target here for the Bloody Queen to go after.
Yeah, because here's the thing, the Bloody Queen knows the approximate direction of the Antiquarian, so let's see, can the Bloody Queen make a god prediction mirror to locate the Priestess and the Antiquarian, who are trying to heal each other up. But seems like here he has his eyes set on Cerberus' mercenary, who's at the other side. So let's see, get the mirror up, and will he be able to land the hit off the mercenary? Seems to be not able to, as the mirror is a bit off. But then again, maybe she'll switch over there to give pressure.
Yes, possibly at least having the mercenary waste some elbow pads so that this chase is not completely time wasted for the Bloody Queen here. But we do see that Cerberus has been able to hold on to those elbow pads so far. So maybe Bloody Queen will be looking for a different target. But no, actually uses the mirror again. Does manage to force out one elbow pad by Cerberus, who is a little bit in a stuck position here, unfortunately, and does have to take a hit from the Bloody Queen in order to transition out of the corner there.
Yeah, because he sort of elbow pad towards the wrong direction. Maybe if he elbow pad towards the left, he could have evaded the mirror, because he sort of elbow pad himself to corner, a bit of a mishap. And now Bloody Queen will be approaching IIRMNT's Priestess over here. So actually the Cypher progress are dropping left and right, because currently the Bloody Queen cannot exactly down the next target. So the survivors are definitely still clawing to stay alive in the game right now, as he'll be approaching the Priestess at the 2-story area right currently.
Yes, and we do see that Priestess just wrapping around there to avoid the mirror, but in this case, the mercenary also had to run quite far away, and looks like he's still not on a cipher yet either, so definitely a little bit slower on the survivor side on that decoding. Actually, Bloody Queen seems to have caught sight of the antiquarian at this point and decided to chase target once again, which means that this cipher that was being half done by the antiquarian is now being abandoned as well as she goes on to the next chase.
Hold on, let's see, can antiquarian swipe work? No, it doesn't, and it's actually gonna get hit off. So currently, I think it's the best interest for the Bloody Queen to chase this antiquarian and target her hard, because right now she has to down a target fast in order to continue pursue, because now ciphers are dropping left and right as the third cipher is about to be complete for the survivors.
Yes, and we do know that the Bloody Queen does have excitement, which is actually up again, so could potentially utilize that should she be in a difficult spot. But no, with the mirror, she is able to get that far away hit with the antiquarian, not have to worry about the antiquarian's ability to push back the hunter there and stun or anything. So it gets the antiquarian on the chair near the first stop. We do see that the priestess have the global portal made and is coming in here, but will have no tie turner to buy any additional time should she get that rescue. Actually getting found pretty far away from the chair already.
Oh, that was a pretty good mirror, because she got found far from the chair. There was a potential risk there of her not being able to rescue, but that flywheel ensures her to get close into the chair and pull off that rescue. So now let's see how this mirror pull off. If we cannot get the antiquarian, they'll have to get a priestess down, because actually the ciphers left aren't that much at this point, because one is 60, one is 70.
Yes, definitely. I think, the time that Bloody Queen spent looking for that second survivor did allow the survivors to really regroup their heal up and work on those ciphers a little bit more than Bloody Queen may have hoped. But at this point here, actually...
I have a feeling what will happen. Yup. Despair abnormal over there to ensure her, to give her some more fighting time. So at this point, it'll be harder for the survivors.
Yes. So we do see that Bloody Queen there opting for abnormal just to, like you said, Zhang, buy more time, and now is focusing on trying to control this cipher here that is more than partially done. And we'll be actually having the antiquarians, this is the priestess here, struggle out here. So with a portal in hand, priestess is able to make it to the other side of the map. Let's see if, but no, goes down to the mirror. I was going to say, we'll see if she's able to maybe do something around the second stop there to buy enough time for the decoding, but we'll be going down here and onto the chair. Mercenary at half health, antiquarian at half health. We might see another rescue come into play from the mercenary, but they do have to make sure that they can decode another cipher decode that cipher before Bloody Queen manages to have her next abnormal out.
Yeah, mercenary is at the cipher's at 81%, but the thing is that abnormal has only 23 seconds, which is not that much, and the fact that it is right next to where the priest is being chaired, it definitely puts the survivor in a bad situation right now. So the survivors will have to play this very carefully, as the Bloody Queens probably will have to watch out on like preventing this cipher from being done at all. And they're trying to rush this cipher, 3 people rushing this cipher, and they're currently side swiping here. So let's see, can they rush this over? This is so very hot-blooded right now, and it seems like they're going to rush it over, but at the expense of the antiquarian going down.
Oh my goodness, that was wow, that was such a sequence of events there. We see that antiquarian went down, and mercenary, who was on the tie turner, went down as the tie turner went down, was over as well. In fact, antiquarian does not have self-heal either, so Bloody Queen can very well just leave them there. Mercenary has a long time to heal, and priestess now getting hit and down as well. So, the Bloody Queen here can just go ahead and put the priestess on chair. Meanwhile, try to get back to the mercenary with the mirror before the mercenary heals up and is able to get to the antiquarian.
Yeah, because here's the thing, the mercenary actually got terror shocked in tie turner. That if you take too much damage, this puts you in a situation where you cannot like get yourself up even though you used borrowed time. So now the question is that, can the mercenary make it to the dungeon, which is at the working carousel over there, but he has no abilities at his service and will be relying on his raw kiting skills, and he's a half health, meaning he can only tank 1 hit. So it'll be a question of, can the mercenary make it, which seems pretty tough because the Bloody Queen is approaching, managing to guess where the mercenary is.
Yes, and we do see the mercenary there very narrowly avoided the mirror as well as the mirror's ability to rotate there. But I think Bloody Queen has actually caught sight of where the mercenary is still and is able to kind of trap him into this area here, which is actually getting farther and farther away from that dungeon location. We do see that down coming in here, and the survivors are going to surrender. It is a 4-survivor elimination for this Bloody Queen on Moonlit River Park here. So Bloody Queen doing an excellent job here to set off her team's side to a good start in round 2.
Yeah, let's look some statistics over here. Bloody Queen getting 21 strikes and 12 knocks down. The Bloody Queen is a pretty clear-headed of his first early down, slowly controlled the field, got the next target, and utilized that specific timing and switch into abnormal, which was the key of her managing to win. So that's a pretty showcase of how strong Bloody Queen is, despite this being a flywheel meta.
Yes, and it really shows that, Miko Mary Brown was definitely making some really decisive plays there by switching to that abnormal. Maybe some other players would be more reserved and decide to, go for a tie situation, utilizing detention at the end game and maybe switching to teleport somewhere in that mix at the end game instead of going for that more risky abnormal move there. But that's what really allowed this Bloody Queen to turn the game around. So I really love seeing that kind of play from the competitors here at this level of gameplay in this kind of elimination tournament situation. So really excited to see that coming out from ZT side to give themselves that advantage, that 5-point advantage. That's a pretty big score coming in after just one match.
Yeah, he was very aggressive and paid off. So now ZT is ahead at BO2 by a score of 5-0, and now the pressure is on Compact Hunter to do the same. But anyways, guys, we're now going to be taking a short break over here, and we'll see you guys after the break in a potentially do or die situation. See you guys in a bit, guys.
Stay silent when you hear this sound. The static particles begin to vibrate with the sound waves, indicating they have acquired energy. It may be a tiny amount, yet it's enough to straighten out my thoughts. But the energy can also be huge. As the setting sun shone upon the final rest, I saw a musical note glimmering in gold and dancing in the air, just as they expected. The movement spread my life energy and pushed me up a pedestal until I could smell the aroma of talent in the air. The aroma was me, but it slowly faded with time. Once it faded, it cast me into the abyss, where the light from my eyes extinguished. The light shines through my fingers and onto the white keys as I continue writing, hoping the melody points me in a direction. In the reflection, I see what should have happened. He glows golden, just like they first expected. Stay silent when you hear this sound. The static particles begin to vibrate with the sound waves, indicating they have acquired energy. It may be a tiny amount. Great energy forces a change in the tide and pushes the world to absurdity. Do you believe?
Alright guys, welcome back to ZT vs Combat with your caster, Invisible Jong and Lychee over here. And now we're going to be hopping into the BO2 Game 2, which is potentially the last game, because remember, 0-2 already won the first round, and if they win this very second round over here, then it's going to be over. But ZT getting a 4K, meaning that the pressure is on GodJ to do the same right now, Lychee.
Yes, definitely a lot of pressure on GodJ's shoulders here to, try to get as many points as possible, and if he can, to replicate that 4 survivor elimination there for Comeback to gain additional points in round 2. So we'll have to see what GodJ pulls out of his very deep pool of hunter characters here in this round. I'm excited to see that because definitely a lot of pressure on GodJ, but sometimes when the hunters are under pressure, they are able to pull out a lot of miracles as well and turn the table. So you never know what's going to happen here.
Yeah, you never know. So we'll have to see what you have in mind. If you're fans of ZT and Comeback, just cheer in the chat and let them know that you're here rooting for them, especially for Comeback over here as they is a do or die situation, and I'm interested to see what will GodJ do now that the pressure is onto him.
Yes, we'll have to see what kind of strategies they come up with here in order to get those points here in round 2. If not a 4K, at least try to get as many points as possible to put them in a more favorable position. But, really, ZT here actually could potentially just take the tournament because they won round 1. They have a very high score in round 2. So Comeback here actually, right, so they have to get a 4K. GodJ has no choice.
Yeah, it's pretty simple. 4K or go home. I think that actually ZT can opt for a more safe strategy, such as Mercenary, and they can actually choose the Embalmer, which is good for getting a 1 out too. Meanwhile, GodJ here has to be aggressive. There is no choice for him to play safe. There's just no choice for him to play safe if he wants a 4K. So we're going to be in Moonlit River Park once again, and I think the question is that what will ZT ban? Would they ban the Hermit that 4K'd in another game, or a Breaking Wheel? Like, there's just so many things, but meanwhile, GodJ will be removing the Priestess and the Toy Merchant over here, so does not want some strong supporting. It seems like he wants to go all in on this and go against the Seer that's not being banned.
Yes, and we do see that on the Survivor side, they've actually banned GodJ's Hermit, which the Survivors actually did very well against the Hermit the last time they played, so I was curious to see if they were going to ban the Hermit or not. But looks like they are going to respect GodJ's Hermit and the Hermit's strong abilities as well on this map. We have seen Hermit do very well on this map previously, being able to cross the bridge with his ability in one swoop. So might as well take out that factor there on the Survivor side. We'll have to see what else they're thinking.
Yep, definitely. So for the GodJ, if he wants a 4K, he can go for Dream Witch or Breaking Wheel, which are good hunters to fight for 4K, but Mercenary and see if they will go for the Seer, which I think they can go for the Seer because Seer is also pretty strong character, 1 out, but never mind, going for the Prospector, a fighter team, and also crucial in supporting teammates in case of a slip up fast down. So this is a pretty decent choice for 0-2 Survivor over here.
Yes, we can definitely have the Prospector come in to support the teammates or also utilize those magnets for himself. We did see earlier today even Prospector pull off some key plays that allowed the Survivors to gain a win in a situation. So definitely could be a strong character here, especially for a very practiced Prospector main for the Survivors here. I'm excited to see what they're able to pull off. GodJ coming in here with the Postman ban, another strong supporting character that he's banned here, trying to take away those opportunities for the Survivors to work together and become even stronger. Meanwhile, we see that ZT has come in with Embalmer. So Embalmer, we often think of Embalmer as a character that a team picks when trying to play things safe a little bit. On this map especially, it's very large, so he could easily put his coffin on one of the corners where the stops are, or even in the big house where the 2-story is. Just emphasizing, just adding to their potential to get a tie here on the Survivor side.
And it's actually a very common play for the embalmer to drop his coffin at the first stop, an instant roller coaster. That means that if the embalmer goes down, he'll be far away from where his coffin actually is, and that will put him in a good situation as the hunter need to waste time to travel back to the first stop. Meanwhile, Patient is going to be banned because Patient has a high potential at this map. At the 2 station, just 1 hawk to fly across it, so makes it that Gotchi does not want it. And going for a mechanic here, because mechanic as the coding speed, that probably means that it'll be easier for the survivors to like ensure to get at least 1 out with how fast the decoding. And Gotchi will be going for the Wax Artist here. Pretty interesting pick, because Wax Artist rarely is a strong character and a very popular in the meta, not afraid of flywheel, but him getting a 4K definitely is like a relatively rare, I would say.
Yes, definitely. We have seen that Gotchi has really shown how good his abilities are with this character here, but still to see him bring that out in such a moment is pretty surprising. We do know that Wax Artist can do well on maps like this just because there's a lot of open space for him to utilize that wax there, but still, also, you know, we have to consider what trait the Wax Artist will end up bringing, because sometimes we do see Wax Artists bringing in teleport, other times not. So it really depends on the specific hunter's gameplay. But first, let's look at the spawn points here. So we do have Embalmer spawning actually not at the first stop, but near the first stop, between that and the 2-story where the mechanic is. Mercenary on the Cypher Bridge there, and Prospector spawning not at the last stop, but near the last stop, between the last stop and tent. Gotchi, meanwhile, chose the spot that's closest to the ghost house.
Yep, so I mean, it's actually a good choice for him because he positioned himself next to the 2 best targets over there. So I do wonder who will be chasing first, but I think let's talk about the traits, because Wax Artist here has to be more aggressive, so meaning that he cannot just go for a up and down blink. Maybe brings trump card with blink, and I don't know if he may bring detention or like, there's just so many options in a more aggressive game, but never mind. We're gonna be into the game as he has actually brought in the trump card here and be approaching the mechanic who already hit her bot inside the 2-story here.
Yes, so and it does look like Gotchi has gone with a up-down build there with detention and the window blocking trait there, and is now going after mechanic's bot as the first thing in this match. So eliminating a fast decoding variable as soon as possible and getting sight now on the mechanic's location, which actually is not that far away here. So it looks like she is going to be the first target for Gotchi here.
Yeah, but actually removing the bot that fast is good, because mechanic herself has a decoding debuff where she gets her decoding speed gets slowed down if her teammate gets injured. So maybe getting rid of the bot fast will be good. So right now, let's see, going to play around here real quick, and the mechanic do a great job mind gaming here, forcing the Wax Artist to wax her out, and now the mechanic will be making her way towards the roller coaster, but it's a question of if she can make it.
Yes, and we do see that Wax Artist was not able to get too much wax on the mechanic just yet, so she was able to get to that roller coaster and take that to the second stop here. Gotchi, though, seems to be tracking the footprints of Miku Mocha there, who is actually the Embalmer. We do see that Embalmer is now kiting around the pallet area, whereas Mechanic has managed to actually escape and go off to the other part of the map, all the way to the other side. Getting rid of the bot there from Gotchi's side, just to get rid of that variable, prevent additional decoding, and now back onto the Embalmer.
That was a bit of a communication mishap there, bringing towards the bot, meaning that the mechanic is relying on her raw kiting skills, and if the Embalmer gets injured over here, which seems likely, then that means that now mechanic's decoding speed will be slowed down. But we can see that during this time, 2 ciphers has been done already due to how long the game has begun, but now that was a pretty good waxing the pallet and also the Embalmer at the same time. That's a fast down, but then again, you have coffins for the Embalmer.
Yes, so we'll see. Embalmer does actually decide to utilize the coffin there, but the coffin is not too far away, so Wax Artist is actually able to make his way over to this coffin before the Embalmer manages to get very far here, and kind of forcing the Embalmer to go into this first stop area here and getting that hit before the Titanoir even runs out. So was able to get that down. Meanwhile, tries to pressure the Cypher a little bit from afar. And looks like we'll be getting Embalmer back on the chair. But the good thing for the survivors, at least Mercenary still hasn't utilized the Tie Turner yet and is around. So we'll see what the survivors decide to do because they might not necessarily need to rescue either at this point. The Embalmer has longer chair time too, so they could just decide to let Embalmer kind of sit on the chair for a while and just sacrifice by additional time for themselves because they're not the ones who are trying to get more points here. Godjay is the one trying to get that 4K in this match.
Yeah, here's the thing though, is that because the thing is the Wax Artist already has the level 2 presence, meaning he has hot wax available, so if they fail the rescue, this may potentially be a bad position for the survivor. So them choosing to sell here is pretty smart considering they only need a 1 out, and Godjay will be out trying to find, but never mind, the Mercenary is actually going for the rescue, but it was a bit too late, 1 second apart. That was pretty unfortunate for the survivors.
Yes, really close there, but Mercenary just barely missed that chance to rescue there, utilizing that 1 elbow pad on his way, but couldn't make it in time. We do see that Godjay is now trying to look for the next target there. Actually, Mechanic over there has also gotten a syringe and is healing herself, but Godjay probably going to keep going after Run's Prospector here, who is going to be kiting around the first stop area here, as they try to kite out this last 2 ciphers here on this map.
Got a wax over there, got a hit, and alright, so now the Prospector will be the one being chased, but if you look at the cipher progress, the last 2 ciphers are already at 90%, so Godjay's time is getting low if he wants to get a 4K. And oh, there's a pretty good magnet over there, but it didn't pay off as it goes down, so now Godjay has 1 last camping prince, which is probably going to be the Mechanic who is at the same side of the field as the Prospector is.
Yes, so we do have the Mechanic here. We see already trying to come into position here. Is going to try to go around this wall to avoid getting waxed too much before coming in. Wasn't able to get enough wax on there for Godjay to take them down. But is Godjay now here? Oh, a sequence of events here. So actually, Prospector utilizing the magnet, but
oh, shit! That was a pretty smart pop over there. Over there, the Prospector went down, and the Wax Artist predictingly swiped the hit, but then the survivor predicted that, also announced not to pop, wait for the Wax Artist to swipe the hit, and that's a pretty smart move from the survivors. But unfortunately, Prospector is still going to go down, but now it gives Wax Artist a chance, chair, and teleport, and see if he can just stop the gate.
Yes, so we'll see if Godjay decides to take that gamble here because there is no tinnitus in this area, which means that most likely the survivors are not super close by. We do see that the Mechanic there, though, is kind of halfway between the gate and the dungeon, just to give themselves more possibilities in case Godjay does teleport, which he does. So the gate here, unfortunately, already open, but we do see both survivors are actually, they haven't left yet. Zed's Mercenary still has Tie Turner, so could potentially try to see what he can do, but no, actually, they're just going to let Prospector fly off. The chair was far too much at that point to try to do anything there. And we see Mercenary utilizing that elbow pad here. Meanwhile, Shadow Star there, the Mechanic, is just going to loop around the bridge area, see if they can get another survivor out. But with Mercenary's escape here, ZT has already secured their win.
Yeah. Oh, and the Mechanic will be making her way. So Mechanic's gonna go out. It's gonna be a tie. Unfortunately, a good show. Unfortunately, is not enough as the moment Mercenary escape is already over. So with that, congratulations goes to 0-2 for managing to defeat comeback over here by 2-0, meaning that 0-2 will be staying alive and fight for another day.
Yes, 0-2 here, coming in here with the 2 wins to wrap up this game here, coming in here very strong. So, I mean, comeback here, put up a really good fight. Was really exciting to see their matchups here, but ultimately we will be seeing ZT be the one to move forward in this match. So I'm really excited to see what they'll have in store for us in the future. Congratulations to both teams for a really good play today, and everybody, you'll have to stay tuned on the next 2 days to see how everything plays out in the upcoming matches in this tournament here. Very exciting.
Yep, unfortunately, Combat's journey ends over here, but once again, thank you, Combat, and you guys definitely did great over there, and 0-2 is still alive another day. And don't forget, we still have more matches as we actually tournament's actually a total amount of 2 weeks, and we still have a match tomorrow where there'll be 3 more matches and battle between the winner bracket and the loser bracket. So you guys definitely have to stay tuned because this tournament is just the beginning. There's just way too many actions that we're excited to see further.
Yes, lots more in store both this week and next week when we actually get to the finals. So definitely tune in for that, and be sure to, in the meantime, drop some messages to let your favorite teams know how they did, and give your words of support and encouragement both for today's game and encouragement for next time as well.
Yep, over here, just a quick recap of the score. ZT won the first round by a 5-3 and 7-2 in a round 2, meaning that ZT has won in a 2-0 score. So once again, congratulations ZT, and for everyone who's watching the stream, thank you all for sitting through the matches today and your support. I think the teams and us would like your support very much. So with that, the action's not over yet, and make sure to come back tomorrow for more action. This is Invisible Jung and Lychee, and we'll see y'all tomorrow. Bye, guys.
Stay silent when you hear this sound. The static particles begin to vibrate with the sound waves, indicating they have acquired energy. It may be a tiny amount, yet it's enough to straighten out my thoughts. But the energy can also be huge. As the setting sun shone upon the final rest, I saw a musical note glimmering in gold and dancing in the air, just as they expected. The movement spread my life energy and pushed me up a pedestal until I could smell the aroma of talent in the air. The aroma was me, but it slowly faded with time. Once it faded,